How did a guy who never raced a dirt bike and had no connections to the industry earn his place as one of the most respected voices in the sport? Jason Weigandt is a true Moto fan. Never given the chance to race as a kid, he did the next best thing. He went to races, local tracks, fence lines, wherever motocross was happening.
He's like, wait, hold on. You went to local races as a fan? I'm like, yeah, is that not normal? He's like, no.
Not chasing fame, not chasing titles, just chasing the sport. What the got you into dirt bike? What made you the guy that I just love listening to? That obsession became a path, showing up weekend after weekend, learning every detail. He took every opportunity he could, from flagging at local races, to calling GNCC events, to earning the chance to write stories for Racer X.
Oh my God, I have a 1% chance of possibly really doing this. There is no way in hell I'm not gonna grab it with both hands.
Now when you turn on the TV, you hear Jason calling the biggest races in the sport. Online, you'll see his work everywhere, the man behind many of the stories that shape Supercross at Racer X. Weege is proof of where the love of the sport can take you when you show up, stay professional, and do the work. Gypsy gang, welcome back Jason Weigandt to the podcast. All right, we've been working on this for a while and it's finally happening. We went to Japan and we shot 100 hours with Joe Shimoda, and we are doing a premiere next Friday night, the 23rd, at the South Coast Theatre in Laguna Beach. We are bringing this awesome project to the big screen for one night only. The best part about this is Joe actually hasn't seen the finished product. He'll be watching it with us and you for the very first time. Doors open at 6:30. The film starts at 7. We're going to do a quick welcome. We're going to watch the feature, and then we're going to do a Q&A with Joe. We have 3 ticket options. General admission is standing room in the auditorium. There is a premium seating option, and then there is a special VIP package as well. Once again, it's at the South Coast Theatre in Laguna Beach next Friday, January 23rd. Doors open at 6:30, and tickets are for sale now on our website. Link in the description.
I met a gypsy.
Jason Weigandt.
We're back, baby.
We're so back.
We're so back.
We're back in more ways than one.
Well, how many two-time guests have you had?
Oh, a few, but I'm not this excited for that many.
You don't have to say that. You don't have to say that.
You know what's funny though is I was talking to Hammer this morning, and he's like, "Oh, who's on the show and what's the blah blah blah," and I was like, "Oh, it's Weege today," and he's like, "Oh, no way."
Yeah, yeah. I appreciate
There's law. There's a Jason Weigandt is like a if you know, you know. Like if you know Jason Weigandt, if you know motocross, like you know.
I do appreciate that, but even as I was driving over here, and you mentioned that you have quite a few shows lined up this week, I was still feeling a little guilty. I'm like, aren't people eventually going to get to the point where they're like, dude, I'm just sick of hearing this guy. I'm sick. And especially because this week I have 1 million gigs. And I have to keep reminding myself that your own media intake as a fan of someone else, that's not how it works. You know what I mean? Like, if you're the guy that watches, you name whatever cable news show every night, you would take 7 days a week at that show instead of 5. You're never at the point where the guy that you love to hear from, you're like, I've had enough of him. So I have to keep reminding myself that I guess more is always more. No one's going to say 5 hours is enough and 6 hours is too much.
Yeah. And the thing is too, especially with this, what I've learned over the years is when you're talking about millions of views, every month we get millions of views and it's millions of people.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some that watch this and some that watch that. Like, okay, let's say 300,000 people don't tune in to one of the things.
Yes.
It's like there's still 700,000 people. So it's a lot of people that you're servicing.
Yeah, and that's true, because you think if it's like everybody's one person, like someone's going to get sick of this. Yeah. But if only 20% says, been there, done it, you're still pleasing a lot of people. You gave one of the greatest, I just referenced this yesterday, it's one of the greatest pieces of advice for internet culture ever, which is look at how many views the video gets. And when you see the negative comments, you're like, dude, it's like 300 negative comments out of 100,000 views.
Yeah.
That's not everybody.
Yeah.
But it seems like it.
So it was 2 years ago that we last did it.
Yes.
I was in such a different place with comments, negative
Yeah.
I thought that I was kind of over the hill with it.
You played a good game because it did seem like you were.
Well, I mean, I'm sure I was to a point.
Yeah.
But I think even in 2 years, because it's been a crazy 2 years since you've done this.
Yeah.
But yeah, even I look back, I'm like, you were so affected.
We all know the ratio.
Yeah.
99 positives. The only one you remember is the one negative. And look, everybody wants to be the tough guy. Everyone wants to say they don't care. You can't. You can't have someone dig into your life's work, say you suck, and truly have it 100% bounce off.
Well, and especially when people don't have context.
That's really what kills it.
You know, because that's the one thing, like the World Supercross was a good example of this, where there was like a vital thread the next day. So then I get sent this vital thread about
of your performance.
Yeah, of my performance.
Okay.
And like a lot of people were actually stoked on it, which was cool.
Yeah.
But then there was the comments, and I'm like, hey guys, if I wish you knew that I landed on, I flew 27 hours to South Africa.
Yeah.
I landed. I spent 5 hours on a roof in the sun filming the Kickstart show, which is their pre-race show.
Oh, okay.
Straight off the plane, I got dehydrated as fuck.
Uh-huh.
Then I went home, had a sleep, woke up with a raging migraine, which is one of the symptoms of, like, that's why the whole electrolyte thing is important. With my kidney, dehydration equals you are now completely fucked and you need an IV. So Friday morning, I'm getting an IV.
Oh God!
In the hotel, I miss all of my obligations for like at the track. And
would this also be some rehearsal stuff you could have learned?
Yeah. And so let's go back.
Okay.
I'm at the Kickstart thing, like we're filming that show.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, "Where's Ralph?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, he's not coming." I go, "Oh, so who's doing the commentary?" "Oh, you're doing it."
You didn't know?
I had no idea.
So when you were getting an IV, you weren't like, "Oh no, I have the biggest obligation of my life tomorrow." You didn't know at the time.
No, I knew at the IV point, but I didn't know until I got on the roof, and I'm like, "Where is Ralph?" And they're like, "Yeah, no, he's not coming." I go, "Oh, okay." So then I'm like, "Oh well, fuck, bro, I didn't even watch Sweden the week before." I knew the results. Like, I watched some highlights, but it's like I just wasn't able to even watch the full thing.
You would have if you knew that you would be on the hook.
1,000,000%. Because before it was just like you just got to react to the shit that's happening, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, all day in bed, Friday, go to the production meeting, just dead, and then trying to make notes and figure out the timing. Like, never been to a production meeting in my life before.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, "Hey, what do you guys like want from me?" They're like, "Just do you, man. Just do whatever you think is going to be good, just do you." And I'm like, "Bet."
I've gotten that advice before, and it is a sign of respect that they want you to be you. But when you're brand new, like, could you give me some guidance?
Yeah.
Like a little bit?
But so anyway, so then you see those comments and you're just like, and you want to chime in, but then you're also like, I'm just not going to do it because I know the context, people know. But I was just like, dude, I never even wanted to do that before. It wasn't even like a thing that I was aspiring to do.
Yes.
So it's like, it's not like in my mind, I've been rehearsing for my big No, didn't want to do it. Didn't know I was doing it. Ended up doing it. It's a credit to Daniel Blair. Like, he's incredibly talented.
Yeah.
Like,
no doubt.
To hear everything that's going on. And bro, there's 2 times in it where I just fucking stop talking because the producer starts talking.
Oh yeah.
And I just stop. Like, I wish I didn't, but I just what. So anyway, it's like people just don't have context of what's going on. But now I'm just like, So
2 years ago, it would have hurt you more.
I think more.
Yeah.
I cared more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, especially when it's not quite charity, but you feel like you have put yourself in a tough position. They kind of need you to do them a solid. They don't have Ralph, whatever. And you're like, I'm going to do it for the greater. You weren't doing it just for yourself. You weren't trying to get a break.
No, yeah.
You're just like, they asked me to do it. I'll help out. And then you take the bullet if it doesn't go well. Oh. They would never say, the series sucks for putting you in that position. No, you're just going to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the funny part, like, we all internally, we were talking about like, all right, if I fully suck at this. We have to make the biggest roast compilation of myself. Like, I need to turn this into the joke that it was, but I think it ended up.
No,
fun, so.
I watched, I listened. I thought it was cool. I thought you guys did a great job of and it is the direction TV is going now. They want it to be less formal, more like two guys broing down. And you and Daniel can certainly bench race and talk dirt bikes as well as any two people. So as long as that comes across, and I feel like you guys did that. I mean, during that battle in the last race, sometimes you guys were just screaming and saying, "Oh my God." But isn't that what it is?
Yeah.
Like, that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. It definitely gave me a new respect for what you guys do and what Ricky does. And like, it's a whole thing. And like, there was one point I was really trying to make because there was two sections where Joey was going to lose the race, essentially.
Yep.
It was after the triple. He just didn't have any front end feeling. And it was visible that you could see it. You could see, and the way that he set up after the finish line, the way that he hit the triple, the way that he hit that next turn, like there was a chain reaction of events that led to him losing copious amounts of time to Anderson. And it's like, how do you get that point across to viewers in like this much time? And that's Ricky's job on the broadcast.
Yes.
And it's very hard. Ricky, when he did the pod here last year, I think we posted a clip today. I saw it on YouTube. And like, he's so good. Like in this environment, like that way that he broke down he was talking about Sexton.
Yeah.
And I watched it and I fucking watched it live.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, that's so good. The way that you just broke that down to me is amazing. Like, that's GOAT shit, you know? But then to make that same point on TV as it's happening live with producers in your ear, there's a battle coming. Like, man, it's a complicated dance. And until people are put in that position, I just don't think you could have, again, context.
Yeah, the podcast, like you do here, the long form podcast, the reason that pretty much every person on earth has one on their own is because everyone knows how to talk. It only gets hard. Okay, I shouldn't say that. Some podcasts are better than others. Some people do suck at it. Some people are good at it. You're very good at it. But everybody at least would try to strap on a headset and a mic and think they could do it. But to do it where you really only have, what does Ricky usually say? It's 6 to 8 seconds.
Dude, it doesn't
to make
even
that
feel
point.
like that.
No, it's probably the moment when it's happening. And here's what makes it even harder. We get a lot of coaching and they talk about what the other sports do. And I'm like, man, I push back on this all the time. I'm like, pick any regular ball sport. They have built-in action, stop, action, stop, action, stop, action, stop. We don't have that. So when you, for example, know that Savachi, this turn, he does not have front-end traction, you got to wait the entire lap and then time your sentence to basically explain it before he gets there and then hope that he loses the front a little bit when he gets there, which he might not that time around. And then you sound like an idiot when you're like, watch this. Oh, he didn't do it. That sounds terrible. We don't have, they throw the ball, they pass it, they drop it. They stop. You talk about what happened, what already happened, what you already saw. Yes.
There's no timeouts.
There's no timeouts. And also, when you have that level of like something's happening all the time, when I go back and watch a race after I'm done, I see 50% more than I saw when I was calling it. Because obviously I must be spending half of my brain power thinking of the words, and you're only able to get half of what you see in the amount of mistakes that I miss when I'm doing the show that I see, because I guess that's the whole thing. Mm-hmm. You're never able to just sit there and watch it. But as a fan at home, you saw it, and you're like, why did they not say what I saw? It's a lot harder when you have to talk at the same time.
And what you said so true, right? So you're like waiting for that moment.
Yeah.
But then what happens if Daniel's talking?
That too. Or they cut to third place.
Yeah.
And you're like, it never happened. Yeah.
And you almost get a section.
Yes.
You can kind of only say a thing in a section.
Yep.
Because once they move to the next section,
it's done.
It's over. Like
it's over.
Moment's gone.
Yes.
It is crazy.
And think of how many races have a battle good enough where these two guys are battling for maybe 4 laps where you can A, see the section where the guy lost time, and the next lap they're still close enough and still battling where it happens
Where it's relevant.
relevant again.
Yeah.
What my maybe favorite Supercross I've ever called, there's been 2 great Seattle battles 2 years in a row between Webb and Sexton.
Yes.
But because they battled the whole race, we have 15 to 18 minutes to really figure out the strengths and weaknesses, and thank God, they're still close 18 minutes in, and now we have the whole track picked apart.
Yeah.
And 2024, I was able to pick up on the last lap. I'm like, if Sexton could get close a lap from now on the whoops, and we were able to wait for it, and just not talk, and you can hear the bikes. They're going to panic rev through that section. But how many Supercrosses have 19 straight minutes of battling to get there? 3 a year? 3 every 3 years? Like, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that race in particular,
Yeah.
that was one of my favorite Ricky Carmichael quotes of all time when he said that Cooper Webb has arm pump. Do you remember
Yeah,
that?
you can tell. Yeah.
And
yeah,
then Coop
yeah.
gets on the podium and then
Yeah,
he gives
yeah.
his morning wood.
Yeah, it was amazing.
It's
Yeah.
just like that right there.
Yeah.
I've been watching this my whole life
Mhm.
and I, in the moment, didn't see that. You know, and it's
Yeah.
like,
Well,
that's,
most arm pumps, easy to feel, tough to see.
physically,
Yes.
to be able to see a physical condition that a rider is dealing with. And I just think that that's like a only Ricky Carmichael, James Stewart
Yep.
type thing
Yep.
that they could see. Like even I had lunch with Hunter yesterday and we were talking about some MotoGP stuff.
Mhm.
And we were all at Austin last year.
Mhm.
And I was telling him, I went on the back of Jack Miller's bike one time and we were doing, it was like, I said it was a religious experience. It was like literally,
Okay.
bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically for 5 laps was like in a jungle in the Amazon doing ayahuasca.
That's what it
it
felt
was
like.
that,
Okay.
it was that gnarly.
It's a walkabout.
Out of body experience.
Okay.
Saw God in all of his forms. And so then I was like describing the feeling to Hunter. And Hunter's like, dude, I could see that before the back straight at Coda. And I was like, dude, no. Like, yes, he did.
knew it.
He explained it exactly. He's like, man,
Yeah.
what you just said,
Yeah.
that's what I saw at Coda. And there's a reason why those guys, like I would never
Yeah.
be able to make those kind of calls in a race.
But here's what sucks. So they do see things. So I just did the Eras show with Barsha and Carson Brown at MTF. And we
Yeah.
have Brian Johnson there, who's coached at MTF, has known Barsha his entire life. And when they're doing laps, yes, the stuff this is a track that Brian has seen 100,000
Yeah.
laps on. He knows where time is gained and lost. He knows where Barsha is good and bad. He's seeing an unbelievable amount of stuff that he'd point out. But even when you have that knowledge, like we said, to then have the perfect time when it happens in the race live, the other guy's not talking, they didn't end up showing third, the guy didn't make the mistake in the corner. It's just not like football where the guy threw the ball 80 yards. So we already know we got something. You know, how lucky were you there was a section where you could see that Savacci couldn't trust the front. There also could have been none of that.
Yeah.
Quite consistently, there isn't. So it's just so much harder. We're really trying to, on the TV shows, lay out more, hear the crowd more, hear the bikes more, but it is so hard to know
Yeah.
when. There are times when we think the crowd's going to get loud, and they don't. And then it sounds lame. And then there are times where we don't think they're going to get loud, and then they do, and then we're
losing
talking
it.
over it, and then I'm like, we got to stop. It's the never stopping makes it a lot harder.
So you guys have 3.
Well,
maybe
sometimes,
the longer motos because
sometimes
World
it's
Supercross
2,
is,
but we have to remember we also have Will and JT,
yes.
who are selling. They've got more stories than they ever get in. So they're also telling Bondo, our producer, can you get me in? I got something on this guy. I got something on that section. So the same timing you're talking about, JT might have a point also about that turn. And he's like, I got to figure out a way for them to get it to me before that turn. Because if they come to me 5 seconds after, I had this brilliant, awesome thing to add to the show that I didn't. So we have 4, even on a night where it's just 2 of us in the booth, because they have stuff too. That they're all trying to time. Let's say that Will has a great story about Levi Kitchen's dad that week. She's got to get the story in while Kitchen's by himself, not battling someone,
Yeah.
which might only happen for 1 minute out of the entire race when we happen to be showing him by himself. That's what makes it, that timing thing is what changes everything.
Yeah. But you know what Because the whole commentary thing over the last couple of years has just been like the biggest fucking debacle.
Yeah,
From the outside.
Yeah.
And that was also one of those things where I was just like, I'm actually so glad I don't want any of that. You know?
Hey, got what you didn't wish for.
Yeah, I was like, I'm so
man.
glad that that's like not a thing that I give a fuck about.
Mm-hmm.
And it would always bum me out to see, again, I've got context, I know the people, so I'm looking at it through a different lens.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not the average internet hater kind of deal.
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
And so it bums you out. And you know both sides of the story and you know the whole thing. But then this was, again, a bit more context because I'm like, oh, this is why everyone gets so pissed off about the commentary. Hey, you like the fucking Pulp MX show? Tune in on Monday night. You like Gypsy Tales? Fucking listen to it on Spotify or search it on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You hate that commentator? Tough shit, bro. We made the choice for you, and there is nothing that you can do about it. And then they're like, oh, yeah? Fucking watch this. And they just like smash Twitter, Instagram, comment. People, they don't have a say. So the people that think that I'm the biggest kook in the sport of Supercross, they hear me on World Supercross. They're like, fuck.
Yeah.
I can't get it. I don't want to listen to this dipshit.
Yeah, I chose not to listen to his show.
Yeah.
I don't like him for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when it's on the commentary,
they can't.
Too bad. And then I can't go to people.
Yeah.
Whenever people want to carry on about this, I'm like, hey, man, just don't listen. I'll give you your money back. It was free.
I know what you mean. And I go back to the point where I'm like, I guess people don't get sick of hearing the people they like because they're choosing to listen to this guy's radio show for hours a day. But you're right. On the commentary part, they're choosing to watch the race. They're not choosing the commentator. And I say all the time, no one has ever bought a ticket or watched the show because of the announcer. I get way more compliments than complaints, but nobody is watching Anaheim this weekend.
For you.
No. Whether I was on the show or not will not add one or take away one person for the amount of people that are watching.
Yep.
So you're right. You're just along for the ride, man.
Yeah, but it can add so much.
Sure.
Like there's so many times where you have added so much to a broadcast.
I appreciate
for
it.
Me,
Yeah.
you know, and same with James and same with Ricky. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of the people that just doesn't really have a problem with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like it can add so much value to the point where it's not like I'm watching for you, but I'm very glad that you're there on the times that you are, you know?
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. And I will say this, the things we just said about how tough it can be and all that, those are not reasons to suck at your job.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
that would be like saying, hey man, he's a terrible quarterback, but
it's hard, dude.
Defense is really good.
It's
like
a hard job.
Your job is to overcome that defense. Your job is to still time it right, as difficult as it is. Your job is to have an IV and still show up on Saturday and get the job done. So I do always separate. I never like the, they just complain about everything all the time thing. Because I'm like, no, you have to hold yourself accountable to, sometimes you just suck and they tell you suck and that's just because you suck, not because people are haters or people are mean. And I used to make this joke all the time. I'm like, usually I don't really see that many people coming at me. So it almost seems like if you just give the people what they want, they don't complain.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's, I would say, I don't know whether I had this philosophy when we last did this, but that's my new philosophy in all of this is the whole, like I saw Jet go through this and then I'd see Hayden go through this where they're like, yeah, I've never seen a hater doing better than me, bro. And it's like, okay, well, there is a problem with that because even if this dude jerks off 5 times a day, lives in his mum's basement, stinks, and hasn't had a haircut in 5 years, if he's right, objectively, he's right.
It doesn't matter what his lifestyle is.
It might be worth listening.
Yes.
Or if he's just a super good dude that is a fucking janitor at a college, like a community college, doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to him because he doesn't fly on a private jet. And if we can get out of that thinking, then you can actually be better and do better.
Well, because you can hold yourself accountable. Yeah. No, I think you did have that one last time. The assumption that like the only reason they're saying bad stuff is what does it say about them? Or they must be angry at the world. And it's like, that could be true. But it also could be true that you're not being cool. And this brilliant, successful guy who's got a great family and isn't in his mom's basement and isn't depressed and isn't angry at the world is just saying, dude, you're acting like a jerk. And that's why I said you acted like a jerk. Sometimes they're actually right. They're not just haters. They're just telling you what you need to hear. But it has become the easiest defense mechanism ever.
Yeah, haters.
Haters. The only time I get, this is the last rail that makes it even more difficult, and I cannot believe we're starting this show with the talking about the complaints, because it's really not where I want. It's not something that consumes me, because for the most part, I don't get it. I don't get that hate from people, from the haters. But the hardest part is, even when you get all that right, your knowledge was correct, your timing was correct, you seem like a likable person. On the race, you have to talk about every rider, and to have every fan feel like you addressed each rider positively or negatively the way they feel, and that you weren't biased, and you're not a guy that loves this rider too much or not enough. So as an example, the Vegas finale with Deegan, it is not my job really to have an opinion. That's for the other guys. So I go out of my way to point out what he's doing. I'm going to give you all the facts. He just cut Shimoda off. He just stopped again. He just ran into him again. But I'm not the judge and jury. I'm not going to say the words, this is too much, or he needs to be banned,
Get him off
or
the
he's
track.
a jerk. That's not my job. But I did get people coming at me saying, that I was too protective of him, or why do you like Hayden so much? Why didn't you come down on him? I'm like, that's your opinion. It's not my job to have one. So what I'm saying is, even when you get all the other difficult things right, when you're talking about 22 riders, the chances that every fan is going to feel like the way you described the guy they hate or like, the way they feel about him, is basically impossible. So even when you get all the other stuff right, you're still going to have people say, you clearly like Sexton too much or not enough, or you like Webb too much or not enough. That one's impossible to overcome. It's impossible. Yeah. When you have just Cooper Webb here, you're only talking about Cooper Webb. So that's easy enough. But how are you going to talk about Savacci and Anderson battling and praise and criticize both in a matter that everybody feels was fair?
And I got there were some people that were like, "Oh, you just glazed Anderson."
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And I'm like, "Well, he fucking won the world championship,
yeah, dude.
Like, didn't he win the race?
I know.
I don't know.
I know.
If he wins the race, and I'm just objectively calling it how I see it, does that make me a glazer?
It feels like you're accurate, I would think.
Funny. Well, look, Jason Weigandt is here. We're about to lock in.
Yeah, man.
You need some hydration?
Yeah, I'm down. I even
flavors.
have Gypsy juice at my house.
I was very stoked when you sent me that, actually.
Yeah.
You posted it, I think, and I was like, thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
That's quite nice.
Yeah, they backed a couple things we did last year at Racer X, and then they sent me a few boxes, and then I'm always trying to get this is the battle I have at home. I try to get my kid, who plays a bunch of sports. I'm like, I should have some hydration.
Yeah.
My wife is afraid of everything on earth.
Yeah.
So I think she thinks unless you're drinking out of like an actual Poland Spring, not Poland Spring the brand, but a spring in Poland, it might not be pure enough.
Yeah. Can you install a geyser in our backyard?
Can we do that?
Crystal geyser.
Tap in. So in the end, I'm like, well, I got a whole lot of this now.
Perfect.
So did you give me water here? What do we do?
So that's just water.
So I'm going to tune it up.
And then you can pick whatever flavor you would like.
That's Gypsy juice?
Yeah.
That's all I ever have. So what else we got here?
So you got cherry lime.
Lemon lime.
I'm going
to go with lemon lime. Right.
And then orange mango.
No problem.
So, but look, half,
yes, sir.
Half, because a full one will be too strong.
Even in a bottle that big?
Yeah.
I've probably been doing it wrong.
Yeah, well, look, it's just a lot. And the problem is we can't sell them half as big, because then people will be like, well, I'm not getting any value for money. So like there's a balance of like the product itself. But yeah, look, half is going to get you through on that. I drink like one a day. So I'll have one over the course of the day.
So what do you do in the interim when you have half a bag left? What do you do?
Just close it up.
Yeah, you reuse though.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
Bro.
Yeah, I got them sitting on the counter all the time. And then my wife is like, what is this?
Yeah.
Not Poland Spring.
You know what I do? I do I've got one of those magnetic strips for your knives.
Okay.
You know those things? And it's like on
It's more SOTA fuel. What's wrong with that, man?
I was just saying. I just want you to have the right experience.
Dude, I'm living on East Coast time on the West Coast. I need all I can get.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
Makes me feel good. All right.
Um,
Sorry about your counter here.
It's fine, mate.
Yeah.
You're the guest. You basically run this shit today. I'm just going to adjust my camera real quick while
Yeah.
you take your first sip of that.
You got to get it right. Got to get the angle right.
Well, because we changed chairs,
Yep.
a bit of a fucking control freak.
Yeah, man. I used to make fun of you for it, but look, it's paid off handsomely. So, joke's
Yeah,
on me.
You really did, eh? You really
Yeah, we have
did.
talked about that. I think we probably did in the last show, but 2019 Aussex Open, I'm like, why do you freaking care so much? It's
Yeah.
just video. This is a podcast. No one watches it on video. Things have changed.
250 million views later,
Yeah,
brother.
2019. Hey, and that's, we have to talk about all that. Visionaries. I respect it more than anything. Yeah.
Appreciate
the world
it.
changes.
Mm.
You have to adapt.
Mm.
And you were early on the video thing.
Mm.
Good for you.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
wild. But it was what I did before. It was like the unfair advantage.
No, you were a video guy.
Yeah.
You were a video guy.
Yeah.
But somewhere along the way in my life, I decided to never be the things used to be better guy. And now I've gotten old enough where I should probably be in my prime of that. Like, music was better in the 80s and 90s when I was a kid or whatever. I should be in my prime of that. And I've decided, like, if everybody else is going to do that, and most people do, it should give me an unfair advantage in life to not be that guy that's stuck in the past.
Yeah.
So I've become somewhat obsessed with reading books and hearing stories about people who know that the world is always going to change. And look, as much as we think the past is awesome, you look at BlockBuster Video and Netflix. When you think of BlockBuster, can you have less respect for an organization? Is it possible to respect an organization less than these dudes who had $1 billion head start and blew it? And every one of the brands that does that, that is embarrassing, man. So I'm like, never be on that side.
Mm-hmm.
So you decided you were ahead of the game. I'm like, he's spending all this money on cameras, and he's so obsessed with the lighting and making sure this is focused, and no one even watches podcasts on video. 2 years later, everybody did. And I know you were already a video guy, but good for you. You saw a need. So I've tried to put it all in the past, man. I'm never going to be, it used to be better when it was just magazines or regular television. It's cool being able to watch stuff on your phone. Embrace it.
Yeah, and there's so much. I mean, dude, I could talk for a month about this, but like,
Yes.
I mean, how many views has our Tiger Woods reel got? Just like, we did one reel that got like 12 million views.
Yeah.
500, 600,000
Yeah.
likes, like hundreds of thousands of accounts that saw us.
Mhm.
You know,
Amazing.
it's just not even about, like, it's just about so much more. Like, there's just an entire landscape
Yes.
that you've got to service. And
Yeah.
that was what I knew very early on.
And I respect it. Yeah.
And there's algorithms and there's so much
Yes.
at play. And then, you know, it's funny. Like, I wrote, I basically just took 5 months off.
Okay.
And so I was writing, I was going to make a big video talking about
Yeah.
the whole thing, right?
Okay.
And why and blah, 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 blah. So then I started writing a lot out. And I don't think people understand how hard it is. So I've got 3 full-time employees, myself. I got a wife that doesn't work because she can't because of the whole visa thing that we've got going on. So there's 5 whole people that I'm taking care of one business in dirt bikes.
Yeah. Good luck.
You know, so it's
Tiny.
like, it's a whole, like, it's so hard to pull this shit off to the level that we do. And it's like, you've got to grind like a motherfucker to make it happen. And people just, they shouldn't know. The idea is not to let people know. And I've never been the kind of guy that, like, I never wanted to, like, glorify the struggle or be like the hustle culture guy, because that's a whole thing. Like, I watch so many creators that their whole identity became how hard it was of a struggle for them to get there. Like, it became their, like the Gary Vaynerchuk, like,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
That's-
He has great life advice, that guy. But yes,
at times,
it becomes him.
his whole identity.
It's especially sensitive here because, like, dude, what did I say before? No one's going to the race or watching because of the announcer. Also, the heroes, they are the riders. Nothing that you and I are ever going to do compares to, you
Jet
could be Joe
Lawrence,
Shimoda
perfect
in the
season.
Whoops
Yeah.
a month ago, the risk that Shimoda takes on a daily basis, and it bit him, you're just like, never compare yourself to that.
No.
Never.
No.
Never. These guys get Epstein-Barr, almost every one of them at some point.
Yeah.
Do not compare yourself to that.
One dude made the whole season.
Yeah. Do not compare yourself to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just, I always wanted it just to look the same, and like the lengths that I've gone to make sure that the fucking background and the lighting and everything just always looks the same.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's borderline retarded.
It's at least OCD.
In a way.
It's not borderline.
But it's like, you know, so there's so much that
Yeah.
goes into making all of it
Right.
happen, you know.
So that's why I was glad when you're like, oh, you're going to be in California. Yes, let's do it. But to the point you just made, I don't even know how many people realize that like Racer X is 80% of my time. That is my full time. Almost knocked over my Gypsy juice. And it's not too strong. This is a great ratio, by the way.
Perfect.
So
All
we're
right.
good.
All right. Maybe I'm a pussy.
That's still, yeah, come on, man. You don't like your drink strong enough. Yeah.
Yeah, well, so
That's my time, my schedule. Everything's really based around that. I don't even know how many people know that because, to your point, we never talk about it. We do not ever talk about who works there, who does what, why we do what we do, because we've always felt like it's about the racers and what happened in the race. It's got nothing to do with what we do. But I've learned so much, and you've learned so much. It's probably a topic people want to hear about.
Yeah, and, you know, people, there's definitely, again, when you're talking about millions of people,
Yeah.
it's like if 10% of the audience cares, like that's bigger than most
That's true.
audiences.
Yes.
You know, so there is there is a value in it. And I got a message from a guy. He'll know. He's definitely listened to this. And he'll know when I say this story. But it was kind of like a thing where I was like, oh, maybe it is cool to talk a little bit about this stuff. So he's been listening to the pod since 2018. So this is, I think, the 8th year that I've been doing the show.
Okay.
And he sent me a message the other day because he's like, dude, where have you been? Where are the pods? Is everything okay? Like, because I just ghosted. I was like,
I'm going to have to ask you why. Yeah.
There's a lot. There's a few reasons that steamrolled, and then I was like, you know what? Fuck it.
Okay.
But so he's like, are you all good? Is everything okay? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, man. I sort of told him the deal, and he was like, dude, fucking glad that everything's all right. And he's like, man, he ended up sending me like a selfie video, and he was like walking around his garage. Like, he's got this big shop, and he was like, man, I just want to tell you that, like, I just appreciate you so much. In 2018, I was seeing, maybe he was like, his chick was his girlfriend, but he hadn't proposed. He wasn't married. He just wasn't killing it. He wasn't like being a good version of himself. And then he's like,
was he hating on people in the comments, taking out his frustrations? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I don't know.
Maybe he was.
But so he ends up being like, I was in a pretty shitty place, blah, blah, blah. And I started listening to the show and your story and other people's story, and it just changed my mindset and it changed the way I'm thinking. And he's like,
wow.
He's like, dude, he's like, this is now my house. We're in my shop. I'm married now. I'm like a fucking awesome husband. He's like, look, I'm not trying to be flexing. I'm not trying to say that I'm balling, but he's like, for me, for where I was in 2018, I'm a fucking king right now. He's like, and I'm so grateful for my life. And it was really, really cool. And this is a guy, like, I'll talk to him all the time. He'll message all the time.
Yeah.
We've never actually met in person. But he's just one of those guys. He's in the primary inbox in the Instagram.
Yeah.
And when he comes up, I reply. And it was just really cool to see that, you know, I'm sure there was like a lot of other things in his life that like had that effect. But for him to say that, and he's like, I'm worried about you, bro. Like, where are you?
This is why, like I said, you really can't be like, man, maybe I'm doing too much and I'm becoming overexposed, because there are those people that are like, dude, if you make 12 hours, I'll listen to 12. And if you make 14 hours, I'll listen to 14.
Yeah.
He's never going to have too much.
Yeah.
Now, what the hell were you doing?
So I'll try and give the condensed version.
Is some of this just visa related? That's what I assumed.
Yeah. So
But that wasn't all of it?
No. So
Okay.
my visa ran out
Yeah.
in July. But I had this visa where, and I actually didn't know. So
Yeah.
I kind of got fucked a little bit by my lawyer, who just left out a very crucial detail. So I was under the assumption that July I had to leave the US.
Okay.
And Anna had to leave the US.
Yeah.
So then we're like, we haven't had a honeymoon. We haven't had any holidays. Let's go to South Korea. We'll go to Bali for my birthday, and then we'll go back to Australia.
Okay.
And then my plan was, I'll just do pods. I was hoping that my new visa would arrive in like August sometime. So I was like, even if I don't do anything for like a month, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
You know, I'll take a month off.
We expected to see you at the podcast mashup for the playoff races in September.
Which I just...
We were totally expecting you to be there in September.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I had to email everyone and be like, yeah, I'm not coming. So then Anna leaves to go to South Korea because her mum's in Russia. That's a whole thing. She never gets to see her mum. We were going to meet her mum there. I end up talking to my lawyer, sending him an email. I'm like, I always just keep him up to date with my travels. I'm just like, this is what I'm doing, blah, 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 making sure everything's above board. I just don't want to fuck with this anymore. So then I send him an email and I was like, Anna's flown to Korea. I'm going on this day. And he's like, what are you leaving for? You don't have to leave. And I'm like, please explain why I don't have to leave. And he's like, you've got this, and this, which means that, so he's like, your visa expired, but now you just can't come back in, but you can stay for as long as you're valid doing the work that your visa said that you could do.
Okay.
But then Anna's already left.
Yeah.
So now she can't come back. And then I was like, fuck, all right. And then he tells me, look, also bad news, you're probably not going to get your visa till at least December. So now my wife's left the country. I'm here by myself. It just became this whole thing.
Oh, and you already done this.
Yes.
I know that first year or whatever where you didn't even see each other in person.
Yeah.
And you're like, I cannot believe we're back.
Literally.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, I think I'm just going to have to go. So we've been trying to have a kid for like 3 years and we haven't been able to.
That's not going to help.
No. So we'll go back to Australia because of free healthcare, all of that shit. So we're like, we'll go home, we'll try and have a kid.
Yep.
So then I was like, all right, if I've got to be in Australia, I'll start doing shows, I'll figure it out. Remember the warehouse burned down?
Oh, yeah.
Where the fuck am I going to do it?
Oh, yeah.
So I lost $300,000 in that fire.
That's the kind of stuff you had in there?
Yes. So the building was insured.
Okay.
None of my stuff
Like what kind of stuff?
I had a full studio.
Dude.
Like
Yeah.
thousands and thousands of dollars of cameras, lenses,
I told you not to care. I told you.
You told me not
I told
to do
you
it,
just
yeah.
put a freaking tape
GoPro,
recorder on the
GoPro.
desk and a GoPro and we're good.
So then that becomes a thing. The warehouse was still not built, like rebuilt.
Yeah.
And then we got in there and it was back to zero basically, which means I'd have to get all the equipment. And I was like, I just don't know that I can do this.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Then we started going through the IVF stuff. Anna got super sick with the IVF stuff. And then I basically just got full-blown depression for my visa situation. And I was like, you know what? Visa, IVF, all this shit, can't do the pod. I was like, I swear to God, ask Wes how serious I was. I was like, if this visa doesn't happen, I'm quitting the podcast.
Come on.
I'm done. Like, I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing the back and forth.
Yeah.
I've got a good team. We've got great skills. I'll figure out a way to make money. I don't need
Doing
this.
something else.
Yeah. I was like, I don't need this.
Wow, man.
I'll be completely... I was like fully at peace. And like, dude, all the stuff that's going on politically and like...
Yeah.
So I was like, I'll be done. I'm fine with it. It was good. It was
Yeah,
great.
but Tomac and Sexton switch teams, man. Come on. Come on, man.
Who's going to do a 2026?
We need shows. Yeah.
So then I just basically, I went on a sick ride. Yeah, I was just like, you know what? I'm just not going to do shows. And I worked out, I've released one show roughly every 5 days since 2018. That's been the work rate since then.
Dang.
It's crazy.
That's an hour a day if you're doing 4 to 5 hour shows and you're doing one.
Yeah. So I basically got to the point I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to take a break.
Okay.
I deleted all the social media off my phone.
Whoa.
Which actually is still not on my phone. Best decision I've made in a very long time.
Okay.
Deleted all my social media. Thankfully, I've got a great team of boys that they kept the clips and it took a long time for people to realize. Like we did the SMX wrap up. We did a couple little things.
Yeah,
until I was like,
Yeah.
I'm fucking over it.
Yeah.
And then I got the news about that I did get my visa.
Yeah.
Which was like massive.
Yep.
And it kind of like rebirthed my spirit in
Okay.
a sense. I was fucking so dim, bro.
Well, that is a lot.
I was in a bad place.
That is a lot.
And then we did 100 hours with Jack Miller. So we shot that at Phillip Island.
Yep.
We flew to Japan and shot 100 hours with Joe Shimoda.
When he did that award
No,
thing?
before that.
He went to Japan?
Yeah,
Before
he was there
that?
for a month. We spent
So the whole time.
Yeah, we spent
wow.
a whole 10 days with Joe in Japan.
Dang, bro.
Fucking out of control. We had so much fun. So we shot that. That comes out. There's actually going to be a premiere. Are you going to be? You'll be here before A2?
Yeah.
Do you want to come to the premiere?
What day are we talking about?
Friday night.
Yeah. I can do
At
it.
the Rivian Theatre. Tickets are on sale now on our website if you're watching this.
I mean, we'll be rehearsing at the stadium till 5:30 or so, and
Perfect.
Yeah.
It'll probably start about 6:37.
okay.
So we did that. Did a bike build video. So I started doing some shit.
Yeah.
But I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to drop a Cooper Webb podcast Saturday of A1, Jason Weigandt straight after that. And then we're back. So anyway.
I see. You're not having the Where Was I pod.
This is the Where Was I pod.
Yeah.
I'm just going to give people the...
Right.
And I was going to make a video and I was going to clickbait it and be like, why I quit the podcast and all
Yeah.
this shit.
Yep.
And then I wrote a big script and I wrote, and then I was just like, fuck it. Because...
I'm honestly, I think you made the right move. I'm honest. This is going to sound harsh. I'm glad you didn't do it.
Why is
As
that?
sucky as it is, because it goes back to what I said. Maybe we shouldn't obsess over this, but someone's going to be like, bro, who cares, man?
Yeah, true.
You are making yourself too important. Now you have legit, those are pretty, IBF, fire, visa, can't see your wife. Those are pretty legitimate sob stories. But I just feel like for whatever reason, it brings out, you will have your guy who will DM you. You will have them that are like, man, that's unbelievable. I got your back. But it would definitely, I don't know why, but some people will be like, dude, you're making it about you. It's so hard. That's why I like coming on this show, because even though I do a show called The Weed Show, which is literally my face,
Yeah, you don't talk about yourself at all.
I try not to talk about myself. You can ask me questions about me, and I can ask you questions about you.
But the moment you do about yourself.
Yeah, it seems wrong to do it on your own show.
And you know what's funny too? There's a part of me, and when I started this, I was 30, and I was sort of just growing up a bit, and I kind of was turning into a bit of an adult, right as I started this. I didn't really have any responsibilities. I just had the whole US thing blow up, and so it was it kind of came at a good time in my life. But dude, I had fucking 200 followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
I'd never been in front of a camera. I never planned for it to be like this. You kind of, it's the byproduct of it doing well, but you don't know that that's going to happen. You don't know how you're going to react. You don't know what your ego is going to do. There's so many unknowns.
Yeah.
And then, but yeah, there was also a big part of it where, so my point in saying that is I'm the guy that's my ego's not in it. I'm not doing it for validation. I'm not doing it because I love attention.
Good.
But motherfucker, you just posted a podcast every 5 days for 8 years. So it's how do you even test this theory? So then I was like, I'm going to test this theory.
Okay.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying nothing.
Yep.
I'm telling the people that ask, and, and I'm going to just see what life's like.
Mhm.
And it wasn't until Marvel Supercross for OzX where I went to Supercross and I was like, oh, fuck, yeah, that's right. That's this is a whole thing.
Yeah.
And it was nice to go without. It was nice to not post. It was nice to not, it was just, it was as nice as I would say to people it would be to take some time away.
Yeah.
And I know people that need the attention and need the validation and need to post 20 tweets a day and need to Instagram story every fucking thing that they do. And they would say that I'm doing it for them, but they're really doing it because they just like constant attention. And it's it was just nice to be able to test the theory of I'm not doing it for...
You're saying it didn't bother you to not be getting attention
Not one
for
bit.
months.
Loved it.
You are doing it because you think these are good stories and good content, and you will pat yourself on the back when you feel you had a good show.
Yeah.
Not because you got more popular, right?
And me and Griff were talking about this the other day. So we did did you see our top 5 with James Stewart thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah.
That's his idea.
Okay. So that keeps it going.
Literally, that's his idea, right?
Okay.
So Griff, I was like, what do you want to do? You got any give me something.
Yep.
Throws that out there.
Nice.
Fucking we do it. It's all him, bang, they post it. I didn't look at it for 3 days or something. And I look and it's got 50,000 likes, a million views.
Yeah.
And so that's what it is. That's what I love the most about this is I go, this would slap. And then you make it and then you cook and it's just us, the boys.
Yeah.
And we're like, fuck yeah, this is sick. Post it. And then it hits. That's what's cool is it's a project. The 100 hours with Cole Davies. I've had that in my head for years.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the access, the timing, like things didn't line up. But I'm like, this will fucking go hard.
Yes.
And then you get in the lab and you cook it up and then you drop it and it works. And like, that's a great feeling. And it's a project. Like it's a job that you can sink your teeth into. You can go hard and it can work. And then
the
you
content is what made you happy.
Yes.
Not showing the world that Cole Davies is comfortable enough with you and you're cool enough to hang out with him for 100 hours.
That's like a fully subsidiary, you know what I mean? It's and I think the people that are successful in life are the people that their fame is a byproduct, their money is a byproduct. You look at, all right, let's talk about Jet Lawrence.
Yeah.
He has millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Not because he tried to get millions and millions,
Right.
not because he tried to get famous, because he was the fucking best dirt bike rider ever. And society rewarded him in terms of his value. And it's the same with what I do. It's the same with what you do. And when you can look at the things that you do in life as what value can you provide to society, you will get rewarded based off the value that you provide to people.
Well, there's about a million directions I can go with this. I'm glad you mentioned that quickly because, yes, Jet Lawrence can make millions of dollars, but other athletes can make even more. That's not because Jet Lawrence is getting screwed. It's because society...
Yeah, they don't value it the same way.
They just watch more football, so the football player gets paid more.
Yeah.
So I just want to get that clear. The other thing is, yes, anyone who's making a ton of money doing... The guys that do TV shows, and you're like, what's the difference between having 200 million and 250? Why does it even matter? Because they're not doing it for the bank account anymore. They like doing the show. Mm-hmm. They pat themselves on the back again because the content was good, the show was good, the story they get out of the person was good. They want to do that. The money just comes with it. Look, if someone's going to pay you $10 million, you're going to take the $10 million. Oh,
and it's definitely about the money.
Yeah.
To a point.
Yeah.
But
it has to be.
But also like you're sitting on a $900 chair.
Now I feel bad about that, actually. Why didn't you tell me that? I wouldn't even have come here.
But it's like, so it's not about the money if I'm going to spend $900 on a fucking chair. I heard these are the best chairs that somebody can sit in
not the same.
for a long-ass period of time. I'm like, fuck, bang, that makes my product better. Let's go.
My desk is 2 IKEA cubes that I bought, not at IKEA, but on Craigslist, because I don't want to buy them new. And then I put a piece of plywood over the top, and that's been my desk for 8 years.
But my whole house furnished off Marketplace.
Oh, there we go.
You know?
Okay. But you're saying this is work related.
Exactly. I'm like, it's a project.
The content.
Yes.
You want your content to rule.
Yes.
And the money will come and go. Yeah. And I think all the riders, do they want to make money? Yes. Do they try to make money? Yes. But I don't think the money is, you would never do it. Again, we talk about Shimoda going down on the whoops and breaking his neck. There is no amount of money that would justify that.
No.
But Joe Shimoda is a competitor. Mm-hmm. So your content is your thing that you wear proudly. You know, Shimoda winning races is what he wears proudly.
Yeah, and it's like it's the way that I view life in general.
Yeah.
You're born and you die.
Okay.
And what do you do in between? Mm-hmm. It's just a project. Your life is a project. It's the project of your life, and then you have a work, and you have relationships, and then you have children, and everything that you do is like it's work. Everything.
Yeah, that's 100% the way I feel.
Your whole life is work,
right?
And it's another word for that is it's a project. You know, and so it's like you can just do things for things' sake. And
yes.
I've always looked at my life like this. It's just a project. And there's a balance that you have to keep between like striving too hard for a certain outcome because everybody's starting point in life is so different. Like,
hey, what do the riders always say? They're trying to perform their best, not aim for a specific result. right?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
You have to sometimes take the result out because it's too black and white.
Well, and it's just like, it's not
It's not fair because you're saying, okay, your starting point in life is different.
100%.
Or somebody takes you out, which was out of your control.
Yes.
You can't say tonight, if I don't get on the podium, I cannot be happy no matter what.
Yeah.
Because there are extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, you're just born into this chaotic universe
Yeah.
that is constantly throwing shit at you.
Yeah.
And you've just got to react. But one of the things that I guess I just take like solace in my life is just doing my best at the things that I can do my best at. And it's like, and that's it. And it's like, I'm never going to be Joe Rogan. I'm never going to be,
Yeah.
you're never going to fucking call a Super Bowl.
Nope.
If that's,
I don't get that paycheck either.
Yeah,
it just is what it is.
and that would
Yeah.
be that would be you attaching yourself to a goal. Like if you wanted in your heart of hearts to call the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
and it ruined your day-to-day experience because you haven't called a Super Bowl yet, like you're doing this wrong. But it's
Yeah.
like everyone's got their start in life, everyone's kind of got a relative ceiling that they can get to, and it's like, just you get to that. You just do your best to get to that every day. Like whatever your best is from the starting point that you got in life, want the right things, work hard towards the right things, and you can just live a fucking happy, good life.
How many riders have you heard say pretty much that in their own words? Every single one of them? Every single one.
Well, the ones that have had success in their life, I think.
Yes.
You know?
It is never, people are going to complain. We will have a press conference on Friday here, and people will complain that the riders did not talk trash or make bold proclamations, but they won't because they try to live their life like that.
Yeah.
No one will say Anaheim 1 is win or bust
Yeah.
because of what you just said.
Yeah.
You can't control enough to put yourself and your back against the wall to that degree. You're just asking to be disappointed in yourself.
And if you don't say that, you just haven't learned it yet.
Yeah.
Like
That's probably true.
life hasn't humbled you yet,
Yes.
if that makes sense.
Chet Lawrence isn't even racing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's only it's terrible. But is it not the example of like, man, it's just not even in your control sometimes?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you have to just, okay, I will admit when I was thinking I would never do Supercross TV ever, that one I probably would have taken to the grave with me. That would have been a goal. And then I had other goals. I'm like, if that's not going to happen, then I got to do NASCAR or something bigger. I have to prove something to myself.
Yeah. And the other people.
And the haters, man. But yeah, now I checked enough boxes where I'm past that now. Now none of that stuff bothers me. For me, I always say when people are like, I can't believe you do so much, and there's me making it about myself and making myself sound awesome.
No, come on, that's what you're here for. You're an invited guest. You're a distinguished guest.
I always say, I'm like, I don't feel like I have a choice. I feel like everything I'm doing is what I have to do. I'm not doing any of it because I asked to. Like this week, I probably have 5 different gigs. Somebody called and said, could you do this? So that's why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I didn't call anybody and say, hey, man, I want to do this for you. I feel like everything I'm doing is somebody asked.
Yeah.
And I said yes. And now I have an obligation. They're probably going to pay me money. So I better do the best possible job.
Yeah.
None of it's volunteer. Like I have to do all of it.
Yeah.
So that's really the solution.
Yeah. And when you said like, oh, it's not about the money, it becomes more about the money. And this is probably what it does for the riders as well. And the bigger you get, so like I pay for this building every month.
Yeah.
I pay for my house every month. I pay wages every month.
Yeah.
As things scale, like we're probably to the point where we need more people. For us to do more, we need more people.
Yeah.
And then you get a sponsor like Monster Energy that comes on, and then they start paying you. And then the expectation goes up more.
Have to. It becomes I have to.
I have to.
I have to.
I have to
yes,
do
it becomes
all of,
I have to. Yes.
all of this shit. So it's like, yes, it is about the money at a certain level. Jet Lawrence and Hunter Lawrence have the dog pound. They have practice bike mechanics.
Yeah.
They pay for their parents. They do, like, you have to perform at a certain level.
They do.
Until you can be like the fuck you money guy. But it's like, I'm not there yet. I might not ever get there, you know?
I don't know how much that amount of money really affects any of these people, though. I don't think that How many times have you heard when the riders get to around 27-ish, they start getting over it, start getting burned out, they start getting pulled. And that's when you start hearing people say, he's got enough money in the bank. What does he care? A couple guys retired at that age. When I mean a couple, I mean literally like 3 of them.
Yeah.
Carmichael, Villapoto, and I talked about this last time on the show. Carmichael, Villapoto, and Dunge did. Everybody else almost did but didn't. Kept going. And now they're going way beyond the time when they had enough money in the bank. Why? Yeah. Because they eventually realized I wasn't doing it to get $8 million in the bank.
Yeah.
This is what I like to do. And Eli Tomac likes to make more money for sure, but he still is chasing that rabbit. His goal is to still, whether I was 22 or 32, I want to win effing races. That's why I'm doing it. The money is a byproduct. So, yeah, I don't know if they ever, I think by the time they get to the I have FU money, they've now realized that's not their motivator.
Yeah.
And they keep going well past that.
Well, I mean, and I've got some friends that I know that have fucking more money than they'll ever know what to do with, more money than I'll ever see in my life.
And what do they do with their time?
Dude, they're fucking trying to figure it out.
Are they sitting there watching TV 12 hours a day?
No, they're like, want to do shit.
Exactly.
They're like, I don't even know what to do. Like, because life is long, bro.
Yeah, I think they've all come to that point. Right.
Yeah.
So it's not even about, does he want to make money? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But he's long since the point where he has to make more money to support his family.
Yeah.
He just likes doing it.
He likes his project.
Yeah. Why would Steven Spielberg continue to make movies?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense at all if you think, oh, you just get to the FU money part of your life and you're good.
Yeah.
He wants to make good movies. Now, he's not going to do it for free.
Yeah.
If he's worth $20 million, he wants another $20 million. But he's not doing it because he needs another $20 million.
Oh, and you can do more when you get more.
Yeah.
So like the more, and that's like the more money we've made, the more money I've spent. Like I get it, and I'm like, bang, that.
Because you can make the next
because
content
I can make
better.
the next thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Going to Japan with 3 people for 10 days.
Oh my gosh.
To make a video with Joe Shimoda.
Yeah.
Ain't cheap.
I don't know how Motocross has the money to support what you're doing.
It doesn't.
It doesn't, man.
YouTube fucking sure helps, you know?
Yeah, it's tough.
But it's like that's why the grind, you know? This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Brunt Workwear, and I have got the brand new Marin boot here to show you guys right now. Over the last couple of years, I just wanted to get rid of doing the sneaker thing. They're not waterproof. They got super dirty, and I would end up with track shoes. I wanted to be able to rock some boots. I just made a lot more sense to wear boots. So I've switched to wearing boots, and now I've switched to wearing these Brunt boots. There's a super short break-in period, and they're lightweight, they're waterproof, they're slip and oil resistant, they're heat resistant, and they're electrical hazard rated. A lot of you guys that listen to this podcast, you're on job sites, you run a machinery, and you actually really need and test all of these features every single day. So now you can finally have durable work boots that are as comfortable out of the box as your sneakers, and over 500,000 customers agree. Brunt didn't just make a durable work boot, they've reinvented comfort for the hardest workers out there. For a limited time only, our listeners get $10 off at Brunt by using the code GypsyGang at checkout. Just head to bruntworkwear.com and use the code GypsyGang and you are all set. And even better, Brunt will let you try this work boot risk-free on the job site. After you purchase, they're going to ask you where you heard about them. So please support our show by telling them that the Gypsy Gang sent you. Do you want to...
What are we doing here?
Do you want to agree? Do you want to rate my top 5 and then we're going to fully switch gears?
Okay.
Let's go.
So we're going to hear your top 5 Anaheims.
Yeah. Each year, it seems to get more and more unpredictable. It's the season opener. Here are my top 5 Anaheim 1 moments. Coming in at number 5, 2007. This is Ricky Carmichael, the GOAT's last A1, and it is a heavyweight showdown between Chad Reed, James Stewart, and Ricky Carmichael. Chad came into this one a little bit injured. Broken shoulder. Left Ricky and James out front. James took the early lead. He goes down. Ricky Carmichael takes the lead. James Stewart mounts an epic comeback.
That's
Look at
rough,
that.
dude. I just
Look
watched
at
this
that.
one.
Number 4 on this list was an instant classic in 2023.
Double
Gang
crash.
Tops. Eli Tomac and Justin Barsha find themselves out front. Barsha gets a little bit squirrely. He crashes. He's out of the mix. That leaves Tomac out front by himself. He throws it away over under, giving the lead to Malcolm Stewart. Chase Sexton chases him down. He takes the lead. Eli Tomac runs it up the inside of Sexton and starts running away for the lead. Meanwhile, Malcolm goes absolutely
so bad, dude.
So bad.
So bad.
A1
That's the loudest I ever heard Anaheim.
Yeah.
This Tomac winning. That's the loudest I've heard it.
Number 2 on our list.
I missed that
was
show.
The craziness of A1 2014. We thought this one was going to be a snooze fest. Villapoto gets a massive hole shot, and we're like, oh, that's it. The champ's done. It's over. RV tips over, gives the lead to Kenny. And then James Stewart gives us one of the most spectacular crashes you have ever seen in the whoops. Ken Roxon picks up his first A1 and first 450 Supercross win. Number 2 on our list. This one was wild.
James, can you tell us what happened?
I crashed.
2009. We see a seismic shift.
It's not number 1.
Chad Reed,
Nah, not
Tough to
number one.
beat.
on the Suzuki. James Stewart rocking that number 7 on the Yamaha for the first time, and the boys.
What do you reckon's number 1?
Out front, chaos.
It better be the one I'm thinking. I'm going to be very disappointed because it's either number 1 or not on the list.
This is what I love about this concept.
It's either number 1 or not on the list. I mean, this is spectacular.
This was wild.
Yes. If it's not the one I'm thinking, then I'm going to be very disappointed that this isn't number 1.
I tell you, that's what I love about this.
Tough block cover in his rear wheel. Almost cartwheels as that thing gets jammed in there.
How did he win that race, bro?
That's JTR. They're going to win a lot. There were a lot of wins were coming.
Yeah, right.
So many wins.
Was one of the best races that I've ever seen live, and that was 2013.
I'll give this to you.
An informed
What were you thinking?
My favorite isn't on the list, but this is magical. This is as magical as the night gets.
This was
2013,
wild.
yes.
This was so good, dude.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that it was these two, that's what made it.
Yeah. And this was the night that Sealy and Ando had
last
their
lap.
crazy last lap
Dang,
battle too,
bro.
wasn't it? Or was it the year before or after? After, okay.
A1 is just around the corner. Could 2026 top this list next year? Anaheim won.
What were you thinking?
Those are epic.
What did
They're
we
all great
miss?
choices. But you're too young, man. Anaheim won 2005, was an epic mud race, and the racing sucked because of the mud. But I will say this forever. We're going to be pumped in Anaheim this year. You will never have the feeling of James Stewart and Ricky Carmichael are going to race each other for the first time ever.
Yeah.
That Deegs and Jet, that's good. But as I've explained over and over, the Fox video where they had Pastrana, Carmichael, and Stewart in a motorhome in the Terra Firma, I asked them when they shot that. They said it was shot in 1993. And I'm like, you guys realize you didn't race for 12 years. We had 12 years of anticipation. 12 years. Jet and Deegs, we've had 3. There will never be, to me, anything like that. More than a decade of what will it be like when these two race each other. Everything else is awesome, but I don't think you can top that. And the fact that the race is a mutter, that's either makes it more spectacular or less. I don't know, but it's got to be in there.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good battle by any means.
Fair. But I think that's the thing is like the race.
No, it wasn't good
was a
racing.
fizzle race, but
Absolutely.
you are so right. Like
Yeah.
that anticipation.
Yes.
That was palpable.
And McGrath came back,
Yes.
and Travis Pastrana was there. I always say, hey, it's the only, you had McGrath, Carmichael, Pastrana, Stewart, Reed, all in the same gate.
K-Dub.
Which, yeah, and you're never going to get that again. But I understand if you're thinking of battles.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a mud race.
Yeah.
The other ones, those are magical. The Josh Grant win, magical. The Millsaps, Kennard. I like Millsaps, but Kennard had missed the entire year with a broken neck. Imagine
Dude.
if he had won.
Were you at that? Were you there that night he broke his neck?
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah.
I was sitting like.
Yeah. Is this JDR days for you?
Yeah.
Like you were there? Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Dodger Stadium,
Yeah, man.
bro.
Bad.
Had the weirdest night ever after that too with Wes. You can imagine.
Oh,
We went to a pirate bar. You have to say Army Hardy to get into this fucking pirate speakeasy, bro. It was, and that's as weird as we literally went. We went to. We're like, we're going to fucking LA. There's this party we're gonna go to in LA, bro. We're so cool.
Okay.
And then we're like, let's just get a cheap hotel. We'll drop off all our cameras and bags and shit. The fucking hotel had like the elevator where you had to like close it with like metal grates, rusty. Like you would have got tetanus from the elevator thing.
Yeah.
We got up into our room, blood stains everywhere on the fucking shower curtains. Like I was said to Wes, we're not doing it. I'll drive home. We go. I didn't drink. They partied. We drove home. I fell asleep on the
You did not do the hotel.
No, I was like, fuck it, I'm out. I'm not doing this. So then I said, I'll drive home 3 o'clock in the morning, dude. I've literally pulled off an exit asleld. And Wes is like, this is no exit. This is no exit. I'm
like-
fucking.
Like, I'm not exiting right now. I'm just sleeping.
Yeah. wild night.
Not where I thought that was going to go.
Oh, no.
I didn't. Not where I thought it was going to
But
go.
you can imagine a little night out with Wes in LA. Like, it ended up being weird.
There's been good times with Wes, for sure. I'm glad I did what I did when I was younger. Yeah. Now it doesn't seem appealing at all, but
It's
it was good
changed so
times.
much.
I don't know.
Maybe it
you know
just
the
has for
industry's
us.
changed though, but those
Yeah.
things don't happen
No.
in the same
No.
way.
No.
I literally remember telling myself I started doing the webcast, the audio webcast in 05. I got thrust into that, and then I'm hosting the press conferences. And I feel the sense every week that the writers are like, who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from? I mean, I'd only been in the industry for like 3 years, and I just got this gig. So it was always just weird. They only knew me as a guy that was asking them annoying questions. And I'm like, this is before texting. This is before social media, before you could make yourself seem like a normal dude. I'm certainly not going to call these guys on the phone randomly. That would be even more awkward. So I'm like, how do I prove that I'm an actual normal dude and not just this annoying guy with a microphone every weekend? Luckily, back then, I identified, I'm like, wait, these riders go out. You got to go out, have some crazy stuff go down, and never talk about it anywhere till they know you're a regular guy.
Circle of trust, baby.
Circle of trust. Yes.
That's the one thing that people fucking, you can say that drugs are bad. Drugs are bad, okay? But I tell you what, nothing gains trust like doing cocaine in a cubicle with the boss of a fucking big company and never telling anybody
about it. You didn't just do that, did you? You didn't just do it right here, did you?
No,
just because you didn't name names?
No, that's hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
That's
Hypothetical.
Hypothetically speaking, if you do drugs in a fucking cubicle
Okay.
at a nightclub
Yeah.
with famous people or
Cubicle or urinal?
cubicle.
Cubicle.
Urinals.
Wait,
bro.
no, I'm confused. What do you? Cubicle happens in an office.
No, but like a toilet cubicle.
Oh, toilet cubicle.
A
Okay.
fucking urinal's crazy work, bro.
When I heard cubicle, I thought office, and then you said nightclub, and I was lost.
No, but like in
okay.
you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
where the toilet is.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's that theory, and there's definitely a level of trust that is
Yeah,
built
exactly.
in those kind of situations.
That I would never say when Chad Reed is winning the Supercross title. This is beyond circle of trust. Everybody knows Chad was going out all
Yeah, he was
all
pretty
year
lit.
in 08. Everybody knows this. But I was not saying on the show the next week, well, Chad's struggling because he went out last weekend. I eventually just needed to do that for everyone to be like, okay, this is a normal dude
Yes.
who just has a job,
Yes.
which is to interview us. But he's not out to get us.
And he likes to get weird, just like us.
And honestly, I knew I had to go straight to the airport. I was honestly doing it for work purposes. I swear I was only getting hammered for work purposes.
I was trying to build rapport.
I was. Yeah, exactly. And it was tough because even Uber, I don't think, was a thing in those days. So it was
Nah, dude.
very logistically difficult to pull this off and get back to the airport. while
DMXS
hammered.
party was iconic in Atlanta.
That was a perfect example.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were good times.
Fuck, bring that
Yeah.
back.
Vegas was too, and then they had the SMX playoffs there, but it's just, I feel like so much time has passed that the new group doesn't even know what to do with. If these parties came back, I don't even know if they'd know what to do with it.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that when I was driving here, actually, just because we're going to do this Joe thing next before A2.
Yeah.
And it's just like no one does shit
No,
anymore.
they don't.
Like, so Hammer does the AP Texas thing
Yep.
every year. That's awesome. Hundreds of people come.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, why don't we do this anymore? We kind of lost that.
Well,
We all grew up.
You know what? Yeah, but there's two other extenuaing factors. And we're going
Social
to get back
media.
to the media thing. Yeah, the phones didn't exist. And what also hurt this industry was there was, in those days, before the economy collapsed, I think money was unlimited. You needed to go fly somewhere, do something, no problem. I think everybody's budget got restricted, and the phones came out around the same time. Like Loretta's used to have these unbelievable things go down at the beer tent. But that was pre-phone. And if the factory Suzuki guys were bored on a Tuesday and they wanted to fly to Loretta's on a Wednesday, the money was always there. And I feel like all of a sudden it's like, why aren't these guys just coming and partying at Loretta's for fun anymore? Because I don't think they had the $1,000 buy a plane ticket, fly 4 hours later slush fund and the phones.
Yeah.
So it'll never be.
No.
I might be in the circle of trust, but you think some random fan is not going to shoot a video if The Lawrence brothers are getting hammered. So you can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
And I mean, dude, you would have been around for the times where like Monster literally just had a credit card.
That too. And that might still exist. Yeah.
It does not exist in the same
Oh,
way
it doesn't even.
that it did back then.
No, probably not.
And like, dude, the time like Laguna Seca, like I never got to go to those parties, but dude, the Red Bull parties at Laguna Seca, like helicoptering people in.
Yeah, and I didn't know. I could have, one of those years I probably could have went. But what no one knew at the time,
is you thought it was going to go away.
Yeah, I didn't know that it was a limited shelf life. But we didn't know the cell phones were coming. And we didn't know an economic crash was coming. So, I don't know. Everybody's probably better for it. I'm not endorsing
No, you're right.
all-night partying. We can just say it's changed. That's for sure, for better or worse.
It's definitely a thing, though. There's guys that, like, we're friends with. Like, I got here in 2010. So, for me, for like 2010 to 2018.
Was still going down?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But the relationships that I have still to this day with people in the industry that we just partied with. Like, I've partied with some epic people and we're all still friends to this day.
It does go a long way.
We, like, dude, some crazy nights.
You're in those trenches.
Yeah, like, I'm doing interviews, so I won't say names. One of the most famous guys, one of the most famous riders in the sport, transcending the sport, famous, right? Okay. Athlete, I'll say. I've shot a legitimate TV show interviews that we do the shots, multiple cameras, sound, the whole thing, send to a fucking TV network. His dick was out. No, but
I didn't see that coming.
But we shot like just waist up, fucking dick out, no pants, full on the piss all night.
Because you guys were so
we were just
dumb,
boys,
or because was it on purpose?
Yeah, we were just having fun. We'd been partying all night, dude, and he's like, I'm doing this interview with no fucking pants on.
Okay.
And I'm like, all good, dude. I just got to get this done and get on my flight. And it's like, you just could never now, you know?
I feel bad. I tell my wife this all the time. I feel bad for my wife that she's a female because I don't feel like females have this gear of it was so bad that it was awesome. It was so dumb that it was awesome. And guys totally get that. When you tell your buddy some ridiculous, that's just hilarious. But some super dumb thing, their reaction is usually, that's awesome.
And chicks are like, that's so,
yes.
That's so dumb.
And my wife hears the way I treat my friends, and she's so jealous that you can't, females can't, like, she can't ever say to one of her friends, like, your house is a mess. That would be, that's probably grounds for, like, legal murder. If you were to say that to a female. But what do we do with our friends? You pick the thing that he sucks at the most and you go right at him over and over and over and over. And females can't do it. I feel so bad. And also the super dumb, ridiculous thing that's awesome when we laugh about, they don't get to do that either. It's the greatest relief valve. That's so dumb that you did that. It's so awesome that you did that. It's the same.
Oh, that's so true. I've never really thought about
Your poor wife, she can't do it.
No.
They can't do it. Yeah.
Oh, she would not understand.
No.
She's just like, that
no.
is...
We have an internal Slack channel at Racer X, and basically it's everything that goes poorly. The first thing you want to do is put the photo of, look at how dumb. Look at this stupid photo of this stupid thing that happened. Because everybody freaking loves that.
Yeah. And men also... So the trip that we did in August, we're just sleeping in dirt. You ride all day and then you make a fire and then you put a hot plate and you're not even cooking. There's steak in the esky, there's some most women.
Yeah, well, the problem is it takes two to tango. Maybe your wife could or my wife could, but there isn't another female that would react.
Do it with them.
Yes. If she made fun of them, they wouldn't be cool with it, or vice versa. Yeah, in 2004, I rode the perimeter of the Dominican Republic If there's like some adventure ride, it was horrifically disorganized. And I always say it was the most fun time ever, only because I didn't die. But we were so close, multiple times. But when I say that, you totally get how awesome it would be. The fact that we almost died on motorcycles 5 times in 5 days is rad. Some racers guys were just talking the other day about they rode in the jungles of Mexico. The one guy broke his femur. They had to get him out of there. And they're like, yeah, but there are other part of the stories that are worse than that we can't tell. And our reaction was, that's awesome, man. Not that sucks.
Yeah, poor guy.
Yeah, it was like, oh, there were things that are even more horrific than breaking your femur in Mexico. Good for you. You must have had a hell of a time.
Yeah, that must have been awesome.
That must have been whatever you can't tell me must have been so good.
Oh, I love that. Well, I want to rewind. I could talk to you like this all day.
Yeah. This was not our goal here.
We could do this forever.
Yes.
I want to rewind.
Yeah.
What the fuck got you into dirt bike? What made you the guy that I just love listening to every Saturday night and every Saturday motocross day?
Yeah, I've told the story a lot. I don't know if I've told it to you on this show. First of all, there's a book called Outliers that explains that everyone that has had success did earn it to a degree. They had hard work and talent. But there was probably, when you're at the 1%, and I'm one of the only guys announcing this, so I'm just going to say I'm the 1%. I sound super ego.
Of the 8 billion people on Earth, 3 of them are going to be in the booth on
Right,
Saturday
right,
night.
exactly. Okay.
The maths.
Almost everybody has some extenuating circumstance that worked out. And to take myself out of it, this book, Outlier, they explain that Bill Gates and Steve Jobs might be the 2 most successful computer people in the history of the world. They were basically born at the same time in the same town.
Yeah.
That's not a coincidence. They happened to live in Silicon Valley, and they were 13 by the time that computer labs became available. They were probably the youngest people into computers that ever had access to a computer lab that they could just jam on that thing for 24 hours a day. If they were born 2 years later, someone would have beat them to it. If they were born 2 years the other direction, they would have been too young to take advantage of it. They were super ambitious, hardworking, and smart, but they also happened to be born in the right year in the right town, and that's why both of them became the most successful computer guys ever. Everybody has this. They identified in the book that almost every NHL successful hockey player ever is born at a certain time of year, and they couldn't figure out why, and it's because they're like, they're the oldest 5-year-olds.
Yep.
They're the oldest 5-year-olds.
When the season starts.
When the season starts, they're the oldest 5-year-olds, so they're the best 5-year-olds, and hockey, apparently it's very hard to get rink time. So the coaches that have access to the rinks are always going to pick the best 5-year-olds. So you get a little extra practice at 5, a little extra practice at 6. You start pulling away. The other kid might have been as good as you, but he didn't get that extra coaching rink time at 5. The league figured this out to be like, are we excluding half of the talented players in the world because of this stupid age thing? So I tell that to say my outlier story is that, so my dad worked for Bel-Ray, the oil company. That does not mean that my dad got me in the industry, hooked me up. My dad was in the lab. He had nothing to do with racing.
Yes.
But you know what they did have? They put ads in the mags, and they got every magazine, and they put it in the lobby, and no one there was into motocross and read the mags. So at the end of the month, they would throw all the magazines out. So one day, my dad comes home from work, and he's like, we have to watch this race on TV because Bel-Ray has a commercial on television. We have to watch this race. It's a motorcycle race, and we have a commercial on TV. Again, my dad is not into racing. He works in the lab. So they turn the race on to watch a commercial. It's Unadilla GP. And I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. And then my dad's like, well, if you think it's cool, I got all these magazines I can bring home. I was like 5. I couldn't even read them. My dad would read the magazines to me. But I had every single motorcycle magazine for free my entire childhood. Not many people have that. That was my outlier circumstance. If I was a little bit older, there would have been more racing on TV. I wouldn't have needed the magazines. Now, just go on YouTube right here. You get all you... Back then, that's all there was, and I had the access to all of it. I didn't have any hookups. I didn't have any connections, but I had the free mags. That does the job. Why I liked it so much, I don't know.
Isn't that the thing? Like, that's the...
Can you say why?
Oh, no, I mean...
I don't know why.
But it's just, it's it's so circumstantial, you know? That
Yes, everybody.
Yeah, and... You know, for me, like my dad was into riding, and my dad was my hero, and you know, just the coolest guy. And I kind of ended up wanting to be like that guy, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, just why you like what you like.
No, I don't. I don't know.
But no one does. Why do you like? All right, do you prefer chocolate or vanilla?
Yeah, I prefer chocolate. Yeah.
Why?
No, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you the weirder one. Now I've had a kid. Maybe someday you'll have this experience. He was super into racing when he was younger. Raced BMX, raced motocross, super into it. And then at about 7.5 years old, to be precise, I've realized that that's when kids can start to understand the regular
7.5?
sports. Between 7 and 8. I ask anyone who's a sports fan, what is the first year that they remember kind of knowing what was going on? And it's almost always the season when they're around 7 or 8 years old. So my theory is that 5 and 6-year-olds can't watch a football game or a soccer game or whatever and really understand what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
It's too complicated.
Yeah.
Racing? Of course, a 3-year-old can figure that out. You go as fast as you can to here and we're done. There are no rules. There aren't referees. There's nothing to know. So I think my son was just looking for sports, looking to be competitive. BMX was the simplest one on earth. And then once he discovered how baseball actually works or how basketball actually works, dude, he didn't ride one time in the calendar year of 2025, never asked, never cared. And I'm like, I cannot believe you went from BMX and dirt bikes often in the same day to not even asking to do it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I like the other sports, but I'm like a 80% moto, 20% regular sports guy. He'll watch the race on Saturday. He's like a 20% moto, 80% regular sports guy. I have no idea why. I have no idea
Probably
why.
just because he could understand it in a different way as he got older.
Yeah, once he did. But when I turned 8, I did start to like baseball, but it never eclipsed motocross. For him, for some reason, it did.
And it's
I don't know
crazy
why.
just because you never really rode that much either. So it's not even...
No, here's the one part of my story that's probably unique to everyone in the industry was, again, my parents were not fans of this. They weren't into it.
Mum wouldn't let you ride, eh?
I never had a dirt bike.
Yeah.
I got some rinky-dink quads. I had 3 rinky-dink quads. Like, I had a 50 when I was 6. I got an 80. But when I say 80, can you pull up on the screen here? Type in YFM 80 Moto 4. Type in Yamaha YFM 80.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, dude, I got that when I was 8 years old. That is no suspension, rear brake only. Yeah, I got that when I was 8 years old. And then type in Suzuki LT 160. When I was 16 years old, I got this beast of a machine.
Is this why you love weird, cheap family cars?
I mean, well, my dad was probably the only person that he got Suzuki loyalty ownership rebates because he bought so many Suzuki cars because they were very cheap. Yeah, I got this beast when I was 16 years old, the LT 160. My dad's rules, no 2-strokes, no manual clutches. That's for racing, and that is dangerous. So I used to go to the local races, Englishtown, Raceway Park, the track in New Jersey, just to watch. And I thought that was normal because I was sitting in the bleachers with other people. I didn't know that they were actually just in between their moto. Like, does anyone go to the local races to watch? Does anyone really do that?
Very few people.
Right.
Kind of weirdos.
Probably. Yeah. So, but if I'm 7 years old sitting in the bleachers with 100 other people, I'm assuming these are just fans.
They're just there to watch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I only found out later in life, actually, when Mathis first started his pod, his first one was with Chad. His second one was with me. I casually told him that. He's like, wait, hold on. You went to local races as a fan? I'm like, yeah, is that not normal? He's like, no, nobody does that. I'm like, they don't do that? I was an adult. I didn't know. So anyway, wasn't allowed to ride. Racing's going to kill you. My parents were like, he likes reading the magazines and watching the TV. Why does he need to ride? He seems plenty satisfied. It's heartbreaking. I will never, ever, ever quite be right with my parents with that because I feel like it's kind of odd to have your child have an obvious obsession. I mean, I would run through the house for hours a day pretending I was riding and never once be like, hey, would you like a dirt bike?
Would this make you happy?
Yeah, it's very odd to me. But maybe it worked out. They always say that the more you can have delayed gratification.
Yes.
I mean, I definitely learned that.
Yes.
I was not ever getting my way, ever. So maybe it helped in some. Maybe I need to salute my dad for that.
Well, it is funny that you say that because I had a crash when I was 6. So I had bikes when I was really young. And then I had a bad accident. I ended up perforating my bowel. I had to I almost died. I had
At that age.
yeah. A dude parked his car on the side. We were riding it it was like a field kind of track, and it was just a bit of a practice day kind of thing. And a guy it was tape was marking out the fence of the outside of the track, and he's just swung his car door open, and I just
Into the tape.
yeah, and I'm coming, dude. So anyway, almost died, gnarly, cut all my guts out, whole fucking thing, and
At 6.
yeah.
Not good.
No. And mum was like, you're done. My dad just had a crash.
Mm-hmm.
He broke his elbow real bad. And mum's like, fuck this. All this is done. So I played football. I played cricket. I played all the regular teams.
You were out.
Yeah. Big time out. Started racing BMX. But then I saved my own money. So I got a job when I was 13.
Mm-hmm.
So I just worked and worked and worked and worked. And I bought my own bike. Without my mum. No, I bought a CR125, 1998. The worst motorcycle
Oh, the aluminum frame.
ever made. No idea, right? Every time I went on the track, I was like, fuck.
But how would you know there was the bike?
No idea.
Yeah, you would not know.
Nah. So, and I fucking bought it off out of the local paper, fucking had a friend take me, and I just was such a behind the scenes deal. But
Yeah, so how did you hide this from your mom? The bike was not at your house.
Oh no, I bought it home and I was like, oh, this is mine. I own it.
What'd she say?
Yeah, she was pretty pissed.
Yeah, I think.
But it was fuck, my kid just went out and
Yes.
I worked at a Video Easy, I worked at a grocery store, I mowed lawns and washed cars. I was just grinding to get this dirt bike. And so mum was just like, fuck.
Delayed
I
gratification.
guess it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I was so far behind the racing. I was never, the ship had sailed. I was never going to be good enough, even if I did have the talent, which I don't.
Yeah.
But-
But 6 to 13 is a hell of a gap.
Yes.
Yes.
But I loved it, and I wanted to. I never had the best of anything, and I always wanted to I wanted to fit in with everyone else. I wanted to go to the track and be proud of my bike, and have other kids that were. They had sponsors and so I just wanted to have the cool shit to kind of fit in,
Yeah.
And so my way of doing that was working in the industry. So then I worked at a Honda dealership, and then I started writing for the I basically just started my life as an adult working to just get free motorcycles and gear and try and get bike time. And then it turned into everything else.
I love this because it goes back to that thing where what motivates people to become that 1%er?
Yeah.
So really, if you don't crash and you just race like everybody else,
Might get over it.
you wouldn't maybe have this drive, relentless drive of I've got to find another way. You would have been satisfied with just going to the track every weekend, and you wouldn't have needed to find it. Yeah. For me,
But the exact same thing.
because I did not race. I did not know anybody at all who knew anything about motocross. I had never had a conversation with anyone about moto.
That's just crazy for me.
Until I was in my 20s. And then finally email on the internet comes around, and I could go on a message board. And I remember I got a guy's email address one time, and it was this dump. I remember he wrote back, he's like, yo, you wrote a lot, brother. And I'm like, he doesn't realize, I don't know if I had really
you just have
internalized it.
years
I'm
of
I've been, since age 5 through 20, I've been building this knowledge. So who knows? Maybe that's why I'm doing what I'm doing
100%.
right now.
Yeah, 100%.
Where I was like, oh my God, I have a 1% chance of possibly really doing this. There is no way in hell I'm not going to grab it with both hands. And that was probably the same for you.
Yeah, it's just out of almost necessity, and but you end up spending so much time thinking about it and internalizing it. It just becomes it's just a thing that I guess it kind of goes back to that I'll be happy when, or you have this goal and you place that when I get to this, that's when I'll be happy, and so you put it
doesn't work.
Yeah, but you put it there, but that does spur you on to get you to a certain point. And then it's sort of what I was saying at the very beginning is at some point you get what you want and you realize that the thing that you wanted wasn't the thing that was going to make you happy. It's it's great that you've got it, but it's all of this other stuff. You could have been happy the whole time.
Yeah.
And done this,
It's weird because when you're doing it, and this goes back to your 5-month break, I tell fans this all the time. I'm like, in the end, it just becomes work. It just becomes a job. Like, I remind myself all the time. When I was driving today in California, I make sure every time I'm here to remind myself of like, dude, you're in California. Like that, you're from Australia. Did you think you would ever go to California in your lifetime? No, I'm from New Jersey. I'm a lot closer, but I still never thought that I would know the highway system out here. So I have to keep reminding myself, because when you have a deadline or content you have to get done, somebody paid you, so you have to do it. Eventually, it doesn't feel any different than if I worked in a lab and I had to get this invention figured out. It just eventually, it's still work. You're responsible for your employees. You're responsible for your family, whatever. You have to keep reminding yourself of that. And what's really funny about it is there will be times where, say I'm watching a football game and I'll be like, now that's a fun life. All they got to do is announce a football game. And I'm like, wait, what? Dude,
That's what you do.
What's what I'm doing, and I don't even, even when I'm doing it, I don't even realize that I'm doing it.
Yeah.
You just feel like you're working. You're just, like you said, it doesn't matter if you had $10 million in the bank or $10 or 10,000. Like, you're just doing the work, man. And doing good content and a good show is still what keeps you going. You're never, I'm sure those guys don't realize how good they have it either. You know what I mean? Like, if you're Mike Tirico, the NBC guy who does Sunday Night Football, his goal is to make sure he does a good job on this weekend's game. There's no way on Monday he's like, yeah, man, I'm announcing football for a living. Who cares?
Yeah. Dude, when he's like missed a flight or the flight's delayed
No.
or there's a kid behind him crying,
Yeah.
like, I fucking wish I didn't have to do this shit.
Yeah, it happens to everybody. Because you can't get, and I said this to riders all the time, you have to have an obscene amount of motivation to get where you get.
Yeah.
So you can't get there and turn that off. That's why you're good.
Yeah.
Like, you take so much pride in your work. That's why you got here. How could you turn it off? How could you not care? How could you be like, I'm already been successful. It doesn't really matter. You can't have both.
Yeah.
You can't have both.
Yeah.
I used to talk to bring Trey Kennard back up. I used to feel bad because the guy overcame so much, right? And I felt like he was still disappointed that he didn't win races if he didn't win the race. He was extremely highs and lows.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, you are what everybody wants to be. You're a factory rider. You made it in the sport. But there's no way in that moment, if he got second, that he felt like he made it.
Yeah. Well, that's like Villapoto, right?
Yeah.
4 titles back to back, making millions of dollars.
Miserable.
But it's like, can you have both at the same time?
I don't know if you can.
You know, but I love, it's like I use it all the time. I say it probably too much, but it's like 2 things can be true at the same time. And a lot of times it's very hard for people to contemplate 2 things being true at the exact same time. And it's like, that's an example. It's like, this is a fucking grind. This is work right now. Also, how lucky am I that I wanted you to do this. I made time in my schedule for this. I've been excited for this. I get to do this. This is so good. You know, that is a fucking blessing on a blessing on a blessing. But there's real work and like all the lights need to be put on and all, you know what I mean? Like there's a whole thing that goes into that happening, and that gets a lot. That's a lot to just get chugga.
You can't fail.
No.
There's still pressure.
Yeah.
There's still pressure. Yeah. So this morning, I had to shoot a video for RaceX this morning. Then I had to get to the convention center to do a speech, and then I had to get here. And I'm like, there are 3 things that absolutely positively cannot not happen today. I can't get stuck in traffic. I can't be late. I can't screw up either of these 3 things. That's not something. But at the same time, I tried to tell myself,
But they're
like,
all
dude,
things you want to do.
yeah, I had to tell myself, I'm like, you know, you're driving on the 15 in California right now. There's no way in hell you ever thought you'd be doing this. Both things were true at the same time.
Yeah.
That didn't mean I could blow off this afternoon's speech because I've already accomplished something. I have to do it. I have to do it.
Yeah.
So it still becomes work.
Yeah. So I want to breeze through to get to the RacerX stuff.
Yes.
Because I don't know, a lot of people probably don't know just how much shit you have to do every day. With
Or
that.
how all of us do it, yes.
So-
So, a team too, yes.
So the famous flagging story.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the first in the
Well, that didn't
industry.
get me anywhere either, but I mean, it was my first. Yeah, I mean, in the classified section of the newspaper, they had an ad for autocross caution flagger, and it said it paid $40 a day, and I was in college. That's a lot of money back then.
So what were you studying?
I went to college for public relations.
Yeah.
I don't have a fear of public speaking,
Yeah.
and I know most people do. So I just said, hey, if I want to do the thing that most people would rather die than do, I'll probably be able to get a job pretty easily.
So, okay.
Yeah.
That's also a very rare blessing and a talent. I don't know whether it's not a talent, but it's like
It is.
it's a personality trait because
Right.
I'm the exact same. Like, put me on, I don't give a fuck who it's like for whatever reason,
Yeah.
the starstruck thing and public speaking is just not a thing with me. There's a lot of other stuff that is, like going fifth gear wide open on a fucking
Yeah.
dirt. Like,
Right.
that kind of gives me some pause. But for whatever reason, these two things not even a thing. I can't relate. I just, unfortunately, to someone that's scared of public speaking, can't relate. Can't claim that as something that I did.
No, you can't.
And you are the same.
Yes, I could tell you all my life philosophies and here's how I became so successful. Or maybe I was just born with the ability to speak in front of people without getting nervous.
Yeah.
And I didn't do a damn thing besides just get blessed with that.
Yeah.
Without that, the other things might not matter at all.
So how do you find out that? School, speaking it like in front of classes, lectures?
Yeah, somewhere along the way, I just remember my parents telling me this thing about most people hated it. And I'm like, that doesn't seem scary at all. Don't most people, when they have something to say, want people to hear? I'm like, to me, I'm like, wait, I'd have more people listening? And then, so I was always looking for any way to do it. And they didn't offer public speaking when I was in school. So this is going to make you laugh, dude. I'm like, well, they have the theater department. So I have not achieved anything in my life. I don't race dirt bikes. I'm not playing any sports. I'm not doing anything. I guess I'll just try that. And I had no desire to be an actor or a singer in any way, shape, or form. It was just the closest to public speaking as I could get. So
That's crazy.
So in middle school, I go to the tryout for the play. Your show's long, so I'll tell the whole story. I'm a seventh grader. We have seventh and eighth grade in this school. They bring all the dudes up. There's always like 100 girls try out and like 20 guys. That's the ratio for theater. Most guys don't do theater. They have like 20 of us singing. They say, hey, you 10 go away. You 10 stay. You 2 go away. They keep narrowing us down. And I'm like, I guess I'm still going here? So just down to me and this other guy are the only ones we're the only ones singing. And I'm like, I'm doing pretty good. They must think I can sing good. So we're the final two. And a couple days later, they're coming out with the list of the cast. And the one dude gets the lead role, and I get nothing. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And they're like, you're in seventh grade. We really only give the eighth graders the good roles. And I'm like, got it. See you next year. Well, the chorus singing teacher, she gets pregnant and leaves. We get a new teacher the next year who doesn't have that philosophy. And I end up
They
getting
give it to a seventh grader.
Yeah, seventh grader. And now I'm pissed off at the world. And it's like this life forming. I'm like, okay, next year I'm going to high school and I'm on a 4-year journey where there is no chance in hell. I don't even like acting. I don't even want to sing. But there is no way when I'm a senior 4 years from now that I will not have the best. I will not screw this up. So I did and I lived in New Jersey. We're in the shadows of Broadway in New York.
Yeah.
We have a ridiculous, disproportionate amount of theater. You probably didn't even know this existed. There are judged acting competitions with medals, trophies, awards, school teams, and all.
Don't know that exists.
Yes, it's called forensic tournaments. That's not analyzing dead bodies. Forensics is apparently acting comps. Our school did it, and we won all the time, and I have trophies.
What?
I have acting trophies. So they figured out this cheat code.
Can you believe this guy?
Yeah, dude. I got an award at my school in senior year, lifetime achievement in acting. I didn't even want to act. I was just looking to get in front of a crowd. So the cheat code in these comps was they had a thing called extemporaneous speaking where they would give you a topic like nuclear war or nuclear power plants, good or bad, dangerous or good for the environment. You have a half hour to come up with your speech, and then we'll judge the best speech. So the teams that have these nerd dudes that would come with like magazines and
You're
newspapers.
excluding yourself from that category?
Well, here's why. Here's why. They'd have these super nerd guys that would like do all this research. And I'm like, you think the acting judge knows anything about this topic?
Yeah.
Make the research up. They're not checking your facts, nerd guy. Just say whatever the hell you want. This is a judge of comedy and drama, not nuclear fission. Don't worry about it. So I would just give the best speech because it wasn't based on any sort of reality at all. And I'd win every freaking time. And our school would win the tournament. And I got a Lifetime Achievement Award in the school. And
For just bullshitting well.
Just bullshitting 100%. Yeah, I would be like, in the April 19th, 1989 issue of Time Magazine. No, that didn't. That probably wasn't even the date of the issue. It didn't even exist. I just made it up. I was just looking to do public speaking. So I'm like, okay, I got to college. I'll do public relations. I'll do it for a living.
Yeah.
And there was a TV part there. I was just old enough where it was still old school editing. Like these
two taped it.
Yeah.
And then a cutting and.
Dude. And I did like a 3-minute show. It takes 30 hours to do 3 minutes. I'm like, screw this. I'm just going to go back to the public speaking. I'm not going to the TV route. But that's what I wanted to do. And the acting thing. So I get to campus as a college freshman. Everybody's like, where do I fit in here? Where do I fit in? I see there's a play audition. So the second night I'm on campus, I go and I audition, and I get in the play. So I have this class that is like musical theater or something like that. And they're like, hey, in a couple months, we're going to go see this play that's on campus. I'm like, I'm actually in it already. I auditioned last night. I'm in it. And they're like, aren't you a freshman? I'm like, yeah, it was the second night here. I auditioned for a play. And I was in that play, and I was done. By then, I was like moving toward the college. I was like, that was the last.
Box ticked.
Well, it was just like, I was never doing it because I wanted to. Yeah. I was just looking for public speaking, and the further I went into college, I could do things that were closer to what I wanted to do, not acting.
Yeah.
Never wanted to be an actor, but it was the closest I could get. Why I like talking in front of an audience? To me, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But as you've heard, most people would rather die than do it.
Yeah, and it's just like when you just have a skill, and this is like almost just a secret in life. It's like we're all good at something.
Yes.
You know, everyone has their thing that they're naturally good at. And if you want to resist that, fine. Life's going to be way harder.
Yeah.
And you don't get to choose your gifts. You don't get to, for Joe, for example, like Shimoda, I don't necessarily think that he loves riding. Like we remember when we drove across the bridge and we were like, oh, dude, that's a sand track. And then Joe lived in Suzuka his entire life. We're in his hometown. We're driving from like his uncle's bakery, like pastry place.
Wow, that's cool.
He's driven across this bridge a million times and he's like, I never really thought of it like that. And I'm like, brother, how are you, the SMX world champion, driven over this bridge a million times and you never looked at that as though that's a dope sand track?
Dude, I look at every piece of real estate like that.
And he's like, I don't like riding that much.
Joe's got a special humor that makes that even better, but yes.
But he's like, but that's his thing. And so then it prompted like a conversation. We started talking about it. And he's like, I love racing, but I think he would like racing whatever you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, so he lent into the thing that he was good at.
The racing part, not the love of riding a dirt bike.
But he was really good at riding.
Yeah.
So there was the thing, there was the talent, and his dad really focused him in the direction of his talents, even though it wasn't like this thing that he loved that much. He found a thing in it that he loved, and he found a way to love that process, and so he found something in it, but it wasn't inherently the riding of the dirt bike that made him him.
But he found a way to not use this talent that he'd been given.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so it's like you had this thing where you're like, this actually just comes so easy to me and I enjoy it. There's not an obvious path for how this becomes a thing that ends up making you a living. Yep. And you just kind of lean in and it ends up being the thing that you in the top 1% at.
Yeah, that was not a plan. Right. I was just, again, I didn't want to be in plays. I didn't want to act. But it was the only way to get that little piece for there. And I'm like, that'll do for now. And then maybe as I get older, it will turn into what I really want to do. We didn't even have broadcasting, so it wasn't really a thing. my wife is an artist. She can draw really well. And we say this to anyone we can find all the time. If you can draw well or you can act or sing or whatever, most people will tell you, well, you're never going to make a living doing that. They will discourage you. So she can draw. Somebody, this SOTA fuel, somebody drew that.
Yeah.
Somebody drew this logo.
Yeah.
So when she was in college, they did this program to bring the high school students in and say, if you're good at art, don't give up. People are going to tell you artists are starving artists. Naturally, you're never going to make a living as an artist. You don't realize, just pursue it, like you said, and you will find that there are many ways that you can make a living as an artist. Same thing with me. We tell our kids that all the time. I tell every other person, because honestly, your peer group is usually, your leadership group is just your parents. And you're screwed if they don't know. That's the only advice you're getting. Who else is going to tell you this? So I try to tell as many people as possible. I'm like, don't overthink it, man. Don't overthink it. If you're good at it, just do it. There's a huge world out there that you don't even know about.
Oh, and especially now. Like, who would have thought?
Oh, yes.
Like, speaking of OCD.
Is that too? Oh, my blocking?
It's probably in the shot.
That's been there a long time.
You crushed
That's
that.
great. Yeah.
Damn,
Maybe it's the logo that someone designed.
Do you
I don't
need
know.
more?
I'll do another. Are they free?
They're so free.
Okay, more SOTA fuel.
I just interrupted myself.
In today's
I'm
world,
so good
yes.
at interrupting, I can interrupt myself. Take that.
You
internet.
interrupted yourself.
Take that, internet. Yeah, I mean, today's world, you can literally.
Really carve your own path.
Yeah.
Well, now it's almost overwhelming.
Yes.
I almost feel like it was better. Again, I don't want to say it used to be better in the old days, but it was almost better at like you have to find your way into the system that's already there. Now you would just be mad at yourself every day. Like all I could do then was be in these plays. If I was this age now, I'd be like, maybe I'm blowing it by not starting my own YouTube channel right now or starting my own social. I could start my own media channel at 13. Maybe I'm not doing it right. I only had one option back then.
Yeah. There can be like a decision fatigue kind of thing that comes into play.
And people can achieve such crazy things that you almost always feel like a failure. You know?
Yes.
Even if I was the lead in the play, I'd still be like, but maybe I'm still doing it wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I should be doing that. There's probably some 16-year-old who's got a YouTube channel and I'm not doing that. I'm only doing this. Where then I was like, the one thing I can do, I'm doing it so I can go to bed real easy at night. Yeah.
So what did you think you were going to do when you left college?
Well, so I graduated in 2000. The economy was rolling. And it was like, you will get a job, no problem. Like, dude, people were like, there will never be a better time to be a young adult than in like 2000.
Yeah, that was the full .com bubble.
.com bubble.
Yeah.
The presidential debates were battling over how we're going to spend the surplus, all this extra money that America has. What do we do with it? That's where we were. It was peak society, man. So I was like,
that's
look,
heavy.
Yeah.
I've never lived in that.
Yeah, battling over the surplus. Al Gore and George W. Bush. Who's going to spend the extra money that America has better? That's how good it was.
I'm reading a book by Ray Dalio at the moment.
Yeah,
about
I know.
It's called The Big Debt. It's a debt. I can't remember the name of it. This is why I fucking hate reading on an iPad because you don't have the book and the cover and the page. Like I forget the names of the books.
Did he do Rich Dad Poor Dad?
No. Ray Dalio is the huge finance guy. Like
BlackRock.
Yes,
He's BlackRock. Yes.
So the whole book's about the debt cycle, and I just learned so much that I never knew, and it gave context to every war, just
kind of scary.
It's very scary.
Yes,
it's very scary how. While America has the global reserve currency, it's completely fine because people will just buy the debt and America can just keep printing debt. But as soon as America doesn't have the leverage in terms of being the global currency, and the biggest thing that keeps the global currency, reserve currency, is oil.
Interesting. We're not going to get into that, but
but it's like crazy.
I mean, you
diving down that rabbit hole. I was like,
dude, I'm like,
this all makes.
I'm thinking of what just happened here, and I'm like, wow, that really.
Yeah, and when you've got the global reserve currency, that means that you have a place where people can store their money. So China gets money, rich people in Australia you can just buy government debt. So you buy $100,000, you get $105,000 back in 6 months. So you just keep doing that, and then
you always will.
Yeah, and as long as it's the global reserve currency.
Yes.
So then America can print. They go, we need more money. All right, here's some debt. Buy the debt. Bang, we got the money. We spend the money. We need more money. Bang. Even the interest is on debt. So America's not even paying the interest back to these people. They're printing more debt to pay the interest on their debt.
It's not the same as you and I having debt because we don't have our own personal currency that people will always buy.
Yeah.
Backed by the full trust and faith and credit.
Yes. Yeah.
Only they do.
Yep. Yeah. And as long as everybody in the world is buying oil through USD, it will stay like that. And you can keep printing more and more. But there is a tipping point, and that's what this whole book is about. And so every society, the Roman Empire, all of these great empires fall when trust in their currency. So,
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
Anyway, sidebar, but blew my mind. I was spent at the start of the book when this whole concept, and then it's basically like the concept gets delivered, and then it's like 5 historical examples of why this is. You just can see this over and over again. But dude, those few days of like reading the first part of the book, I was like, I'm telling my wife, and my wife's like, this is fucking crazy. I'm like, this is actually, but it kind of makes sense. Like, it just makes sense why America can do it. Makes sense why we went to Iraq. Makes sense why we went Venezuela.
That's what I was going to say.
Venezuela looks
I wasn't going to say it, but
Venezuela looks kind of like, hey, they
got a lot of oil.
Kind of makes sense.
Got a lot of oil. Where were we with that? Oh, yeah. That's how good it was in 2000. We were not talking about debt. So I knew I had a degree in PR. I knew that I could easily get a job and I would just be a corporate working stiff for the rest of my life and probably make good money right then and there. I could just go to New York City, get hired at a PR firm, work my way up. So why not try something crazy? Again, I never had convos with people about motocross. That would be cool. So I just sent some emails and some stories to, I would just go to the nationals and like literally send a story to, I couldn't do it with the other magazines. They were based in California. And I knew if they ever said, hey, can we meet you? I'd be like, how in the hell? I'm a college student with $500 to my name. How am I going to get to California? But Racer X was in West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Yeah, that was only 6 hours away. And oddly enough, my aunt decided to get a law degree, and West Virginia was the cheapest place to get it, so she was out there. And I was like, I even have a couch to crash on. Again, no connection. She didn't know anyone at Racer X, but I'm like, I could drive there, and I would have a place to stay. So let me try and see where I get with these guys. So I would drive to the races, and living in the Northeast, you can drive to a decent amount of nationals, and I would just send stories. They had just started a website. They were like, we can't pay you, but if you send us stuff and it's decent, we'll run it. It was this guy, Brian Staley, who was the managing editor, was answering my emails, and he posted the stuff. And then after a couple of them, one time I finally get a DC at AOL.com. Is Davey Coombs himself saying, hey, man, thanks for that great story. He still hasn't met me, but he's like, this was great. And I'm like, okay, I'm doing something now. So I just kept pursuing it. And then I realized now I'm about to graduate. I'm either going to get a job and leave this behind or not. So what am I going to do? So my school did offer you could go to grad school. And I'm like, what does that entail? They're like, you could work a job for the university and that'll pay your tuition. And I'm like, how many hours do I have to work? They're like, that's really not much. It's like 60 hours a week or 60 hours a month or something. And I'm like, okay, I could do the 60 hours a month, do Racer X gnarly, work on a graduate degree, which I never planned on even getting. And I'm like, I'm going to give this 1 year. See, I'm going to pursue the shit out of this Racer X thing. And if it doesn't work, who cares? I'll get a job. No problem.
Yeah, I'll just go to New York.
Yeah, let's get another job. So that's what I did. I just went to as many races. I remember I went to Indy Supercross in like February of that year. Went to one of the parties. I mean, I didn't drink at all, but I had to go to the parties. And then Davey's like, we're going to start a quad magazine. You know anything about quads?
Yeah,
Look at your wall, Jace.
Boom!
Look at your wall. I'm like, you want a quad mag? I'm your guy.
I'm overqualified for this position.
Yeah. Maybe I should thank my parents for the quad knowledge.
There you go.
Well, guess what? Does anyone remember Racer Q, the magazine? Remember that?
No.
No, never happened. Never came out. I just got strung along.
Oh.
February, March, April, May. Now the school year is over. They're like, are you coming back to finish your degree? And I'm like, I don't know. They're like, how could you not know? Aren't you here to get your degree? And I'm like thinking, actually, I was not here to get the degree.
What was the graduate degree?
I was doing the same. I would have just got a master's in the same thing.
Yeah.
Dude, it was cruise control. It was the same classes, same professors. I had to put no effort in. And I was like, I can just stash 1 year of my life while I drive to races and write stories, take photos, whatever it takes. It just went on and on. And then finally, it's like August. And I'm like, effed. Like, I have to go back to campus in a couple weeks or get a job. Like, what am I going to do? And then it's at the Broome-Tioga National, the next to last race of 2001. I see Davey again, and he's like, hey, drive to Morgantown on Monday. I'll give you keys to an apartment. And I'm like,
What?
oh, shit. It happened. So I drive back home, and I tell my mom and dad, I'm like, I'm moving to West Virginia today. Like, I drive back from the race Sunday. I wake up Monday morning, and I'm like, I have to drive to Morgantown and move right now. They're like, you have a job? I'm like, I have an apartment. Of course I have a job. So I drive out there. I have no job. Davey literally hands me keys to the apartment. No computer, no desk, no job description, nothing. That weekend is the epic Grant Langston wheel blows up Steel City race.
No.
And I'm like, I think I work here. This is exciting. What do you need me to do? Nothing. Eventually they start making fun of like, why are you here? And I'm like, well, Davey gave me an apartment, but I'm coming to the office, but I don't have work. I don't have a job. I don't have a paycheck. I don't have a computer. And I'm like, I know I'm supposed to be here. He gave me an apartment, but I have no job, no paycheck, no computer. So I just stuck around because I'm like, if you quit, you'll kick yourself for the rest of your life. And again, I can get a job.
Yeah.
I can wait 3 more months. So then the next weekend or a couple weekends was the GNCC. Nobody wants to cover quad races in the woods. Is anyone in the office? Yeah. Everybody wanted to go to Steel City for Langston versus Ryan Hughes and Mike Brown. Does anyone want to do this? No. So Davey's like, there's a woods race this weekend in Ohio. If you want to go there, it'd make my mom real happy, and she's a real boss around here. I'm like, I'm on it. I go, I write a story for Cycle News, I shoot photos. Cycle News story comes out, and they're like, who's this? His mom is like, who are you? Why are you here? And I'm like, I don't know. And then eventually, I got lucky where they screwed up the results at a race because it was muddy. Shocker. The results were all a mess. And his mom is in the kitchen because we worked at a farmhouse in these days. She's in the kitchen just going through these boxes of papers, trying to like red line, like that lap's too short. I think that one, because the finish line like fell down or something. I don't remember. So I just started helping. And then finally, it was all the way to Christmas now. I got keys to the apartment in September. It's all the way to Christmas. And she gives me $500. And I'm like, we're in, baby.
We made it.
We made it. I got a paycheck. I got $500 cash. I think I had bought a computer at that point. Oh, I've told this story before. This is September 11th, dude. I start working August 27th.
Yeah.
September 11th happens. Everybody goes home because they're all freaked out. And I'm like, oh my God, I finally have a phone I can use and a computer I can access so I can call my parents and tell them, hey, I'm still alive. Because this is a little bit pre-cell phone.
Yeah.
I didn't have a computer. I didn't own one. So everybody goes home and I'm like, I can finally call all my family and friends and say, yeah, it's been 2 weeks. I'm still alive. I know this building thing happened, but also I'm still here.
That's wild.
Yeah, it is wild. And it's I would hope that no other employee has to go through this process ever again. Look, the company was really in its infancy. The magazine started in 98. This is 01.
Yeah, it's a couple of years later.
Yeah, it's not what it is now. But it was all backed on, you might as well try because you got a plan B. You got a degree and the economy's rolling, man. Now that economy somewhat went down. It probably might not have worked out that easily.
Yeah.
But you know, when you got a foot in the door, whatever, with JDR or Wes Williams or whatever, are you going to quit?
No.
Like, you're like, I've come this far.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what it turned out. And that's how I became GNCC guy, really, for 10 years.
And then so that kind of leads you to your first on-camera stuff, really.
Yeah, so
GNCC.
the beginning of 02, I'm at the races, and this poor announcer, Rodney Tomlin, he has to cover 14 hours of airtime on quad day, and 14 hours, just one guy and a mic.
Murder.
Yeah. So I think the second race of that year, he's like, hey, you're the guy who writes the press releases and shoots the photos. You got any scoops, any info? And we just start talking like this. And he's like, man, you're really good in the mic. And I'm thinking like, yeah,
I know, bro.
I have a lifetime achievement award in acting at my high school, man. Yeah.
It's kind of my thing.
Yeah. So eventually he's like, okay, we'll do a half hour every morning. And eventually it's like, hey, I'm going to take a pee break. You want to just take it yourself? And by the end of the year, we're the 2 announcers. Then the next year, the races are on TV. Again, you think the TV crew knows anything about this, the quads? No. So they keep asking me. It's Brett Smith, We Went Fast to this day.
Yeah.
He's on the TV crew, and he's just emailing me, what about this guy? What about this quad? What is this rule? What is this? What is that? And eventually they're like, you know what? You want to just do the show? It might be easier for you to do it than us to give Art Ekman notes and try to teach him quads. And I'm like, yeah. So they fly me to Atlanta, and we're doing a 22-minute quad show. I get to the end, do the whole thing, and they're like, holy shit, you just did an entire TV show in one take. And I'm like, yeah, man, thank God. Because when we got to the 19th minute,
I was over.
I was like, I did not want to screw up and go back to the beginning. And they're like, dude, you can stop and go back. And I'm like, we can? And they're like, no one's ever just done 22 minutes in one take, and you just did it. And I'm like, I didn't know we were allowed. I thought like this was what you flew me here for.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And they're like, all right, well, you got the job. We'll pay you $1,000 a race. And I'm like, dude, I'm 23 years old. I'm going to make $13,000. Time to buy me a house. I got down payment money. Yeah, they didn't pay it all. They went bankrupt, and I never got into that money. But I was a TV guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So all the way back to like my wife being an artist, and it's like, just go for it. Like all these things are ridiculous. But I wasn't judging it in that lens. I was like, they gave me a chance to do a TV show. It was hard. They didn't even pay me for it. But they gave me a chance to do a TV show. Like today, I had 2 hours of traffic between Temecula and Anaheim to get to this speech, which is not easy to do. But I'm like, I'm getting to I hosted the Red Bull Troy Lee Designs Ducati intro last night. And then I'm doing the AIM trade show today. I'm not going to let the freaking traffic piss me off.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm getting to do this.
Yeah.
So just don't overthink it, man.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. That's the advice I give everybody.
Yeah.
If you want to would you like to cover quads in the woods? Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'll work out. I'm doing Supercross now. It just took 25 years.
Well, and so I think I said this to you last time, because the last time was when you kind of like officially
it was kind of the
announcing that you were doing it.
Yeah.
You would never say this, but I know from knowing you for so long, you bit your tongue as you got looked over.
Oh yeah.
For years
it hurt.
Years and years and years and years.
It hurt.
And you had the presence of mind, and you had your ego in check enough not to lash out, not to burn bridges. We've seen it happen.
Yeah. Some guys have done it.
That are good guys.
Yeah. Smart people.
Fucking good people.
Yeah.
And it is so hard to genuinely know that you could do something so well, and you've put in the yards and you've put in the time. And if life is fair, and if life goes the way that it should go, and the good guy wins, then you should have been doing Supercross a long ass time ago. But life's not fair. And instead of complaining that life's not fair, and instead of making a big deal and screaming about the injustices for whatever reason, you didn't. You bit your tongue and you just kept doing your thing. And eventually you and we were rewarded. And I just think that is an unexplainable task that you did over those years, to not just completely loop out.
And that one, I don't know why, because you would think with the stories I just told that it would be the same thing. Like, oh, you didn't overthink this, and you didn't overthink, you just kept going. But no, that one hurt too much. I don't think I ever had a vision of if I'm just nice enough for long enough. I had long since given up. The chances that this was going to happen were completely and totally over. I knew that if I did a good job covering the quads in the woods, that it could turn into motocross stuff. I had totally given up on the Supercross thing, and it hurt So bad. I think the only reason I didn't lash out was because you want to know that you did everything you could have done to get. I never wanted to be able to look back and be like, that time you said something you shouldn't have said. That's really what cost you. That's really, it wasn't unfair.
Because it would have.
It would have, yes. And then you couldn't have it was an injustice. It was unfair. Then you could always be like, no, but I was partially responsible for screwing that up because I said something I shouldn't have said. Mm-hmm. So I just kept that in mind. I didn't think it would work out. But look, that is, you're in the most unfair business there is. It is show business. It is the least fair business. We could drive up to Hollywood right now. Depending on the time of day, it's like an hour away. And the amount of people that got screwed are
just today.
Countless. Yes, just today.
Just today.
It is countless. They have talent. They're good looking. They've worked hard. They've made all the sacrifices. And some other person is a star and they are not. So yeah, I wasn't going to give anybody the satisfaction of being like, see, it's not us, it's him. He's a loose cannon. He's a wild card. Yeah, it's come around, but I didn't expect it to. Yeah, I didn't. I'm glad you saw it that way.
No, yeah, massive.
Wow.
And it's that's just hard, dude. I
No,
mean,
it sucked. Yeah, I just think it was like, don't let them win. Don't make it that somehow you actually screwed yourself. I guess that's all it was. But that one did hurt. And I probably would have never, ever really been satisfied.
What is there any silver linings about how long it took now that you've done it for a couple of years?
Maybe only the story, I get this extra compliment of her being so tough for hanging in there. That's about it. No, not really. Because
you were ready. You were good enough. You're the same guy.
Yeah, I mean, yes, like anyone else, I'm sure if you go back and watch your pods from 2018, you probably think you're the same guy. Are you?
Nah, I've changed.
Probably got better.
Yeah.
So
well,
yeah,
I think I've changed as a person too.
Maybe. But
in a way, yeah. Like
yes.
I've grown. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, if I was doing Supercross in 2014, would I probably look back at the 2014 race and be like, it's not as good. I should be doing this or that. Yeah. But it wouldn't have been a disaster by any means. So no, I think it was just injustice. I don't think I wasn't ready. It was just not fair. That's all. But that's the way that business is, man.
And it's like, it's just such a big machine. Like even, when everything blew up, I can't remember what year it was, but was it last year everything blew up?
Yeah, it was. It feels
like a long
time. That was last year, yeah.
But then like the Lee Diffie wave, and I've said this before on the show, but it's just like, hey man, he does the Olympics, he does the Daytona 500. The chances of somebody that doesn't know what Supercross is at all, scrolling a channel and stopping because they hear the Daytona 500 guy or the Olympics guy, there's probably, that's to NBC, like that's a valuable thing.
Like I said, none of the announcers are making anyone watch, but the point is the sport is then considered at that same level.
That's exactly right.
Yes. It is like, no, it's not a B-level sport.
Yes.
It's not a secondary thing. We treat it the same.
Yes.
Which, when you're a small sport like this, that's all you're ever asking for.
Yeah.
So when they say that the guy who we entrust with the Indy 500, Olympics, NASCAR, whatever, your sport is big enough to warrant him, you got to take it.
100%.
Yeah.
And they're just that's the cogs in the machine.
Yes.
Like no one makes no one makes those rules. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's corporate, it's this big thing, and it's exactly that. There's a boss at NBC that they've been in the business a long time. They know how this shit works. They made that call. It's not personal. It's, you know what I mean?
No, that bothers me not one bit.
It's just that simple.
Yeah.
And the average person just, again, wouldn't have that context,
Well, the other thing, I always quiz people. I'm like, when has Diffie ever said something that makes him appear like he's not knowledgeable? You can watch the LCQ, and he knows what teams the privateers are on. And there are many other announcers that have been in that spot.
I didn't know that.
Okay, you're on the list now.
Bro, there's so many people. Dude, they come up to you at the end of World Super. Every week, they would be like, power rankings. And they'd be like, this guy. And like, can't even tell you his name right now. And I'm like, I fucking know. Well, I was like, what'd he get? If they played the actual footage of me doing that, people would just be like, why is he here?
Blank, just question marks in your eyes.
I'm just like, what did he get? And I'm like, a 4, because I didn't even know what the fuck. Like, I didn't even know how he did.
Diff never misses it. I'm always like, yep, that guy was hurt last year. That he said it. oh, this guy, he has it. Like, I don't even understand what the problem is with that one. Trust me. I've watched many races where I'm like, this guy, this is really frustrating because he doesn't know X. I have never once thought that. Listening to Lee, and I've told the Feld folks, I'm like, hey, I got 2 kids at home. If this buys me 6 weekends at home throughout the season, I'm not even going to complain because it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Would I like to do more work? Yes. Get a couple weekends off? That's not bad either.
Also,
so you're
yes.
making the decision for me.
Yeah.
I did say, hey, when I have all the kids are in college,
Then
I'll
do
do
them
52 a year.
Yeah.
I'm never burned out. No problem. But you're not breaking my heart at all. We'll be just fine. Yeah, I don't know what this sport is weird. You and I have talked about this before. For some reason in motocross, fans call it our sport or my sport. They do not do that in other sports. They have this territorial, you're an outsider thing, which is so... the guys that do the NFL games also do college basketball. No one is like, hey, that's a college basketball guy. He can't announce football.
But okay, how many football fans that will watch football on a Sunday play football?
Yeah. Well, all the time, no. They've
but-
done it in their life.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't live for playing. No.
Yeah, but I still ride.
Right.
So
Right.
I can actively say
My.
my...
Is that where it comes from?
100%.
Because it's so damn hard to do,
But so
and
many...
you earned it?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so many of our... Like, I think there's been some Lewis Phillips stuff of like, has anyone ever seen Lewis Phillips ride?
Oh, yeah, that's out there.
Like that, I
Yeah.
think that's a thing now, right?
Yeah, it is.
But it's like, yeah. I've never seen Lewis Phillips. Like, does he ride? Can he ride? Like, there's a thing that will, like,
Yes.
sometimes people, like, that saves me at times. Like,
Yeah.
there's people that are like, hey, dude, Jace rides.
Yeah.
He races,
100%.
like, and
100%.
he's not good, but the level he's at, there's, like, not a lot of people that ride could do that.
No,
And
once you've proven that you do it,
There's
the
like-
level doesn't really matter.
There's a thing, And,
Yes.
and there's a guy that like can ride but can't ride. Like, there's a difference between riding and doing a race or being able to, So
Yeah.
there is like a scale, and I think that's that right there,
Yeah.
like that Lewis thing. Apply that to like the sport. So
Yeah,
there's
it
all
happens
of the
all the time.
fans are
Yeah.
going like, this is our sport. Like there's some dudes, like he fucking rips. My brother rips. Like there's guys
Yeah.
that watch Supercross. The dude that I was talking about that sent me the story about change rips.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think that that's a thing. Like there's so many fans of Supercross that could jump all of a Supercross track.
Okay.
Like thousands and thousands of fans that will tune in at Anaheim could jump a Supercross triple, could
Dang.
jump
You think?
bro, for sure.
Okay.
He could.
Mhm.
You
He's-
would, you would,
He's
you
a little
wouldn't,
worried about that.
You wouldn't skim the whoops, but you would hit a Supercross triple. You would hit. I've watched you do all of this shit. Like Jack's track, that is a finish line double. Okay,
Congratulations.
but so that gives people a sense of ownership in a sense because they're doing the thing and they're doing it at a level. That's why skating is gnarly because there's not many fans of skating that don't skate. There's not many fans of surfing that don't get up every day and surf.
And that's
And
why
they-
they feel it.
And they can
Theirs.
get barreled.
Yeah.
They go to Hawaii. They've surfed Pipeline.
Yeah.
Like I've ridden Glen Helen. I've ridden Washougal. I've hit the road jump. I know what that feels like.
Yeah.
I've jumped that triple. I've gone up that hill. There's so many of us as motocross
The
fans.
percentage.
Yes.
The percentage of the fans that can
Yes.
say there's not a lot of them, but the percentage of the people watching
Yep.
is a disproportionate.
Yes.
Compared to other sports.
And so of the millions of men that watch football on a Sunday
Yeah.
that would have played a game of full contact football in the last 10 years would be 5/5 of fuck all.
Yeah. Zero.
You just can't
An
say
actual.
that about. Yeah.
No. It's both. Two things can be true at the same time.
Yes.
So I always say, again, there aren't injustices here. You had, this goes back to you. So you had, I think, Emig in here.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how he has all these celebrity friends, athletes, rock stars, what have you, that all know motocross is the gnarliest thing of all. And it probably wasn't you, whoever put the Instagram post together. Maybe this guy. It's like, if the celebrities think the sport is so gnarly, why isn't it as big as what they do? And I was like, and every comment was like, it was because the TV camera angles are bad or the bikes are too expensive. And I'm like, no, it's because more people have kicked a soccer ball at some point in their life. So I did a whole weed show at Bud's Creek saying, I'm going to run down the popularity of sports. And you will see the easier it is to do access.
That's
Okay,
yes.
so the most popular sport in the world is soccer because it is literally just a ball.
And
Okay.
you can play soccer with 45 sheets of paper.
It takes nothing.
you can,
Yeah, you can actually, you're right.
literally.
You don't even need a ball.
Yes.
You need paper.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, so that's the most popular. I'm like, hey, what sport went from virtually nothing to something? UFC, Ultimate Fighting, mixed martial arts. Who doesn't know what a fight is? Every person on earth understands what fighting is. And all that did was really just replace boxing, which already was super popular. Because again, everyone understands what punching someone in the face is. So the more complicated they get. Baseball, a little more complicated, a little bit harder to find. You got to have multiple people. So it's a little less popular than soccer or football, which is just another version of soccer. I'm like, you just go down the list. And then we're in this sport where the barrier of entry is so friggin' massive.
Yeah.
What is the percentage of people in the world that have ever jumped a double on a dirt bike?
Yeah. So
0.0000001?
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole. It's not the TV camera angles. It's not you're not doing a good enough job or I'm not doing a good enough job. They didn't pick the right music to play in opening ceremonies on Saturday. It's just, it is what it is. More people have played soccer, but you're right. More people have played soccer in a purely recreational, in their backyard. It doesn't mean they've all been in a soccer match.
Yeah.
Full contact tackle football.
Yeah.
But even your grandma, if you live in America, has at some point,
Kick the soccer ball.
or thrown a football.
Yeah.
The least athletic person in your family has at some point touched one of these. Can I say touch one of these balls? Can I say that?
Yeah, it's just going to end up on SMX.com.
All right. They're in my head every weekend. Trust me. I know those guys are out there. Yeah,
Bro, James has to just want it. Like, surely James is trolling.
You know, I give him credit, man. I think when we all say we delete the apps in our phone and we don't pay attention, I think it really doesn't.
James?
Yeah, and I don't think he does it strategically. I think he just, by chance, doesn't look at anything.
He don't give a fuck.
No, and he's better for it. Everyone would be. No, I really think, dude, there will be times where I talk to James on Friday. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, this was a whole thing all week. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, man, he lives in a great world.
That's living.
He lives in a great world. He's living in them now.
Did you see I've clip farmed the Deegan one that I did at World Supercross?
What was that?
Is that going it's on SMX.com.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Did you see that one?
Yeah, I thought you meant you did something. You got on there.
Oh, I
got
was
on
just
there.
like, this is going on SMX.com. If you've seen it, we don't have to
Yeah.
look. But I was
no, I
like,
think about it all the time.
Hayden Deegan is coming. Just went as hard as I possibly could for him. Eh?
Oh, but you did it on purpose.
Yeah, 100%.
For them. Yes.
Yeah.
Where were we? So I just feel like there is no injustice here. The sport's harder to access, harder to do, and the only real solution was you would have to find a way to get more people to have ridden on two wheels in dirt. And that's the hardest freaking thing. We can make a better TV show. You can make a better show here. The riders can do a better job with their interviews or social media or whatever. That's easy. How do you get more people to have ridden a dirt bike in their life? That's really hard.
And
But I think that's the only way you could ever make the sport massively more popular.
and it's getting harder and harder and harder and
I
harder
know.
and harder and harder.
We have
Like, when-
headwinds.
Yeah, and
What's riding like here in California?
we're losing
Good
ground.
freaking
bro.
luck. Yeah.
we're losing ground massively.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
But yeah, we have a crazy educated fan base.
I guess that's
and
why.
It's not a problem. It's one of the things that makes it great.
Mhm.
But it just comes with, it's just a double-edged sword.
No, it
you know?
is, because it goes all the way back to the convo we had last time I was here where you're like, why do we need the teams? And I'm like, because they're just giving us these, every year we will gift you factory riders and we will handle it. We will just give you that alimony check. It's on us.
Yeah.
We'll pay it. Because they believe there is this connection between Chase Sexton and the dude that's going to buy a Cowie at his dealer. They believe there is a direct connection, which almost no other sport
Yeah.
believes that.
You know what has me actually thinking that that's real now?
I think it is real. Yeah. What?
You know what's convinced me?
What?
I want a Suzuki.
Because of what you're saying?
Yeah, fucking oh.
Really?
Bro, Kenny,
did it.
Ando, let's
it did it.
go.
It did it.
Get me a
It did
Suzuki 450 right now.
It did it. Yeah. So it's probably true. I hope
Would
it's
have
true.
never said that before.
Same. Yeah. The bike itself is exactly the same.
Yeah.
But now they got Kenny and Jason, and you're like, yeah.
And because I glazed Jason Anderson.
Well, yeah. You said the guy that won. Yeah. So that's what keeps the whole thing going. So you're right. It's a double-edged sword. It's to the benefit. Because in car racing, look, man, do you think that Mercedes thinks if they stopped racing F1 that their car sales would tank? They know it really wouldn't.
Yeah.
It would not matter at all. They are racing because that's what they feel like spending their money on. But they do not think that there's a real connection.
Well, but in saying that, can you Google how much Ferrari stock went up when they announced
They're the
Lewis
only
Hamilton?
exception.
Yeah.
Ferrari is so unique amongst autos that I do think that the F1 is Ferrari and Ferrari is F1.
Yeah, and I think that,
That's why I didn't say them.
But
yeah.
if after signing Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah. That's a different paradigm.
You want to try another flavor of that shit? Or
Yeah,
what?
let's do
You're
it.
going to get lit on that?
Yeah.
That-
Oh, because you did put more water in this.
Yeah, fresh water for you. After Lewis Hamilton's move to Ferrari was announced in early February 2024, Ferrari's stock jumped significantly.
What's
rising
what's the stock ticker name for Ferrari?
race?
Interesting.
That's gangster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. Did you know that?
No, I just read that there and it's proving my point. I'm like, they're different.
Yeah.
The racing thing is too
It is
intertwined.
It's the Tafusi, right? You know, it's like it's the whole
Yeah.
thing. Rising over 10%, adding billions with a B to its market cap, with some reports noting an increase of over 12 or even 17% on the day of the news alongside strong earnings. Dude, if you knew Lewis Hamilton was getting signed to Ferrari and you bought some
Bought a
stock,
stock.
dude,
Bought a stock.
that is chilling right there.
Ferrari's got a completely different business model though than most car companies. They do it because they do it. I think
Yes.
Cowie feels like if we do not win on Saturday, it's really going to hurt us on Monday. I don't believe Mercedes is really living and dying their car sales based on their F1 results. It's cool that they do it.
Not results. I think, well,
No, because BMW doesn't do it.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not all there.
Yeah.
Here, it's like if you don't do it, Ducati did not say, we're going to make a dirt bike, but we're not sure we're going to race it. Triumph, we're going to make a dirt bike. We're not sure. They all know there is only one model that works.
Yeah.
You got to race Anaheim.
And
man.
we're lucky.
We are.
And we're lucky that that's the mentality. I think that's the point.
That's
you're
my
getting
point.
to,
100%.
Is we're lucky
Yes.
that they have that belief.
Yes.
Because
and
that's cultural.
yeah, it is. Because there's no real, okay, you want a Suzuki now.
Yeah.
So maybe it's real, but I think it just, like you said, it's cultural. It just is what it is.
Yeah. But I also want every bike. I'm that guy.
I mean, they all look.
I got 5 in my garage.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
ride 1.
Really?
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
I got 1. Well, I got 2 that I ride.
A man can dream.
I got my 250 Yamaha. I love that. And then I got my 450 Yamaha. And I love that. And depending on how much of a man I feel like at the day, how sore I am from my
that's
other
cool.
training,
Yeah.
I'll gauge the.
What's funny about me with bikes is, so I have a YZ250 FX. I have the off-road one, not the enduro bike, but the GNCC one from Yamaha. I had a 350 KTM dual sport, and I was like, this is awesome. I can just ride whenever I want right out of my garage. But then when I had that, I'm like, no, I want a bike I can ride on the motocross track until I get the bike that I can ride on the motocross track. And I'm like, you know what I really need? I need this bike with a license plate. And I've decided I'm just going to have 2 bikes, man. Because the
Dude,
grass is
yes.
always... And then in your case, the difference between these 2 bikes is very minor. They're practically the same bike, just different displacement.
Oh.
It's not like you bought a street bike and a motocross bike.
No. Dude,
You still wanted both.
I got a Yamaha 450, a Yamaha 250, a Stark, a Honda 450,
What the hell, man?
a YZ 250,
2 450s.
a KTM 350. I got way too. I got a 1996 CR 250. That's just a legacy
well, that-
piece.
yes,
That's
that
a
is.
legacy
Yes,
piece.
that is, yeah.
And I have a 2004 YZ 250. I've got 2 of the same bike, just different.
And is the last steel frame?
That is
Yamaha.
the last steel frame,
Yeah,
which is
that's
why I
pretty
got
good.
that. Yeah,
That's pretty
but that's like that's the thing. I'm not a car guy because I don't quite have the money to be a car guy.
There you go. I'm
You
a
know.
car guy, but in a not spending money way. So it's very weird.
So the holiday season has just finished and you've probably shot hundreds of photos, whether it's on your iPhone or your digital camera, and now they're just living in your camera roll. That is where Aura Frames comes in. Aura is a digital picture frame, but it's not like those kind of old cheesy ones from 10 years ago. This thing has an incredible display and showcases photos better than on your phone. You download the app, connect to your Wi-Fi, and you can upload them all from your phone. No memory cards, no subscriptions, no hassles. What I love the most about this frame though is the way that you can share the uploads to your friends and family. I got family that lives overseas, so we can all just upload new photos to our frame that sits in my house. The Carver mat is their best-selling frame, and it's also my personal favorite. Right now, you can save $35 on the Carver mat by visiting auraframes.com and using the promo code GypsyGang at checkout. That's AURA frames.com, promo code GypsyGang. Remember to use that promo code by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply.
All right. So what we said we were going to talk about is
The Racer X thing.
Yeah, the Racer X thing.
Right. So
Yes.
people don't know
Yeah.
that amongst all of the things that you have going on,
Yeah.
your day job is running racerxonline.com. Can you please pull up racerxonline.com?
And here's the problem now. I say it's running the website, but since then, we've had to start doing videos and social media, which all comes out of the hub that is the website. So I really should start saying,
So you're a YouTube guy.
well, I should start saying anything digital.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if people know. Like if you click on a story that I wrote,
Which one did you write?
go down a little bit. Actually, I think that Ferrandis one would have my name on it because it's my interview. That was from last night.
There you go.
Oh,
Jason
yeah. Look at
Weigandt.
the, see, I have a title.
Editorial director.
But I don't know how many people realize that
Yeah.
what that means is, besides the magazine's Davy's baby, and we'll get into that, everything else is either I'm either writing it or I'm assigning it or I'm overseeing it or I'm deciding we should do this. I don't know how many people even
Yeah.
realize that. I mean, that is all consuming.
I didn't.
You seriously did not?
No.
Yeah, I do not
Well, and I
work for
I
Racer X. I
knew-
pretty much run it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't. I knew, but I didn't know.
Right.
So, like what you said, I was kind of talking over you, but you just said, I don't work for Racer X. I pretty much run it.
As I've never said it. And, that's just part of me. First of all, that's not the goal here. There are many goals I have, like doing Supercross on TV. The goal, that's not something I'm patting myself on the back for. Again, it's something I feel like I have to do.
Yeah.
I've been there a long time. I want it to succeed. I don't want it to become BlockBuster video because that's embarrassing AF.
Mm.
So I'm going to do everything I can to not let that happen. Honestly, it probably doesn't even make sense that I care that much. This is your actual show and company.
Mm.
It's Davy's thing. But I'm just like, dude, I'm not going to be at the wheel when it goes in the ditch. That's just embarrassing. So the fact that I'm running it is really just because of that. I probably don't even need to care that much. But who wants to be the guy that ran BlockBuster?
Yeah.
Like, can that guy sleep can he walk down the street and be proud of himself?
Dude, can you Google that? It's a separate tab. We'll come back to Racer
Yeah.
X. So Google, just be like, how much did... Fuck. All right. What am I trying to say here?
Yeah, it's
So-
a tough one to come up with. Yeah.
Blockbuster turned down an offer to buy Netflix for $1 million.
Yeah.
Is
that's
that
true.
Is that
I don't know what the number is, but yes.
Yeah. So like, how much did Blockbuster turn down Netflix or
Something
some
like
shit?
that. It'll
you know?
probably get you.
It's to this day the worst.
There we go. $2,050
Of
million.
$50 million. In 2000, Blockbuster turned down an offer to buy Netflix for $50 million with then CEO John Antioco. Is that how you say it? Antioco? Reportedly dismissing it as a small niche business, a decision infamous as Netflix grew to become a multi-billion-dollar giant and Blockbuster went bankrupt. Also, Netflix is now set to acquire all of Warner
I know.
Brothers.
Yeah.
Bro,
Mhm.
every single thing in, I guess, scripted content, scripted video,
Yeah.
TV, everything is now changed. That almost is a deal that shouldn't happen.
And look, we blame Blockbuster as the one that gets named. But look, that's just because BlockBuster gets blamed because it's the one that went out of business. But Netflix also went from nothing to CBS, ABC, all the biggest broadcast studio, Warner Brothers. How it started with nothing and lapped them in 20 years is ridiculous. But it happens all the time. It's not just Netflix. It's Amazon versus
Uber.
these stores that are gone.
Yeah.
So I become obsessed with, so I read this book by Netflix, the founder, the Reed Hastings guy who they mentioned there. And then he had this woman who
What's his book called?
I got it on a phone. I can look at it.
Just
it's like the Netflix
to
effect or something like that.
Google that, the book.
See, when you read it on your phone, you don't remember the title.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. My fucking...
Type in Reed Hastings Netflix book. I'll give you the title.
Dude, I lost so many books in the fire too. I had so
No.
many books. I've spent thousands of dollars on books over the
Oh,
years.
there it
and
is.
they all went
Netflix
up.
and the culture of reinvention.
I'm going to get that.
It's great. And it's
leave that
him
up.
and this, he had a previous company that wasn't that successful. There was a woman picture her. She was like right by his side. As Netflix started to get better, he brought her back. And what's cool is they have both of them write about each scenario they were in. Here's his take on this story. Here's her take. Sometimes they match, sometimes they don't. But they were just big on being wild and wacky and innovating. And that led them to, doing something that probably seemed dumb at the time.
Well, do you remember?
Successful.
Do you remember the Netflix where you would get the DVD out of a vending machine? Like
Yes.
that's my first Netflix.
They mailed it to you or whatever.
At first it was mailed, then it was vending machines.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember this other whatever. Bottom line is, then I just remember when they were advertising like you could download it, and I just remember saying, "Are people that lazy, man? We're just like, I don't want to get off my couch. I just want to download it." Now streaming, like, how dumb are all of us? How dumb is BlockBuster and every other company in the media game, Warner Brothers, for not recognizing that that's the best way to freaking do it? So there's another book that's great, and you'll love this philosophy. There's a book called The Innovator's Dilemma, which is, you think the problem with BlockBuster is that they're just dumb or they just didn't see it. What the book explains is, if you do the right thing, which is you run a great company and you listen to the customers and you give them exactly what they want, and you keep taking this fantastic product that you have and making it better and better and better, you are doomed to fail, because no one in their feedback, in their customer focus group, can tell you what I really want is the thing that no one's invented yet. You can, if you're Kodak, you can keep making a better film camera and a better film camera and a better film camera, and all your surveys will say how to make the camera better. But you don't know that they're going to invent digital, and all that work, all that stock and money and resources and engineering and R&D is about to be lit on fire like you're building. You can't know that.
Yeah.
You can't know that. So it's almost you're doomed to fail if you truly do it right.
Yeah.
So how do you get so wild and crazy that you don't? And the real problem is that the new thing always starts out so small and unprofitable that any big company on earth would be like, so what did BlockBuster do? They said, what did it say? Too small and niche.
Yeah.
So BlockBuster's like, we're bringing in billions. This little rental thing and streaming thing is only worth millions. It's not even worth our time. The effort we'd put in to run this, to add 1%,
To our bottom line.
it's just not worth it, man.
Yeah.
But look, you were able to start a media product with one guy by yourself, right? Media used to take empires worth of people. Magazines took massive staffs. That's just the staff. That's not including the advertising people who had to create an ad to send to you, the people at the printer, the people at the mail that had to get it. Like, think of the infrastructure.
Yeah. Layers of complexity.
You always get beat by the not very profitable, no margin, cheap, simple, convenient thing that you can't see coming.
Yeah.
Unless you're smart enough to be like, we have to do these 5 things. We're going to try 5 of them. 4 of them are going to fail. And we have to just accept that. We have to just try. And it seems dumb and not necessary and not profitable now. And the thing we're doing is churning out dollar after dollar. Why would we even screw with this? But you're doomed if you don't.
Yeah.
And I am consumed by, dude, Racer X was a magazine. Here's what's so funny. When I started there, we were the tiny guys.
Yeah.
We were always against these magazines that were part of 300 publications.
Yeah.
And they had a gun magazine and a horse magazine and a bicycle magazine, 5 car magazines, 12 fashion magazines, and a dirt bike magazine. And it was like, how can you survive? These are billion-dollar companies.
By being small and niche.
Yeah, how can we survive? Now, compared to you, we're the giants. Like, we were small and niche. We won because we were small and niche, but now we're giant. You were one guy. One guy with a camera on his laptop is all you need now.
Mhm.
I mean, respect to you. You blowing all your money on these cameras and I keep telling you not to do.
Yeah.
But I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly what the book says.
But also, and it's a great point, right? Because I actively,
Mhm.
like, we have the same crew.
Mhm.
So as I've hired people,
Yeah.
it's the same people.
Okay.
No one's left. No one new's coming.
Oh, really?
So
Interesting.
the one
Yeah.
guy came and went very
Mhm.
quickly, but I wouldn't say he was like a part of the crew, you know?
Okay.
But like, I've just been so purposeful about being like, no, it's this small crew and it's going to
Yeah.
be the same crew. And like, we might have to bring on someone else to do some things that we have planned,
Mhm.
but it's like, we're trying so hard to maximize what we get out of these people because the option there for me,
Mhm.
the expansion that we could do,
Yeah.
it's like pretty big.
Yes.
There's a way that we could just
Oh, you totally could.
go so,
You totally could.
and it's hard. It's not hard. It's like very hard to make a balance between I don't want to turn into that. I don't want to be the guy that manages 50 people.
Mm.
I don't want to have a manager that manages 50 people and then I turn a blind eye because I don't want to, like there's so much
Mhm.
that comes with that growth
Yeah.
because you can and you think you should. So it's like you have to be so intentional about staying or being what you want to be.
Yeah. But you can't define it too much.
Mm.
So the reason I even knew about this Innovator's Dilemma book, it's a friend of mine is like, I bought stock in Apple because Apple was smart enough right off the bat to say we're not a computer company. We're just a company. We're never going to define ourselves by we're good at making one product because that's how you die.
Mhm.
Kodak was good at making film cameras and BlockBuster was good at making a videotape rental store. Apple has basically gone from a computer company to a phone company. Now you could probably argue they're a subscription service, app store,
Advertising. Yeah.
They are the same company, but they're not.
Well, look at Google.
What, dude?
It's a search engine.
That's what we thought it was.
Kinda.
Yeah, it's also a map.
Yeah.
And
It's
now
YouTube,
it's AI,
this,
and
it's
yes,
Google
YouTube.
Drive, it's Box, it's email, it's
Yes. So you have to not define yourself too much. But it gets hard when you are so successful at one thing to even consider, I'm repeating myself, trying the next thing. So for you don't want to change what's been successful, but maybe someday the 5-hour podcast isn't it.
Bro, I thought it would be done already.
You probably want it to be sometimes.
No, I do.
Yeah.
I love
Yes.
this.
Yeah.
But I still can't believe that it is.
Mhm.
But I would always say when this started that this is like the oldest thing. Just this.
You're right. It is. It's just talking.
Yeah,
we've done it.
This is a
Yeah.
campfire.
It's a great point.
And so
Yeah.
this is thousands of years. It's like the latest form of this. And
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it will change. I also think like we're about to be in a weird AI era. And I don't think people really understand how weird it's going to get.
It's
But
going to be bad.
I think that the fact that there's like millions of people that know I'm a real person in the years just before
Ooh,
there's
that's
about
good.
to be no
That's
more
good.
real people.
Yeah.
So if you haven't become a public figure
Mhm.
by 2026,
It might be over.
literally, bro,
It's a great take. I had not thought about this.
like it might be it
Yeah.
because,
Anything else could be fake.
dude, and so I haven't been on, I haven't had Instagram. I've been like on and off Instagram for like a couple of years. I've been trying to quit. I have no problem saying that I was like addicted
Okay.
to my phone.
Okay.
And it only got worse by being the one guy that posted content and was trying to decipher if it was working and making it better. So I got into a place where I was just,
You should, though, and I've told myself that too. That's what sucks. I think most people in regular jobs could be like, you know what? The right thing to do is to not do this at all. But it is part of our job
Yes.
to see how that works.
Yeah.
So it is really hard
Yeah.
not to. You kind of have to.
but now I don't. And I've cut myself off.
But don't you feel like you potentially are missing out? Okay, we all know you're probably looking at it just to learn, gossip, fun, ridiculous stuff. But aren't you missing out on research?
I don't do
media-
That much, I don't do that much research.
I don't mean research on your subjects. I mean, oh, this is how people are communicating now. This is the new thing. Don't you feel like you're missing that?
Yeah, but that's why there's 20-year-olds. That,
Oh, there you go.
Well, he didn't even know, like, he didn't even consider the K until just now.
Wow.
yeah, like I'm talking. I'm off.
Okay. But you trust the guys you have
Yes.
to keep you on it.
Yeah, we got a Slack and we got like
Yeah.
I get sent shit. I get when Lucas quit that got sent to me. Like I get sent
You don't have to stay on it.
Yeah, but
Okay.
so what I was sort of getting at
Mhm.
is so I've been off long enough now.
Uh-huh.
So like cold turkey. Well, like I've been really off since August. The Charlie Kirk thing was the day I quit Instagram.
Interesting. Okay.
I opened up my phone, first thing I saw, and I was like, I was already not in a good place.
Mhm.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm actually done. And,
Okay.
I'm really done. I'm
Yeah.
fully done.
Okay.
And
That's fair.
and then but I do go on, like I go on the browser. I like seeing our stuff.
Mhm.
I'll look at it sometimes days after we post it. But I still want to see what the boys are doing. And
You realize no one thinks it's not you.
everyone thinks it's me, eh?
That's what I mean. The
Yeah,
only
yeah.
person that knows it's not you is you
Yeah.
and him.
Yeah, yeah.
Everyone thinks Jace did this.
Oh man, and sometimes like just sometimes the shit. I'm like, dude, I didn't. You know,
I
that's,
know.
You know, that's
I
not-
know.
It'd be the same for you. Like there'd be stuff where you're like, I did it, whatever.
No, totally. Yeah.
But anyway, so the times like even from August when the Charlie Kirk thing happened
Mhm.
to now,
Mhm.
whenever like my mum will show me something or my wife will show me something,
Mhm.
and I'll have a scroll on my browser for a
Mhm.
couple minutes. The AI shit is crazy. I feel like a boomer now from 5 months off this shit because the shift.
It has happened that quickly.
Yeah,
It's true.
dude.
You don't go on Instagram and see your friends anymore.
No.
It's just random stuff that they think you like. And I'll admit, probably more than half of it is something,
Yeah, yeah.
like I said before, if you would ask me what I wanted, I wouldn't have said that because I didn't even know this existed. So sometimes I'm like, this is cool. I didn't know this happened in an NBA game in 1988. I would have never even asked or looked it up.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
awesome. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah.
But it's changed. It wasn't even like that in July.
Yeah. So now, again, I think like one of the things is if you're a real person,
Yeah.
like everyone knows who Steve Mathis is.
Mhm.
Like in the AI slop era that we're about to wade into, he gonna be all right.
But the next guy won't ever happen.
But the next guy, like
Mm.
if you haven't popped off, because then there's gonna be an AI version that's gonna be watching. Relationship that you have between the person that's giving you that information and like it's not going to be the same. We're going to go to Anaheim 1 in a couple of days and there's going to be people wanting to take photos with us. There's going to be people telling us how much they love what we do.
Mhm.
There's a real thing that these people care and I love that. That's a great thing that
Mhm.
we've all been building. But that's gone. For like anyone else, I just think it's going to be so hard to break in because the people's level of I just can't see people buying in this new era the way that people have bought in the last 10
It won't
years.
be as much because, yes, they will lose that. Like I said, right at the top, there are certain, if it's your guy, you'd prefer 14 hours of content than 12. There's no limit to how much your fans want to hear of you or my fans want to hear of me or Mathis's fans want to hear of him. But there is a subset of people that just want info.
Yeah.
They don't care what the source is. They just want to hear, wait, there's Sexton hates his bike. Tomac hates his bike. Somebody got hurt. They just want to know that. And the AI has already done a great job of serving that up. Sometimes it's not even real. And I know that people are intaking that and being like, oh, so that's how it really went down.
Yeah.
So speaking of that, like literally, and Facebook is the worst. But again, I go on there because I feel like I learned from it. Mathis went to Australia, World Supercross. Tomac didn't do that well. They talked about it on a show. A Facebook post comes out saying that this is what he said on his show, but it really wasn't what they said. He said Tomac left, we couldn't interview him. The AI whatever dirt bike blah 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 on Facebook says stormed off and refused to speak to media, and he's like, I didn't say he stormed off. I just said he was gone. So I'm like, but here's the problem. Somebody read that and thought that's
And
what you
believed
said.
it. Yeah.
So now they think Tomac is super pissed at his team and bike that he stormed off, and you're the asshole who told everybody that. And neither is true. And I would like to think that everybody's like, but I don't believe it. That was probably AI.
Yeah, but that's not.
At least half the people thought somebody's going to go to Anaheim and Tomac's going to do well. And they're going to be like, pretty impressive.
For a guy that
Was storming off.
that punched Ian Harrison
yeah.
in the jaw. in Gold
Exactly.
Coast.
Exactly. And I see that. And that's why I go on Facebook. I had to learn that. I had to see, oh, wow, this is a real problem. Dude, I haven't seen this in a while. Last spring, there was an account on Facebook that was literally making up a Ricky Carmichael, Eli Tomac in the media rivalry that did not exist at all. There was this account, I screenshot it to RC to be like, hey, just in case Eli is death staring you this weekend,
You know why?
you know why. This thing that didn't happen is on Facebook. And it said that Carmichael put out a scathing, Eli Tomac relies on his modern technology, which I never had on my bike. And then the next day, the same account says, Tomac fires back and says, I'm utilizing the tools that I have at my disposal. It didn't say where they said this. These are just fake quotes that never got said by either guy ever.
Fake news.
It is fake news. I'm like, man, we're in a bad spot. Now, luckily, that seemed to go away, at least for the last couple of months. I haven't seen it. Maybe I'm just not being fed it. I don't know. But you know someone,
Believed it.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. They're going to see, at one point, RC and ET talking, and they're going to be like, wait, they're cool? What about that beef they had? That's what scares me. I like your thought that it's never going to be the same because it's not authentic, but I don't know how much. What's the percentage of that matters? Half? Less than half?
In terms of,
People don't believe it because they
Yeah,
don't think it's coming
yeah.
from an authentic source.
I think that people just aren't going to connect in the same way.
No, they won't.
You know? But
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Like there is a percentage of people. But I mean, even like on, politics stuff, like I have smart people send me shit all the time. I'm just like, dude, you could literally figure out that this is,
I know. That's what scares
it's
me.
very simple
Yeah.
that you could figure this out.
Well, then you could also see the comments of people saying, hell yeah, absolutely. But then I'm like, wait, some of those could be fake also. That could be chatbots. I'm like, I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know anymore.
Yeah.
It's
What is real?
I know, but it's bad enough for what it's going to do to the broader society, but it's extra bad when you're in the quote unquote media and you're like, bro, that I read a story about Carmichael and Tomac arguing that never even happened that looked super freaking real. That is really bad. And I don't know what the salute, like, we're going to keep being authentic. And maybe that gets
Race
most
your ex,
people.
bro. That's the source of truth. That's the fight you've got to keep up.
But don't you think that some of the folks think that, oh, see, Racer X sucks because they never even reported on that?
True. Or that,
And I'm like, we didn't report on it because it never happened.
or that they're owned by Davey Dave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some
David
people
Coombs.
definitely think it did happen and we didn't do it because we're too corporate to write about it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I can't write about something that did not ever happen.
Well, I'll get people all the time that are like, when are you going to speak on this? Like the D Kitchen thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
I just haven't got a show booked it. Like I'm not doing a show. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna go on fucking Instagram live and just spew my take. Like I don't have that show
Yes.
to
You've always
do-
said that.
to do this.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if we were doing this show on Monday after A1, yeah, we're gonna fucking talk about all of that stuff. Like there would be, and something happened, then you would hear me comment on it. But like, I don't have that kind of thing where I'm like,
And you don't want it. You said that. No. Because I'm telling you, the hardest thing of all is that I've been on this 24/7 news wheel my whole adult life.
I was about to
Yes.
go there
Yeah.
next,
Mhm.
right? Because that's the difference. I mean, Alex saw this last year at A1 because he's like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, I'm fucking. And then he's like, because he walked up and he's like, yeah, man, the dudes in the photo den are just going ham, eh? Like in between every practice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's just not our thing. Like we
Stay out of it. Yeah.
And then I think like he got a lesson, and I was in that to a degree.
Yeah.
You know, like when I first started, I was working in a magazine.
Yeah.
That's why I got out of it. I saw it in like 6 months. I'm like, Like, but this sucks, dude.
Yes.
Every practice, like that's a whole thing that, I mean, it's like the backbone of a ton of different companies, you know. I wonder though, this is me, like I'll consult for Racer X at some point.
Okay, we'll help you.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's probably where AI will help.
Yeah.
You'll be able to integrate at a point
Yeah.
AI to be like, they're going to post the race results. There'll be a system that recognizes that Dylan Ferrandis is number 14. If he's the top of the charts, then this is a good photo of Dylan Ferrandis that Garth Milan took and went into selects. It gets posted with a caption. All of that hamster wheel news cycle shit that is probably the bane of your existence on a day-to-day.
There are so many things, including at 5 a.m. this morning, where I'm like, I probably shouldn't be doing this level of ground level work.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
But we haven't figured out a way around it yet.
Yeah. So that's the thing
Yeah.
where I think that AI will really help. And then
That's what they all say, yes.
But so what does that leave more time for?
Well, I would say that's actually a positive, because when I'm wasting an hour on a Ferrandis interview that could have taken 4 minutes, that's one less other thing I can do, one less other good story.
Yeah.
So that would open the door quite a bit. And we do have a web developer on our site who's constantly pushing the AI thing on us for that. He's always like, think of something that takes a lot of your time.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Let me try to engineer a not busy work solution.
Uh-huh.
And we have figured out a lot of tools, but they're always like,
A little bit janky. Yeah.
and they don't feel real.
Yeah.
They don't feel real. So we can never quite go there. And it is I didn't know how important the authenticity thing would be, but to your point, it's more important now than ever. I never really cared, but we stumbled into like wanting to be authentic, and now it's like, we cannot abandon that now. Now I know how important it is.
Yeah.
But
Looking at Racer X more. Like I'll actually go to the website.
oh,
Like,
look at that.
you know, so
Yeah.
and it's just it's a source of trusted media. Like I know I can go there and it's only going to be real
Yeah.
information. So it's like that can almost be like the rebranding and the value that you can provide to our moto society is like real, authentic, legitimate news, storytelling. And I think over time, like as all those tools get better, then it's just going to give you more time for more things.
I know what you mean, because like, so last Saturday or Sunday morning, I wake up and I'm like on one of those dumb, whichever it was, Facebook or whatever, and I see that like the United States has captured Maduro. And my first thought is that real?
Yeah, fake news.
So I'm like, that could happen, could not. My first thought wasn't that it was fake. I just didn't know for sure.
Yep.
So I did have to go to websites that I know. And I'm like, if they don't all say it, something's up. Because they will all say it if it's real.
Yeah.
And I did have to essentially go to other sources. And I'm like, okay, they all said this happened. I guess it did. Because my first instinct was I don't believe it. So maybe you're right. Maybe there's the place for okay, they say that Tomac and Carmichael got into an argument. No other source mentioned it. So that must be fake.
Yeah. Probably didn't happen.
It probably didn't happen. But look, we have another, this is funny. I think there used to be this misunderstanding that people thought you edit yourself because of advertisers. What are the advertisers going to say? I cannot remember. Have you ever had an advertiser say, like you have Yamaha Helps or Monster or whatever.
Yeah.
Have you ever had them say anything about what you said?
Dude, Yamaha actively encourages me to have another sponsor. So we own, like Yamaha's the only company that pays us in terms of
really?
a manufacturer. Yeah, we don't get any other manufacturer.
Oh, as a manufacturer.
Yeah.
Your other sponsors do pay. Please
Yes,
tell me.
yes,
Okay.
yes. They're the only manufacturer that
Yeah.
has ever paid me $1.
Yeah.
Gas paid me to speak at one of their events that you probably couldn't speak
Yeah.
at.
I've done enough.
And so that's it, right?
Yeah.
So we started running into the thing where there would be people like, oh, you get paid to say that about Yamaha.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yes, I do. But also, if you knew that John is like, yeah, man, you definitely should do this with someone else. But I'm like, doesn't really feel right when you're paying me. So I'm going to do this on, Like we did a monster build last year and
Mhm.
I just did it on a Yamaha. Yamaha actually had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But I was just like, nah, I just need to, they pay me. That's the one that I want to do this on, right?
Yes.
But they actively tell me, like, dude, it would actually be good for us if you do that, because then when you do ride a Yamaha, this looks great for us because you're choosing to ride that bike. It's so different than what people actually think.
Yes, but that's only because there are younger, smarter people. So yeah, we're talking John. I know who you mean. He's awesome. And I think he knows that, look, if we did it the old school way,
Yeah.
and you just tell everybody over and over that Yamaha's awesome, we've just wasted our money, because now you just look like a corporate
shill.
stooge shill,
Yeah.
and you've lost all credibility. So yeah, he has said to me over and over, he's like, we never want to do anything to make you compromise your editorial integrity, because then the ad is worthless, right? But that takes smart people to get that. So it has always surprised me that most people think that way. I can think of like 2 or 3 times ever in the history of me 2 decades plus at Racer X where an advertiser was pissed about something. Like, think about it. How many volumes are talked about, written, said last year about Jorge Prado hates Cowie, and there's some problems between KTM and Chase Sexton. We never heard a word from KTM or Cowie saying, how dare you say that? It really isn't what people think. The thing that people probably don't realize is the influence is trying to keep the relationships going with all these athletes to be a credible source.
I was going to say,
That's the hard part.
the athletes are harder than the companies.
100%.
So I had a Red Bull athlete sitting here last night.
Okay.
Monster pays me.
Yep.
They don't give a fuck.
No, because they
That-
want your show to be
In
good.
in no way, shape, or form
Yes.
would they ever stop. So, like, that's a great corporate example right
Yes.
there, you know?
Yep.
The thing that's hard, so
Mhm.
Coop is doing the pod tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to sit here and it's going to look like I'm just glazing Coop, because at Arlington Supercross, when he won that race, I
Unbelievable.
said everywhere for the whole time, anytime anyone said who's winning the title, I said Coop's won. Coop won at Arlington. That final moto of the Triple Crown, Cooper Webb won the title.
Mhm.
I said it over and over and over. And that's not because I want to suck Cooper Webb's dick
Or you hate Chase Sexton.
or that I hate Chase
Yes.
Sexton. It actually pains me
Yeah.
that I know for a fact that Chase Sexton would not be stoked on me saying that. There will be, I'm going to see him tomorrow for the first time in a long time, or Saturday, whenever I see.
Yeah.
There will be a thing in him that is a little bit fuck you. And we've had a great relationship. I go mountain bike riding with him. We've done podcasts together.
Yeah.
Like, it sucks that I have to say that.
I know.
But to have integrity, and again, it's not because I do love Cooper. Coop's a fucking legendary human.
He's awesome.
But that's what I thought to be true. I didn't spend years telling everybody before Jet Lawrence even won a race that he was going to be the best racer of all time because I wanted to suck his dick. I said it because I believed it. And
Right.
in this game, to do what you do, you got to put your nuts on the line and make the call. I didn't say fuck the privateers because I wanted everybody to like me. I said fuck the privateers because fuck the privateer. Like,
Wow, still
it's-
doing it.
It's just my thought. Like, it's
Yeah.
what I feel and
Yeah.
it's what I believe. I'm going to say it. I don't think that I'm the fucking man. I don't think I'm the oracle. I don't think I'm like, that's what I think to be true at the time.
You could be wrong even.
I could definitely be
Yeah.
wrong. I
Yeah.
wasn't wrong about Jet. I wasn't wrong about Coop.
No.
I wasn't wrong about Deegan.
Nope.
And you have those wins over time, and that's what lets people believe that you're credible.
Yes.
Is you're like, dude, he called, whether they want to admit it or not, fuck, he called the Deegan thing. Like, he called the Jet thing.
Right. So if you
Damn.
never put it out there ever,
He called the fuck. He said Coop was going to win at Arlington. That's like round 6 of an 18-round series. That's crazy. It's like, and if you never do that, you never risk hurting somebody's feelings.
Yeah.
But you're never going to be right enough to be a credible source.
yeah, that's what, and especially now, I guess, with the AI thing coming, that's what attaches people. And it's annoying even to hear it at the time, especially if you just keep saying it over and over.
Yep.
it's really only like 5 years later that you get the credit. I mean, we make fun of Mathis for the freaking nets that they have on the track because he said it for years. And I'm like, how could you even do it? What would even anchor it into the ground? And now those freaking nets are there. And what does everybody call them? They call them the Mathis nets.
Mathis nets,
And they're not the Mathis nets, but that's just what everybody calls it as slang because he put the balls on the crossbar and just kept freaking ranting on it. And not knowing that they were ever going to do it or that they would do it 3 years later. And now we're 10 years past that. So you do have to, but it is very risky. The advantage that you guys have that I don't is that I have to play.
Yeah, you got to play both sides of the court.
Right,
Yeah.
because I also have to host a press conference on Friday. I have to always be on speaking terms with every rider. It's not like Red Bull wants to hire me to do the Ducati launch on Monday, and I can't be like, well, there's a problem.
Yeah,
Ferrandis and I
Ferrandis
hate each other,
years,
and he doesn't talk to me, and I don't talk to him, and it's going to be really awkward. I can't have that happen. But at the same time, because this sport isn't big enough for me to just announce the race on TV on Saturday and go home for the next 6 days, we all have to have multiple jobs. That's the only way to make a living. I have to play both sides. I have to do a little bit of what you're talking about. I can't just be vanilla.
Can't be Switzerland forever.
No. And I feel bad because it makes you feel two-faced, right? Like you like Chase Sexton. I like Chase Sexton. You don't want Chase Sexton to think like he bros me down in person, but the minute I walk away, he's glazing Cooper Webb. That's not really what you're doing, but it could easily be perceived that way. And you want to be a genuine guy with integrity. You don't want to seem two-faced, but it almost seems two-faced.
Yeah. Well, and so a good example of this is the World Supercross, right?
Yeah.
Adam Bailey, I've known him since I was 17 years old.
Yep.
Right? And when he got World Supercross, I was like, as a friend as well. So I believed in it, A.
I remember you saying this.
But then he's also a friend. And so I probably pushed that extra out of my relationship for him and wanting to see him be successful. And
But partially because you believe in him
as
being
well.
successful.
Yeah.
Not just rooting for him,
No.
but genuinely believed it.
And seeing what he'd done before.
Yeah.
Like you'd been to the AusX in 2019. It's
great.
We went to New Zealand. I'd seen it. I believed in the vision. All right, fast forward. Doesn't deliver on the promises.
Yeah.
It wasn't him, but there were people in the organization.
Yeah.
Created some issues. It's a thing. I'm pedaling the bike and I believe it. And I believe that I think, Davey and Prater would probably be like, hey, we had the SMX thing in the works, the NBC deal. All of that, two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
I still believe that if WSX wasn't offering this money and this shift, that you probably wouldn't have seen the level of money go back in.
Right.
I could be wrong, but that's what
I don't believe 100% exactly the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So did they have an impact? Yes. Am I going to try extra hard? Yes. It makes sense, right? So then Adam Bailey loses that series. What do I do? Do I then go, and then he's got, there's problems between the new and the old.
Yeah.
So then as a person that has integrity, what do? You fucking got to keep pedaling the bike. I believed in it. I said it was good. I said it was good for the riders. I still believe that we're going to see, you look at the 450 class right now, there's so much new talent that's coming up. Deeds hasn't got there yet. Kitchen hasn't got there yet. Dude, there's about to be a full rotation of guys that leave the sport that I will still pay money to watch.
Yes.
They're going to go to World Supercross. That series is going to be great. I've been saying that the whole time. They actually executed amazingly well this year. I think they ticked all the boxes and so my point in all this is because of my personal relationship and my feelings for one person that's involved, I can't all of a sudden just cut ties. Now that can make me look two-faced to Adam Bailey.
Oh, I see what you mean. I was wondering where you're going with that. Yes.
So it's it's unfortunate that when you're in this position, there's certain things that you have to do to maintain a level of integrity and respect with people with your audience that spend hundreds of hours every year listening.
And that's going to open you up to be two-faced. But I have warned other people in the media who have tried to, they think the industry's too corporate or watered down or whatever it is. And I'm always like, you guys think that the problem is you have to filter yourself or toe the company line and all that. Like, Mathis is as wide open with opinions, love, hate as anyone. He has not been shut down by the industry in any way, shape, or form. He has trash things that are fundamental things that promoters are trying to push. He works for us at Racer X. He's made fun of many things that happen at races run by MX Sports many, many times. No one seems to notice this, but he does it all the time. I always say it's one thing to have an opinion. It might bother people a little bit, but not too bad. You just have to be accurate. You just have to be accurate. If your take on because you have no filter and everybody has a filter. I'm like, they don't get mad about unfiltered. They get mad about being inaccurate. So you can be as wild and crazy as you want, but you better be right.
Yeah.
Because I bet you, okay, even if Sexton didn't like what you said, there's even a part of Sexton and the people around him that are like, you know what, man?
That's the night he lost the title.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
They only really get pissed when you say something that's not true, that's not accurate, that's not correct. And that is the saving grace. There'll be some brief moments where you seem two-faced because, look, you're friends with Adam Bailey. You're saying that the new ownership did a really good job. He can't say it's not true.
Yeah.
It might not be the thing he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
But is it inaccurate? It is not inaccurate. So you're going to ruffle some feathers somewhere. But I think that's where some of the people get confused, where they think that no one wants to hear a gnarly opinion. And I'm like, they don't, but they'll accept it. But they do not want to hear something horrifically inaccurate about them.
And there's also lines, like to talk to about Mathis, right? I feel like there's lines that he's never crossed.
Yeah.
There is, and there's other people out there.
Are there? I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, there's
He's crossed a lot of lines.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I mean, not to the. I think that there's other lines that can be crossed.
Oh, right. It
You know
never
what I'm
turns
saying?
hellaciously personal.
Yeah, and
Yes.
there's I mean, I don't know. Colin Deegan of fucking meth heads are probably pretty gnarly to be.
Yeah,
honest.
that is problem. Yes.
That's right.
Yes. Yes.
Look, hey, and that's not saying I would do. I hope that I would never do a lot of the stuff
Yeah.
that Steve has
Did he
done.
actually say
on,
meth head?
bro, the clip. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
He went off, bro. Like fucking unhinged. I hope I never do that.
Yeah, go that. Yes.
Unhinged, bro.
It's making my point, though. He's still here.
Yeah, that is a good. But I feel like there's some other shit that you can do that people are just like, fucking whatever, bro. Or, I mean,
Yes.
maybe not the public, but the industry. Like,
Yes.
there's things that you can do in the industry where people will never respect you. You will never get a media pass. You will never get a seat
Yeah.
on the merry-go-round,
Right.
as Davey calls it, because you're a fucking idiot.
Because you're inaccurate.
And you just, there's lines that it's just dirt bikes. It's just a job.
That's true, too.
And now you're taking this to a place
Yeah.
that is not just dirt bikes. It's like way outside the spirit of the game that we're all, and then it's just like, we don't need you here for this to be successful.
I agree that's part of it, but I'm still going to stick with, I think the main thing is we're more mad because we do not feel that the take you have is fair and accurate. We feel that you've taken it out of context or you're looking for an answer. I always say the big problem we have now in society is that people find the answer they want first.
Yes.
And then they go and look for evidence to back it up later.
Yes.
And that's what drives people nuts because they'll be like, there are 9 ways to prove this is not true. And you found the one to prove the point that you wanted to prove. And that's, I think, what really drives people mad. So, Mathis, when he says something positive or negative, for the most part, everybody's like, he probably talked to 30 people who told him that. Like, back in the day, Christophe Porcel, he used to go off on Christophe Porcel all the time. And he'd be like, bro, why are you so gnarly on Porcel? He's like, because 12 people told me these stories. I went to a GP. 12 people told me he's a dick out of 12. 12 out of 12 told me he's a dick. That's why I said he's a dick. Might not be nice. Might not be what people wanted to hear. But you're like, okay, well, I guess it's true. I guess it's accurate.
My dad always said, if enough people call you a dickhead, You're probably a dickhead.
Yeah. And I think that's why he's been able to survive. Because in the end, they're like, it's not what I wanted to hear, but unfortunately, it's probably based on some sort of reality and not he woke up and decided for no reason, I don't like Porcel. And now I'm going to go find reasons to not like him. It was, I had no opinion on it. And then 12 people told me what the deal is. Now I have an opinion. And that is a massive difference that the world, I'm not even talking about motocross, has completely lost.
Yeah.
We'll find any way to justify what we want to be true. And that's not, when you go to the store to buy toothpaste, you do not do that. When you're picking a brand, you like, which one's on sale? Which one? Like, you make a decision. You would never go to the store and be like, I know one thing. Colgate is evil.
Yeah.
And Crest is an angel. You would never do that.
Fuck, you don't think so? I feel like I think we're there.
We do that with way more important stuff than toothpaste.
Yeah.
But then benign stuff like toothpaste, we don't. I'm like, we got to flip, man.
Bro, how's whenever we post anything that's like pro monster related, the comments of like, it's the mark of the devil, bro. It's the mark of the demon, bro. You think some dude that was in fucking Photoshop getting paid like $9,000 to make that logo was like, I'm going to make the mark of the devil.
Oh, they actually think this is what the logo is?
Yes.
Oh my God. Wow, I didn't even know that.
Bro, that's a whole subculture of people that hate Monster because
It's the
think
mark of
it's
the devil.
mark of the beast. And then unleash the there's a whole thing.
Oh, Unleash the Beast.
Mark of the Beast. 666. You didn't know this was a thing?
No, I don't trade in those
See
circles.
if you can find like any legit.
Oh my gosh. Look, in your life, you've seen a lot of things go right and wrong. For the most part, what happens more? There was lack of time, effort, resources, organization, good people, and something got screwed up? Or this master plan
Brother.
came together, executed in such a fashion, and take it further back. When Monster came up with that logo, they probably had 3 employees.
Yes.
Like
bro.
the idea that they were going to launch it. Okay, now they have billions. They could cook up some crazy ideas in a lab. But back when they made the logo, it was like, we're just trying to get a drink on the shelves, man.
Hey, but the problem is 2 things can be true at the same time.
Okay.
So I fully agree with you, right?
Yeah.
So I always say, I had this conversation. I was having like you got the people you can talk politics with.
Yeah.
And like, no matter what you say, no matter what they believe, they're just not going to get mad at you. It can just
it's
be
great.
a conversation.
Yes.
So he's one of my friends that's like that,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
So we were just the whole this and that and
Yeah, it's great.
files and Venezuela. Like, so we went in and I'm like telling him, because I had nothing but time over the last 5 months.
It's dangerous.
And so, And so then I said something about like conspiracies and I was like, I'm just not a conspiracy guy. And then he's like, yeah, me neither. I said, the fucking moon landing. He's like, oh, well, what do you think about the moon landing? He's like, is that a thing? And I was like, all right, this is how I base all of my conspiracies. So this is my rule of thumb. So if anyone wants to know where I'm at on conspiracies, this is it. My theory on whether a conspiracy is true or not is how many people would have to keep a secret over how long for this to stay hidden.
Secret.
Yes.
Yeah.
The moon landing. Thousands and thousands of people would have had to have kept a secret for 60 years for that to be true. UFOs. Like that one maybe more like because of government clear, blah, blah, blah. But again, like how many people have retired? Like why is there not a guy on his deathbed about to kick the bucket?
Yeah.
87 years old with some iPhone photos of a film picture he took back in 1960 at Roswell.
Of an alien?
Of an alien.
Of an alien.
And it's just like, that. You're telling me that not one guy.
I'll do you one better. These people are in elections. These are 2 parties that hate each other, but they would be like, we can't go that far. We could never, you know what? Bring out the alien evidence and show that they're liars. No, they actually made a gentleman's agreement. They're like, we hate each other. We want to win every election. We will do anything to win, but we will not.
This.
Yeah.
But this.
We will not say they're hiding aliens.
Yeah. And so it's like, how many people would have had to keep a secret?
Yeah.
Flat Earth. You got anyone in your life that's a flat earther? God rest your soul if that's actually the case. But it's like, okay, so every pilot Every
Yeah.
Every-
yes, you're right.
every commercial pilot, every private pilot, every person that's ever sailed a boat
yeah.
for millennia
Yes. It's never.
has to keep the secret about gravity and about the fact that you can fly around the earth, you can sail around the earth. Like,
Sure, you don't fall off.
how many people have had to keep that secret?
What kind of meetings do you have to have
How do they do that?
to keep all the people? I mean, I even laugh when people use the term the media. And I'm like, is there a 5 a.m. conference call with everyone on earth that consider
All of
themselves the
the
media? I'm like, here's how we're going to interpret this
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
So look, most of the time people just screw stuff up.
Yeah.
They just screw stuff up.
Yeah, human incompetence is a fucking thing.
We're
Hey,
surrounded by it all the time. Me too.
look at me.
Me too. I was sweating so much how to spell Paulo Ciabatti, the head of Ducati off-road. I mean, I must have looked it and read it. I went to his Instagram to read him typing the letters. And I still typed it so painstakingly because I knew I would probably screw it up. Like, we all make mistakes. It's way more likely that this was a lack of time, resources, competence, whatever.
But the problem is, so when I said two things can be true, so I had a conversation the other day with a friend who's in an agency type thing, and then he's working for this big company, and then these guys got this company. I'm trying to be as vague as possible just so people can't
Smart idea.
connect dots. But
Yes.
long story short is there's a purchase of a company and then a marketing company that was employed for this company, and then that guy worked for a political party, and their whole goal of buying this company is to infiltrate a certain sphere.
Okay. Type of business or something.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
so there's people that are using a company
Yeah.
to promote a thing because of who the people are that buy the products for this company.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it's it's a whole thing, and then
Yes.
they're pumping millions of dollars on this bet that they're going to infiltrate this group of people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so there is there's
It's
so
not
much
that it doesn't
weird-
happen
Yeah,
at all.
yes,
Right.
and
Yeah.
and then there's real conspiracies.
Yeah.
You know, look, there's a certain group of files that
Yeah.
gnarliest political cover up
Again,
in the history.
we've had thousands of elections and not one person has ever said, you know what? I'm in a desperate hour. My political career is about to end. The election's tomorrow. I'm doing it. I'm saying it. Why would they not? Why would they not?
So
Yeah.
there is real, you know what I mean?
No,
There's
there has to be.
and
There has
there
to
is,
be. Yes.
but and so that's the problem is then it's just well, if that's true, that's so. But
I've
you just
heard-
have to be as informed as possible with real shit.
You have to not already have the answer you want in
Yeah,
mind.
yeah. You can't form your opinion and then look for the answers
It
because
drives
the
me nuts.
answers are out there.
Yeah.
You have to do the work
Yeah.
and be open enough to be wrong and accepting and have your mind changed. But a lot of people just don't want that.
I've always say you cannot ever overestimate the power of telling people what they want to hear. It's really uncomfortable feeling to go to bed every night being like, what I thought was true, the theory I had, the worldview, life belief that I've had, I might be wrong. It's comfort food to hear, I was right all along. And I think somewhere along the way, someone got smart enough to be like,
Yeah.
people say they want unbiased, but what they really want is us to tell them what they already believed is true. And that's it. We're off to the races for decades now, and you ain't getting it back in the box.
Well, and that's the problem with algorithms too.
Yeah, that's just become the next link in that chain.
That's the ultimate manifestation of
Mhm.
that is, and I'm I'm now balls deep in the Beatles
okay.
because
You
I
click
play guitar.
Okay.
And so the more I learn about music theory and the more that I'm down this rabbit hole, the more I'm watching videos about why the Beatles were musical geniuses without knowing music theory. And it's so you just go deep. I did an hour on the cycle bike watching the Get Back documentary.
Yeah.
Now I'm just listening to
Yeah.
the bit. So it's we're so susceptible to this. And it's if you aren't aware, but it's that's my whole fucking business model is serving content to people that it's such a double-edged sword because people want to hear you speak. And if someone is a kind of person that wants to hear what you have to say, I know how to make the content that will get to that person.
Yeah, but again, we're just dirt bikes, dude. We're just dirt bikes.
Yeah, but when you put that on like a
Real topics.
crazy level, it can just get
Yeah, we're just talking dirt bikes. It's much more benign than that. And I mean, most of the time, we're just trying to get through the day. You're just trying to get your thing done. There isn't time to come up with this grander plan. So as an example, like World Supercross begins, it is not crazy to say that the SMX and Pro Motocross, there's a vested interest in that on the Racer X side. Can anyone say that Racer X has not covered WSX, even previous or current regime, to the level that it
was
should be?
fair
Yeah. And I can tell you that back in the day, I don't know how many people know this, there was massive rivalry between Ustream/Infront, because at one point in 2007, the Nationals, all the AMA series went up for bid. I think they were called Ustream back then. They bid for it. They would have liked to have taken over Motocross in America. Same thing. MX Sports was already involved, but at this point, it didn't matter. We're all taking fresh bids right now. There was real rivalry between those two, but we were still paying Adam Wheeler weekly, $200 a week or something, to send us reports from the GPs. Did we cover it as much as AMA Racing? We did not, because we know our fans disproportionately.
I was going to say, that's a market thing.
Yeah, we just, they wanted to read about Eli Tomac more than, I guess maybe Tony Crowley or whoever at the time.
Sell.
Yeah, exactly. But we didn't stonewall it. WSX, and you mentioned the thing with Yamaha where they're like, no, don't overdo it. Don't overcompensate. So I say to my employees all the time, I'm like, don't overthink it, man. Don't think like, hey, you know what's going to really make the bosses happy? I'm going to do them a solid, and I'm going to do one step extra. It's like, no. Just do it the normal way.
Just call balls and strikes.
Yes, because in the end, it's actually going to be, if someone tells you, like if Yamaha told you, don't ever say the word Honda, now it's a conversation you have to have.
Yeah.
But don't, without them telling you that, do it. Because they're more likely to be like, we didn't tell you to do that, and now you did, and now we look bad. So, yeah, when WSX started, it was like, it does not matter. We're going to cover this the way it should be covered, because I feel like people would be looking at us instantly saying, like, why don't they even mention that these races are happening?
Yeah.
That's worse to do
Way
it that
worse.
way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just like Yamaha's smart enough to say, yes, please talk to other athletes that race other bikes. That would be worse if you didn't. It's the same thing here. We have to call balls and strikes. And when people want to get conspiratorial with this, I'm like, well, then what's up with the WSX thing? Why do we cover it? Back in the day, I got in a huge argument with someone at MXGP who said, we were only there to make the Nationals look good, and we were here at Anaheim. And I'm like, bro,
why would we be at Supercross?
why would we spend way more money sending people to Supercross races, of which at that time it was practically a rival?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Like January through May, we're going to cover this more than anything else. Because if we didn't, it would be so freaking obvious.
Well, and dumb.
And dumb. To your own detriment.
Well, I'm balls deep. Like, we're going to be fucking grinding for the next 2 months.
Okay. You're back, baby.
But the next 2 months, this is the time.
It is.
Make hay while the sun shines.
Right.
Because even March and April, it just doesn't hit the same.
No, I can show you a graph of our website. It just starts on fire on January 1 and just progressively goes down.
Yeah. It's just the reality of business. And we're just doing what we got to do to keep the lights on, to keep the cameras pointed, to just say all the staff get paid, blah, 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 blah. It's just the whole big thing that needs to work. And there's a reality of doing what it takes to keep that going.
Yeah. And if you can somehow get through all of that and then have time left to worry about the other details, good on you. And maybe you do get to that point every once in a while, but not very often.
And when I do get to that point, I'm going to the beach.
Yeah, there you go. You're just done. You're just done.
I ain't thinking of ways of, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. Like I said, hey, it really does just become work in the end, and it's things you have to do. So, all the digital stuff, website flowing out of there. It's pretty much me. The magazine's still Davey's thing. I've stayed for the most part out of that. I write stories in it, but that is much more of like Davey and Andrew, who help manage that, are like, hey, we want you to write this. They tell me what they need. Everything else is me saying what I need. But yeah, I don't think I ever talk about it.
So how many people work under you at Racer X?
Yeah, I get asked that a lot, but I'm going to just say, let's say there's 12 of us, but it's so hard to define because in this industry, we all work multiple jobs, right? So we have Tommy Tenders on our crew,
Yeah.
but he also does videos for the Lawrence brothers,
Yeah.
right? Same thing with me. Like, I got more than half my income comes not even from Racer X. So it's really hard to define. But if I think of the website, I always have a right-hand man. So it used to be Chase Stallo, who was at Verb,
Yep.
came to us, went back to Verb. He's the best guy I've ever worked with, the best employee I've ever had. Went back to Verb. We still use him here and there. Like he's a 2-day a week. Hey,
He's
can you
a
proof
very
this?
talented guy.
He's either the smartest dumb guy or the dumbest smart guy on earth. But goddamn, do I love him. So we could never let him fully go. So even when he left, it's like, we'll give you a little bit of money, just like 2 days a week. Can you just proof stuff? I don't get his brain anymore. He's just a grunt
Yeah.
helper here and there.
Yeah.
But I missed you're a Beatles guy. I felt like we were so Lennon and McCartney.
Mm.
And now I'm just Lennon or I'm just McCartney and he's in another band,
Mm.
And I see what they do and I'm like, I feel like they're only half of, together we were great. There's things that Verb does. I'm like, if we were doing that, it would work better than if they were doing that. And if vice versa.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll never have that back. So now I have my guy, Mitch Kendra, who's just like a human computer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mitch, he'll be at the race this weekend.
Yeah, I like Mitch.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Mitch is no nonsense. Like when we have a post on our site right now, like he combed through the rule book and like, I'm going to explain to people all the new rules. It's kind of like people just want to have hot takes these days. Maybe you've noticed. Mitch is never going to be that guy.
Yeah.
He would rather come up with some obscure stats, the rider numbers, points, where they're from, their ages, the rule book. But somebody's got to do that. And the minutia of our website, it's not quite AI, but we have these rider bios. I don't even know if people know.
I use them.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's mostly, you can find them. Yeah. If you click on Ferrandis' name,
Yeah.
go to bio.
Yeah.
We engineered all that. And then you can also click on, these are the teams he's been on. And then click on any of those teams and you'll get the history of those teams. This is who's on the team now. And then you can click on any of those and you can get all their information on them. There's all the race team. I don't know if people even know our website has all that. It's mostly for Google search.
Yeah. Yeah. SEO.
Yes.
Yep.
We don't expect someone to go to racerxonline.com and find all that, but we do know someone's going to type in, when was Justin Cooper born?
Yeah.
Find that. Anyway, that stuff is so boring to work on. And Mitch just grinds. Like if you look at the schedule for Supercross, it has
I
the
use
TV.
that too.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
those are all the things that he does that I don't want to
Yeah,
do.
you're
man.
not doing that.
No. And there's a lot of people that won't. People want to be hot take people.
Yeah.
He's willing to not be the hot take guy. So
That's priceless.
it is. I mean, I tell my people, nobody's listening to this, right?
No.
Okay. I tell the people all the time, like, just give it 80%. What I don't want you to do, because these are all ambitious people.
Yeah.
You're the same thing. You've seen what 100% looks like. How long can that last?
We got 3 months, 2 months.
And that's it.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly. So I tell all my guys, I'm like, just go 80.
Yeah.
You can always do more.
Yeah.
And then you can always do more than that. And at some point, you'll just kill yourself.
Where does it end?
Yes. So these rider bios, we could probably come up with 3 more categories to add to them. We're doing all right.
Yeah.
Call it. I always say, put it down. Put the laptop down.
Yeah.
So
Our
those-
version of
yeah.
that is like posting it. It's like, it's got to go. Just
Right.
like, post the video.
Post. Yeah.
It's done.
Oh, because you could have keep tuning it,
Oh,
editing. Yeah.
for sure.
Exactly.
And everything that we've ever done, you watch it again, you're like, fuck.
No, I know. That's why if you look at early versions of the Weed Show, I put footage in it. And I had to stop myself because I'm like, I'll never get, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'll never get there.
Yeah.
Just stop doing it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, I have to have the past seen exactly when I say it, which you guys do a great job of. But I'm like, I'll never get there, man. Just stop. So Mitch is full-time. We have a lot of people that help us. Chase helps us out 2 days a week. Sarah Whitmore, who used to race.
Yeah.
She's going to college right now for psychology. So we help her. She helps us 2 days a week. Monday and Wednesday, she helps proof stuff. I gave her the audio from Ferrandis. I'm like, can you turn that into a written out story on the website? Does a great job. She's super knowledgeable because she raced her whole life. So that helps.
Yeah, it's the context. Like, this is such a specific knowledge industry.
Yes, because if I'm not going to be able to look at it,
Yeah, you got to know that she knows.
yeah, like, dude, I go way back in the day, we had some intern or something, and this is the perfect example. The guy said, sweeper turn. The turn is a sweeper. He was describing, I think, an arena cross track, and they put sweep, return. And I'm like, no, it's a sweeper turn, not a sweep return.
It wasn't letters backwards.
Right. And dude, if you read on Racer X,
A sweep return. You'd be
like Cooper Webb said, I knew I had speed in that sweep return, you would probably never go back to us again. I'm like, we cannot have that. And I can't always read everything.
Yeah.
I used to think that you could get smart people who are well-read and grammatical and they could learn the sport. I mean, it's not complicated. It's not like you watch an NFL game and you're like, wait, what's that rule? What's that? It doesn't seem that complicated, right? I used to think you could teach people. You really can't.
Nah.
Not to that degree.
Yeah.
Because I could never have known to be like, when you see the word sweeper turn, I didn't know you could screw that up.
Yeah.
So I couldn't train it.
Yep.
So Sarah helps us a lot. But Mitch and I are the only full-time guys.
Really?
Mathis is paid to just do the couple things he does a week, like observations.
Yep.
If he gets a scoop, which he often does, we have permission to be like, hey, Mathis just reported this. You know, we don't say that he only can go through us. But I'm not gonna, if someone does the hard work of getting a scoop, I shouldn't steal it unless we're paying them. So we pay him for access to his information. And whether that's 10 things a year or one thing a year, heck, he was the first guy that said, oh my God, Tomac's going to Yamaha, he's leaving Kawasaki. He's the first guy that had it. We posted that. It was the most popular thing we had all year. I'm like, that one thing right there
Is worth the paycheck.
is worth the paycheck.
Yep.
JT writes 2 or 3 things a week. That's what he's paid to do. He's not full-time. Tom has a couple videos to do. I guess we do consider him full-time, but during the week, I'm like, bro, you did it. You went to the race. 80% it, baby. Nowadays, probably the hardest working person we have is Matt Rice. The other half of the...
Photographer.
Yeah. So Team Fried was Anderson, Tom, and Matt. And dude, Racer X Social, GNCC, Loretta's, RCSX, the Ironman and High Point tracks. I know there's 9. Can I get to 9? There are 9 accounts that he's solely responsible for. One guy.
You hear that? Nah.
Yeah. Step it up.
You hear that?
He freaking crushes it. But what allows it to happen is probably like you guys. There are certain people that'd be like, bro, all I want to do is think about motocross 24/7. You're not asking to a normal person, that's too much. But to someone who loves it,
yeah.
I'm always trying to find the people that like, you would probably be doing it anyway. You'd probably watch the race anyway. You'd probably scour social to see what's going on anyway. We'll pay you to do that. So Matt's been awesome. I have to keep telling him 80% it.
Yeah, don't go too hard.
Yeah, yep. He's like, no, I'm fine. And I'm like, I've heard it all before. Everybody reaches their breaking point at some point. So I guess you could say he's under me. We have this guy, Rob, who's shooting videos for Club MX. He was helping us on the side. Club's not doing those videos anymore. So I'm trying to find a way to upgrade him a little more. He's super reliable. Most important thing of all. Anyone want to know why Jason Thomas, out of all the former racers, does all the media he does? Because he's the most reliable human on earth, and that comes first. He is never, every Thursday, he sends us a column. Since 2013, here's the reliable people, I'm sure. Does it matter how talented they are? That comes second. Yeah. So there's a lesson out there.
It's so true.
If you're a racer that's about to retire and you're looking to do something else, be reliable first.
So I want to talk about something that no one really talks about. I'm in my mid-30s now, and a couple of years ago, I started noticing things just felt harder. Same workouts I'd always done, same diet, but I was lagging. Recovery took forever, energy was inconsistent, motivation wasn't there like it used to be. I just thought, all right, this is it, I'm getting older, I guess. But then I started looking into it, and here's what I found. Most men start losing testosterone at around 30, and about 1% every year after that. And it's not just that your body makes less, it's that a lot of what you do make gets locked up by this protein called SHBG. So even if you're producing testosterone, your body can't actually use it. It's like having money in the bank, but your card has been declined. That's when I found Marsman. It's designed to help free up that locked testosterone so your body can actually access it. No needles, no synthetics, just natural ingredients. Zinc, boron, vitamin D. Since I've been taking it, my energy has been way more consistent throughout the day. Not like a caffeine spike, just a steady drive. Recovery after training feels better. It's made in the USA, third-party tested, and they've got a 90-day money-back guarantee. So there's literally no risk. For a limited time only, our listeners get 60% off for life and 2 free gifts when you use the code GypsyGang at mengotomars.com. That's mengotomars.com. Code GypsyGang at checkout. And remember, let them know that the Gypsy Gang sent you. Look at Justin Brayton.
My favorite guy. He's the most rock solid.
Just a rock. Yeah. Just a rock of a human. You could set your watch to Justin Brayton.
Yeah. We are a hilarious duo because we travel together a lot because we both live in Charlotte. Like, he's the racer. He should be the mess. He should be the guy who didn't experience the normal side of life. I should be the button down. No, I'm a disaster. He keeps it on rails for me. The guy's unbelievable. And that's why have you ever talked to a racer that doesn't have the greatest things to say about Brayton?
Oh, you can't find anyone.
No. And was he the GOAT? It's nothing to do with that. It's the reliability part. It's the accountability part. It's the solidness part.
We did a Honda thing together in at OzX.
Yeah.
We presented this Honda dinner thing.
Yeah.
Man, I got there. Hey, I was the disaster.
There you go.
We just shot for a week in Melbourne for this bike build thing that we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I got there. We checked into the hotel. I was having it was just general drama was going on that I've looking back on it now. I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
And so then I've got that. My family's in town. We want tickets for this tonight. I got organizing them. I get to the hotel. I'm going through my bag. I'm like, I don't have any clothes to wear to this thing. And it's in 2 hours. Go shopping, buy some clothes, doing a dress fitting for these guys. And they're like, you look ridiculous. Take that shit off right. What'd you say? You look like a Jehovah's Witness. What's the quote?
Knocking on doors.
And I was like, fuck. They're like, just wear something like 7. I'm like, dude, this is my shit. I don't wear anything other than t-shirts.
Yeah.
And I'm texting Brayton and I'm trying to make it covered that I know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, and he's dialed.
Bro, he just steered me through this whole experience like a shaman and made me look so much better than I actually was. And it was all him being so professional, so buttoned up, so together. And I didn't think I could respect the guy anymore.
And
I'm just like, bro, you are so good. You are so good.
There are certain things I've learned from riders. So yes, again, they should be the disasters. The reason my dad hated motorcycles and didn't want to get me involved is that his theory was they're probably the wildest, the risk they're taking. They must be meatheads. They must be type A personalities that are on the verge of going to jail all the time. They must be radical, rebellious.
Nope, autism.
Yeah. What you find more is, I think they live in the most uncontrolled environment.
Yeah.
So they have a overcompensation of trying to control as much as they possibly control. So when I first started doing the Supercross webcast, I got to work with the legend that is Jim Holley, the wildest guy I've ever met in my life, but also the most controlled chaos. Jim would do so much crazy stuff, and I cannot tell the stories on here, but he's amazing. But he did it in such a way that it would never go too far. Jim, for example, does not drink at all because I think he knows he's like, I can do these 5 things, but I can't add that. Jim later became very successful as a stuntman, and I started to see him like, the stuntman, is he the craziest guy on earth, or is he the most careful, calculated guy on earth? And he is. And I think that's probably why you can learn from Brayton, who all he did was ride a motorcycle. Seems out of control. But it's like, yeah, but I spent my whole life trying to rein that in.
Control the uncontrollable.
Yeah, as much as I can. There's still things that are going to happen that I can't control. Where we're not, screw it, I don't know what I put in my bag, man. What time is this thing? And we can get away with that.
No, you want to know something even wilder? I thought it was the next night.
I know I've done it.
2 hours before, I thought it was the next day. And my buddy Sam was just like, bro, what the fuck is tonight? And then I just started internally freaking out, but then trying to hold it together for my wife, who if I acted in front of her that I didn't know that it was tonight, I would have fucking heard about it, bro.
You had been latched out.
So that, but in my head, I'm like, I've booked $10,000 worth of flights and accommodation this month. Like, I've had a bit on. Like, there's a.
Oh yeah,
Like,
that's if you did half as much, it'd be twice as easy.
Yeah.
I get it. It's hard.
At least that's my excuse. Brayton's probably like, nah, bro.
He can handle all of it anyway. Yeah, but he once told me that he loves the logistics. That's why he was so successful in the international races, because the parts that suck, like, when am I going to leave and what time zone am I going to land in? Should I actually take this flight? Because if I land, it's going to be too late to eat, and that's going to screw me up 2 days later. Some people that's really appealing to have to figure all that out, and some people aren't even going to bother, and it will catch up to you. Now, we're lucky that the worst thing that can happen to us is you maybe no-show, or you don't have the right clothes. We're not going to end up in the hospital.
Yes.
So
The
you learn those
consequences are
lessons
different.
in a completely different
Very
manner.
safe space.
Yes. Yeah, dude, when I was doing the thing last night, I really didn't know what I had to do at this AIM trade show today. They called me at like 10 this morning, and they're like, hey, we haven't really had a chance to really talk to you. I'm like, yeah, well, as of yesterday, I wasn't even concerned about today. I was worried about yesterday.
Yeah.
I had to get through yesterday's event. So I can live on the edge like that. You obviously can.
Well, and I think it's, but that's probably one of the things that lets you not care about the public speaking, and like, so there's the give, like you can
maybe
have,
that's tied together.
Yeah, you can have anything, but you can't have everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like you've got this, and this, but then on the opposite side of the circle of fifths, there's like,
You might be honest.
you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like we're all like would people understand? Would most people know the circle of fifths?
I don't know that.
You don't know what that is?
No.
All right, can you just pull up the circle of fifths?
Okay.
So this is like a music thing, right?
Okay.
So I bet your daughter would know the circle of fifths.
Look at you knowing that.
What?
That my daughter would.
I care. You're my friend.
Very impressive.
Pull that up. Go to. All right.
Wow, I've never seen this.
Okay. So this is like all of music theory in one thing.
Oh.
So see that F, C, and G.
Yeah.
D, A minor, D minor, A minor, and E. They go together.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Those things. So then you've got A, E, D, B minor, F sharp minor, C sharp minor. They go together.
Okay.
So like if you're on that side of the circle of fifths, if you're the G, then you really can't be an A flat.
Okay. I see where you're going.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's like that's just that sound
You can't
is
be both of
never
those.
gonna work.
Yeah.
But you can be the F, B flat, like that can kind of work. You can be the A, E, B kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're that, you can't be the F, B flat, E flat.
I
think
understand
that's
what you mean.
people in a sense. And that's a part of like knowing who you are, knowing what you are. And like my thing that me and my wife, like it's our thing that's it, like the way we communicate. I'm like, that's not a problem I solve. That's what I say.
That is an incredible recognition.
And
She's okay with that.
But she says that to me.
Dang, bro.
Yeah, we just fully know our things. And
I need to get better at this.
And over years, and we have conversations about our thing. And I'm like, that's not a problem I solve. There's problems I solve. That's not one of them. And I just know what I'm good at. And I know what I'm not good at. It took me a long time. I've been a guy that's tried to do things that I'm not good at a lot in my life. Mm-hmm. But I think those same things, like the World Supercross, like I didn't even know I was doing it. They fucking gave me the headset. Yeah. Told me just do you, bro. And
you
I'm
did
like,
a good job, man.
I'm like, okay, cool. Didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
There's probably someone out there that could do other things that probably couldn't do that.
Certainly not in that circumstance.
On that, you know what I mean?
Thrown
in that
into
contact.
It. No. Hell no. So maybe, dude, no one is harder on themselves than me. I know no one thinks that because it doesn't look like I ever get mad. But during the week, I'm a disaster to myself.
Yeah.
To myself. Yeah. Never to anyone else. I mean, every week I don't finish what I needed to get finished, whether it's house stuff, family stuff, work stuff. It never gets done. I got to give it 100% even though I say to do 80. And I rage the house. Like I punch things, I hit it. Like this is crazy. Like this is how mad I get. And it's all like, I have never been able to get to the point and be like, that's not what you're good at. Or it's not
a problem I solve.
I've never even heard that term. And I need to get better at that because I always just say I'm an adult and adults can do this. Therefore I should do that. Now I have a lot of excuses. I got a lot of excuses. I could be like, I just worked 7 days. I just flew a red-eye flight. When I get home Sunday, after this race, I will fly red eye. I will have been in Los Angeles that night. There is nothing, that is not an excuse on Sunday. Everything should still go right. That's probably not fair.
No.
But that's the standard I hold myself to. I'm going to have to get better at being like, well, you know, for one thing, I did fly in a plane this morning instead of sleeping. I probably need to accept I'm not going to be perfect today. But I can't get there, man. I can't get there.
You should.
It's freaking horrible.
It's better there. It's way better
I'm going
there.
to think about this. You've had some great theories through the years. Remember the theory you once said, you know, when you're talking to yourself in your head, it's been the same voice your entire life?
Yeah.
I told my daughter that. We love that. We use that joke all the time. It's always the same guy.
Yeah, same. Never gets older, never gets younger.
No, the
Doesn't sound
5-year-old
it.
Jace
Yeah.
was...
Yeah, same dude. Same shit. 95-year-old guy. Fucking
It's
same
the
guy.
same guy in your head. Like, should I do this? Should I not?
Dude, try in your life
Yeah.
to think about the problems that you should 100% solve.
Okay. Those you should solve.
Yes. The ones that you should, the best use of your time, the most high impact things that you can do. Okay. One of my things.
Okay.
I don't go to a supermarket
What?
ever.
What?
Now I do. Today I had to, well, because my wife's not here.
Okay.
That's a problem she solves.
Wow.
This isn't like a misogynistic. This isn't like that's a woman's. No, she grew up in Russia with nothing.
Okay.
She never got to go to the supermarket with a debit card that had money to buy whatever she wanted and to get organic and to get this food. And if she wants to make a Russian honey cake today for dessert, or if she wants to make banana bread, and that wasn't her existence.
Wow.
And for her,
This is awesome.
that is the fucking best.
Yeah, that
And
is
there's-
awesome for her.
There's times where she doesn't want to. There's times where she's sick of going.
Sure.
She'll go to 3 supermarkets
Yeah.
to get the types of foods that she thinks those supermarkets are good for. It's like, that's the thing.
But that's like a celebration in a way for her.
Yeah, it's like a
Yes.
thing and that's a problem that she wants to solve.
Mm.
There's other stuff
Yeah.
in our life that she's the person that solves those problems. And I don't want to do those things. I don't have to do those things. And we just like have an agreement. And there's like, trust me, there's been times where she's like, you want to go to the supermarket? I'm like, nope. And just like, don't.
My mind is blown over
And
this.
just don't. And I'm like way too like disrespectful about it. But I'm just like, hey, this isn't my problem. But she'll never do her car registration herself. She'll never.
But you'll do that, you're saying.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Like there's buckets of problems.
Yes.
And then we both know the things that we do, and they're things that we purposely pick things that we're good at and things that we're not good at. Like, I'll do this, you don't do that. Like, there's so much stuff that my wife will never have to do in her life because that's the way that we divided the pie, you know? And I fucking hate going to supermarkets. Kills me.
What is so bad about going to a
I
supermarket?
don't know. It's just a thing.
Wow.
It's just me. I just fucking hate it. I hate the time it takes. I'm normally trying to multitask. I'm like, I'm going to call people and then I'm never concentrating. I always leave something. It's not my thing. And I just don't do it. And I'm not a good cook. I never cook. I'll cook one. Again, problems we solve. Sunday morning breakfast, that's a problem I solve.
Oh, that is the one. Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's like, we just have these things that we do. And it's just made both of our lives infinitely easier. And like, she doesn't care what I do as if I'm solving the problems I said I'd solve.
Yeah.
I don't care what she does. I mean, she wants
Not care, but yeah,
like,
I know what you mean.
a new PlayStation game comes out that she's been frothing over. She wants to play it for fucking 8 hours. I don't give a fuck. Like, different life without kids. You know
I
what
was
I mean?
going to say, we'll
So
see if
it's
that...
like-
yeah.
And we know that hopefully that will change
That will
soon.
put this to the test.
Yes,
I want to see,
probably.
and you maybe could, I want to see if you can survive intact.
We probably are going to have to make some concessions.
Yeah. I want to see if you can survive intact.
But again, it's like we have these conversations about problems that get solved. And she helps me where I suck. I help her. I actually don't think she sucks anywhere, really. She's way better than me at fucking pretty much everything. But yeah, there's just things that I'll take on and that are my responsibility.
My thing, I just say all the time, like, I'm an adult. Each one of these things an adult can do. Henceforth, you're not allowed to not do or not be good at any of them. So there's not a thing
That is some bullshit.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not kidding. Like I do
That is
dishes,
some
I vacuum,
bullshit.
I do laundry, I help as much as I can with the kids, and I'm still mad at myself because I should be better. I'm horrible at working on stuff. You know, being a handyman, I'm horrible at it. Horrible. And I will drive myself to the ends of the earth. That is not an acceptable thing to not be good at. I have to learn how to get good at it. I was terrible at cooking. This has been like a 12-year journey to figure it out. And it blows my wife's mind, the things that I ask her. I'm like, how can you make a damn pancake when the box says, put it on a hot grease griddle? How hot? How much grease? What kind of grease? It doesn't effing say. And she's like, you just know. And I'm like, how? How would you just know? And obviously, I just don't have the knack for it. She can just do it.
Yeah.
But to me, if an adult can do it, I should be able to do it. And this is probably 2-3 times a day where I'm battling this.
Just try my philosophy.
I might try the philosophy.
Just try it.
Pancakes are not a problem that I can solve.
That you solve.
That I solve.
You don't have to solve it.
I did eventually get those down. It was, again, probably 12 years to finally figure this out. But making burgers on the grill, still can't do it. Still can't do it. But I know people can, meaning that's not acceptable that I can't.
Yeah.
Not acceptable.
I don't cook unless it's meat.
Yeah.
And
You won't do anything else.
It's not
But
that
other people can do it.
But it's not that I won't. It's just
Yes.
that I don't. Like, so if it's steak.
Know your limits, okay?
Yeah, but and that's what Anna says. She's like, you do meat good. You're doing the meat. I'm
Wow.
like, I'll do the meat.
Wow.
That's fine. I can do the meat. You do all the other shit. Dishes, like, she doesn't do dishes.
Yeah.
She cooks every single night. She cooks breakfast. She cooks lunch. She cooks
And
dinner.
you do the
she
dishes?
She cooks for
Yeah.
anyone that's in our house
Mhm.
will get served a fucking awesome meal 3 times a day.
Jeez.
But she will not be doing the dishes.
Yeah. I feel
You know,
like
so there's just thing like
I feel like I should do both. That's
nah.
probably not.
No.
And every week I'm a failure.
Yeah, that's rude. Stop being mean to my friend.
Me?
Yeah, stop being mean to my friend, bro.
Adults do it. Some people are like, dishes are easy.
Yeah.
So I should be able to handle it.
Nah, but
It's not right.
You just got to think about how valuable your time is. You know what
People
I mean?
need me to do stuff for them, man. So that's probably what enters me into this horrible netherworld that I'm in, where I'm literally working 3 to 4 somewhat related but not totally related jobs. And it's like you're serving, I use this phrase all the time, I have 2 unrelated things that have to happen at the same time, and they're both equally important. Like, I was doing the Ducati intro yesterday, but I was also the only person there for Racer X, and I'm like, dude, when these covers get pulled off these bikes, everyone else is going to shoot a photo and put it on Instagram. So I've got to figure out a way to get a photo over to Matt so we can post it. But that is not what I'm here to do. But it is also
what I'm
here to do.
Yeah.
And I can't, again, I have to. Like, both jobs are equally not failable. So maybe that is which came first? What put me in that position? Is it because I've decided that I have to do everything right? And that's what led me to do 2 things at the same time of equal importance? I wonder if I pulled myself into that unwittingly.
That's worth thinking about. Only,
Yeah, it is.
Only you know that.
Yeah, it is.
Probably a good question to ask at this point.
Yeah.
Something might be able to come out of this podcast. Are you hiring?
Racer X?
Yeah. Is there someone that if they emailed rate the info at Racer X and said, I have this talent and I fucking love dirt bikes and I will work for you for free for...
Yes, I definitely will not say no, but it's so difficult to know. I mean, here's what happens all the time with hiring. Everyone wants to, it's motocross. People freaking love it. You know, so first I always say, like, don't ever say that it's your dream to do it. No one's in the dream building business. It's in the what can you do for me business.
Yeah.
I never, when I was trying to get the job, I never said, hey, Davey, hire me. It's my dream to work here.
Yeah.
It was, if you hire me, I will make your life better by doing X, Y, Z.
Value.
Yeah.
Society rewards value.
Yeah, this is not the lottery here, right? So I do get those emails from time to time, but it's so hard to tell, the difference between people who say it, do they mean it? Also, the 6 months thing, a lot of people will be all in briefly.
Yeah.
But can they do it day after day, year after year? Look, here's the one thing you got to say about Pulp. He does a show every freaking Monday for 13 years. How many people have started shows? And the next thing you know, you're like, what? Are they gone? Did they stop? That's the hardest part, the consistency. And how do I know when you email me how long you really mean it? But yes, there is a need. There is a need for, I'm saying this out loud, the nose for the news. Back in the day, there wasn't a lot of info out there. Like if you went to the press conference and you heard the rider after the race, that was all that existed. It was easy to keep up with all of it, right? Now, there's your show, just as an example. It would be great to hear, how many hours are you doing Cooper Webb? 5?
3, 4.
3, 4, yes. To have someone who has the knack of like, I listened to it. We're not going to take all of Jace's content. But here are 3 or 4 interesting things that Webb said that might be usable in a different Webb thing that we're working on. How do you teach that? It's really hard to teach. I can't tell you what it is. You have to tell me. Like, hey, I was listening to this, and I heard the guy say this. I didn't know that's why. Now that's interesting. That is the hardest thing to teach, and that's what I'm always looking for. I can assign a lot. I can tell you a lot. I can teach you a lot. But every once in a while, I need you to come to me and be like, I heard something that was interesting. I want to do something about it.
And then not expect that lands you $80,000 a year with benefits. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So my producer here, one of the 3 boys that works here.
Yeah.
I don't even know how long Ethan was trying to get a job here. Like it was ages, bro.
Yeah.
There was like 20 Skype meetings or Zoom meetings that I didn't show up on. There was like 100 excuses I gave him for why.
Skypes you just didn't do.
Yeah, just be like, dude, I'm sorry. I don't have time.
God. Yeah.
But that's the reality. And it would be the same for you, right? So like I had this random guy that is just constantly telling me that he wants to help and that he wants to work for us and that he loves the podcast and that, and I think I reached out to him first. But then I found, so it was like a bit of a roadblock. I was like, do you have this skill? No. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm looking for this skill. So like, let's not worry about it. He's like, no, trust me. Like I can do this and this. And I was like, okay, cool. I just don't need that. But it was probably a year. Like, dude, I sent him a laptop because he didn't even have a laptop. so I sent him a laptop.
You got that.
He was doing everything on a phone. I'm like, fuck, bro. Like, I literally learned this skill. Yeah. And then maybe... So I'm like, I'll believe in you enough to just send you a laptop.
Which actually is cheaper than paying somebody, so it's a good move on your part.
So then he gets the laptop and then he just starts doing stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'll put you in our Slack channel and then he ended up finding his own role in the business. And now he's just like insanely valuable to our team. And is I think he's been working full time for it's a while now.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's how, like he wanted a job and he, it was that same deal, but he earned his job. Like he just ended up being here, doing it, and now he's part of the furniture.
He's reliable.
He's unbelievable. He's way more reliable than I am. He sent me notes I haven't opened.
Oh my gosh.
For this podcast.
So we have a guy like that.
And he'll listen to this, and he'll know that I didn't open these notes.
Oh, damn.
And he'll do it again.
He'll send it again.
Because that's how fucking reliable that he is, and that is insanely valuable,
Yeah, so we have our guy for that. I was not leaving him out of the previous group. He kind of exists in this nether world. It's this guy, Aaron Hansel. He's been working for us for 12 years now. He lives in Northern California. He's as Northern California as it gets. He's weird in his own way. We freaking love it. Everybody has to have their weirdo. He's our weirdo. He's freaking hilarious. Does the dumbest stuff. We make fun of him. We laugh like guys. We make fun of him on a daily basis. But the dude is as rock solid gets. He'll do any assignment. He goes to the races. He nails it. He's as low maintenance. Every once in a while, like 2 days ago, I had to actually, I'm gonna do something I don't want to do. I'm gonna actually have to compliment you. I know you don't like it, and I don't like it. We're dudes. We don't do this.
Neither of us are happy about this.
Yeah, because we're doing this. You see in our Instagram. Maybe you don't. Maybe you do. We're every day. We're like we did the last 30 years of openers in 30 days. So every day we write about.
That's cool.
2009, 2010, 2011. And at one point, he just saw it, and he's like, you got 10 to go. I'll just do the last 10. And I'm like, thank you for just seeing that we were doing something and assuming, can I help? I didn't need to ask. So Aaron Hansel, like, he's hilarious. We make fun of him. He's our weirdo. But the dude always comes through. And in the end, that's all you're really looking for. Matt Rice handles 11 Instagram accounts. He's never not available. He never doesn't come through. As goofy as Tommy Tenders is, he never doesn't come through.
Yeah.
So that's the problem when someone emails me. I'm thinking about this out loud. How do you gauge that?
I think people just prove it over time, you know?
Right. So the email makes it. So that guy, through a year,
Yeah.
did eventually
Yeah.
prove it.
Yeah.
And I got a couple other projects, people that do a few things for us on the side. But the hardest thing I've found now is to like truly let them cook, because it was just,
It is hard.
because there's just so much out there now.
Yeah.
I can't assign it. They have to tell me what's interesting.
Mm.
And that's really hard, because I think people have so much fear or respect for the brand where they're like, well, I can't really. It's just Racer X, dude. I can't. They need to tell me what they want. I can't possibly suggest. I mean, I'd like Tom and Matt to be wilder and crazier. I mean, they were Team Fraud. The guys are hilarious.
Yeah.
But I really can't get them, I think, to be like, can I do that on Racer X? And I'm like, of course. I'm trying to avoid the BlockBuster thing. I'm trying to make us smaller, nichier, funnier,
Cooler.
edgier,
Yeah.
cooler, less, because those companies go away when they don't respond. That's the only reason we do Weed Show is because Chase Stallo and I are like, it's time to start doing video. We don't have video department. What's the cheapest, easiest, quickest, fastest way to do a video? Yeah, no editing, no nothing. Now we got a video. I never knew it was going to be popular or authentic or all these things people like about it. It was just, what's a quick way to get that niche before someone else does it?
Mm.
So I'm always trying to do, because I've seen how companies fail, I'm always trying to do more of that. But I think the brand is so, I mean, you grew up with Racer X being this thing. So I think it's tough for new people to come in and be like, I'm going to shake it up.
Mm.
But that's kind of what we need. In our own respectful, classy way.
Yep.
You can do both.
Yep.
But it's hard,
Yeah.
especially when you're in that wheel is spinning all the time. I always say the first thing that goes is the creativity.
Mm.
Screw it, just post a press release and the photo and move on.
Yeah.
Having a take, making it fun,
Yeah.
it goes quick.
Yeah, real creativity is definitely difficult to turn into a business, you know?
Right, to
Yeah.
cycle through it
Yeah.
constantly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think you've done a good job of, you're just like, I'm not going to go in that lane then. Because it'll be the first thing that goes. It won't be cool anymore.
Mhm.
It'll just be done.
Well, and I just don't, I mean, I've just got, as you know, I just have different philosophies about
Mhm.
life, right? Like, the most unique thing a person can be is themselves.
Great point. Wow, that's incredible.
Like, you want to be unique? You want to stand out? Be your fucking self.
Damn, man. Can we get on some shirts?
It's
Bumper
like,
stickers?
it's that. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not the first person that's thought of that, but it's just like, so why don't I do me?
Yeah. Just
All
yeah.
you guys that want to do the same shit and like fight over each other for
Yeah.
the same, like,
Yeah.
miss me with that bullshit. Like, I'll just
Great
be
move.
me.
Yeah.
There's enough people in the world to create a niche or like there's a corner of the world that I can. It's not going to be for everyone. It's going to come with some people that are going to like it.
Yeah.
It's going to come with a certain amount of bullshit. But in terms of being like unique and creative and like I talk about the Cole Davies video because like to me that's like one of our best things that we've ever done. Everyone on the team got to put their own skills and their own talent and their own energy into that. But it was all one project and it was one team that did it. But that was my contribution to that was my relationships, my access, and my view of what happened and the
Yes.
story.
Yes.
And that was just that's how I saw that week, and so I was giving my unique perspective on the situation.
Right. But the team thing, which, look, when you started this, you were just you.
Yeah.
You had no vision for what the team thing could feel like. You didn't know at the time. But dude, I freaking love that. When I see, so we get all our photos from Align, which is a photo group.
Yep.
They're best friends with Matt Rice. Matt Rice best friends with them. They don't technically work for us. We just pay them a set amount a month for access to their photos.
Yep.
But they've become best friends with Matt, and Matt's become best friends with them. And I freaking love that our social media guy and the guys that shoot the photos, like they all live in the same town and they're on a cycling team during the week, and they do these gnarly bicycle rides all week. And I have nothing to do with that, but it makes me beam with pride that this team and a part that I have nothing to do with, it's like a whole nother, and I'm sure you felt that with your squad. When your squad, two of them work together and nail something. You didn't even know what that would feel like.
Oh, it's the best.
But it's awesome now that you've experienced it.
Yeah. And it took like a lot of investment. So Griff and Rones were young. So Griff and Rones are best friends. They grew up, they're childhood best friends.
Wow.
The
that's
two
pretty
boys
rad.
that start. So do you know the story?
I don't think so.
So Rones, I DM'd him on Instagram. I'm like, you make dope moto videos. Where
Yeah.
do you live? He's like, Gold Coast. I'm like, fuck off. All right. You work.
Did you even know he was from Australia at all?
Yeah, I knew he was from Australia.
But you didn't know
But
Gold
I
Coast,
knew
yeah.
because he was shooting local tracks
Oh,
that were
okay.
close to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's your deal? Blah, blah, blah. He starts working for me after school in his senior year. I thought it was like an adult, and it turns out to be a 17-year-old kid. And I was like, all right, I need someone. So please, can you come and do some editing?
Mhm.
So then he starts working for us after school. And at this point, this would have been, what year was that? 2020? So 2020. So for 2 years, I'd done literally everything myself.
Yeah.
From top to bottom.
Mhm.
And I was over it. But it was very successful. It was probably even like, in some ways, it was like more successful in the beginning because I was doing like everyone and it was all Australian. And it was like, it was going in a different direction
Mhm.
early on, but it just wasn't paying the bills.
Mhm.
Like we were too early. Like YouTube wasn't
Yeah,
paying
that's-
us. Spotify was,
yes.
but we were getting like, dude, there were months. I have screenshots
Mhm.
where we were number 2 on the iTunes charts in Australia under Rogan. Like it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I couldn't. No
But
one
that
was
wasn't
paying
making
us.
money. Right. This goes back to my point. This is why the big companies don't do it.
Yeah.
Because they'd be like, we just put in 2 years worth of blood, sweat, and tears to make $0. We make billions doing this. Why would we do it?
Yeah.
So
Dude.
this is where you exploit. You
And
were still
so-
willing to keep going.
And I don't know. I don't know that I've ever. This was part of some stuff that I like wrote down, but it was 4 months in. I turned down $250,000 from a network. They're still one of the biggest networks in the podcast world.
Okay.
They came to me, a
Okay.
Swedish dude,
How long into was this?
4 months,
This is 2018.
2018.
Dang.
So 4 months in, I get a random email from this Swedish dude from this podcast network. So then I Google the guy and it's legit. And then he's moved to Australia they started in Sweden or wherever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
And then he moved to Australia with his wife. He just happened to know dirt bikes. And he was like, you are going to be good. So
Okay.
he's like, we'll give you $250,000, but we get 50% of your revenue of your show, basically forever. So like
yeah.
I would own the show, but even if I didn't,
Yeah.
even if I moved on from that network,
They're
I
an
would-
investor.
Yeah, they would
Yeah.
get 250.
Mhm.
So I said no. And I was
250 grand in a check.
yeah. And then they would do all this. They would sell the ads. They would do, but it just,
Right.
I didn't want it. I just didn't. I was like, you know what? I've been fucking broke long enough. Like,
What's a little longer?
What's a little longer? Like, honestly, I was just like,
Yeah.
who gives a fuck? It happened twice. There was another time it was probably around like 2020, like the next podcast boom,
Mhm.
200,000 US at the time. And then with this like talent agency and they did a ton. But the guy, I just didn't like the guy.
Okay.
And I wouldn't have done it anyway. But
Yeah.
so
Still weren't going to do it.
yeah. So all of this is to say that, yeah, like it just ends up going in a way because like I just needed to make money. And I was getting like, there was like millions of iTunes downloads because there was just no competition at this.
Oh, yeah.
You know what
yeah.
I mean? Like I
Yep.
was that early to it that there was no competition. So we would do like millions of iTunes downloads every month
Dang.
for
Yeah.
free. For free. And I went on and I was getting like 20. I worked it out. I wrote down like the deals we had, 2,100 a month for probably the first
Total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 years.
All right. Show
So,
us
yeah,
pulling in
$2,100.
$20,000 a year.
Yeah. And I was just down to be broke. And that was
Yeah.
like my superpower. That was my secret
Okay.
sauce in all of this is that I was living at home with my parents
Yeah.
at 30,
Yep.
making $2,100, but just like, I was like, this could be something.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to keep doing it.
Mhm.
But anyway, so fast forward to, I got off topics, but fast forward to 2020, then Roan starts working. He's every day after school. Then he graduates.
After school, yeah.
Yeah. Graduates. And I'm like, what are you going to do? You're going to go to university? Like, he's like, I said, because you can have a job here the day that you want it.
Mhm.
So he took a week off, had a holiday, came back to work.
Okay.
A couple months later, I'm like, we need someone else. That's when we kind of cracked the YouTube thing. It was like right around the same time.
Mhm.
So then Alex is in year 12. They're best friends. He's a year younger.
Oh, year 12. Yeah, final year.
So that's
yes.
the final year.
Yes.
So then same thing. Griff worked all after school and then finishes. And I was like, do you want a job? That's like, and that team hasn't changed. And so when you're saying like, you're proud of that, like
Yeah.
the thing that gives me the most joy in this job, like the other day when I opened up Instagram after a couple of days of that Stewart thing being up and it had 50,000 likes and 1 million views, I was just like, fuck yes.
Because it was
boys.
his idea.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
they just did it. He told me what to do. I
Yep.
did what he told me what to do.
Yeah.
We went, we filmed, blah, 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 blah. The whole, I didn't touch it. And then he posted it and it was a banger. And I'm like, because it just ticks so many boxes on so many levels of, you know, like you just have concept, execution, filming, editing, all of it. The whole thing was done. And yeah, that feeling. And same as the 100 hours thing. When that just started running up and we got thousands of comments of like, this is great. I was like, fuck yeah. Like the boys, we made it happen, boys. Like it was a grind to do that. Rones was staying up till, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Rones is still going here.
Yeah.
Still going.
Yeah.
5 years in.
Yeah.
6 years. Yeah, but what's also cool is it was your idea to do the top 5 thing. So again, he has to be like, this is your revered, legendary, iconic now brand, and it's your company. I'm going to tell you what to do.
I love that.
Me too, but it is hard to get people there.
Maybe,
Yes.
yeah, maybe people don't understand that.
I think it's human nature.
Yeah.
And the one thing that people would never, ever, ever believe about the Coombs, have I mentioned Davey at all, pretty much in this pod?
No.
He 100% just lets us cook. He does not weigh in. He writes his Racerhead column on Friday, and that's about it, man. He has totally, completely handed the reins over. The magazine, he still does. But the real thing that people interact with Racer X, his brand on a daily basis, is the social media, the videos, and the website, of which he has said, you guys do it.
Yeah.
Again, being on that beat 24/7 is tough. So he was smart enough to recognize, I don't want to do that. You guys do, and have at it. But it is so hard. Like, I'm at the point where I'm confident enough that I will not do it wrong.
Yeah.
But a lot of people can't get there.
Mm.
Davey's a master at what you said. He's a master at knowing what he's good at and what he is not.
Yeah.
He's a visionary, not an organizer. He doesn't try to do things he's not good at. So he has found organizers to help him keep his vision on track. He knows his strengths, his weaknesses. And that's probably the hardest thing for us to be like, I'm not going to hear from him either way. This is what I think we should do. And I talk to him maybe once a week about mag stuff, about general bench racing, but there is basically nothing that you'll see on the website or on our social this week that is based on Davey telling us to do it.
Yeah.
And that's a hard place to get to.
Yeah.
But you can't, if he was still doing the whole thing himself, it was impossible.
Yeah.
If you were doing this whole thing yourself, it'd be impossible. You
I
have
would
to get to
quit.
that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
You have to get to
But
that point.
even now, like, and I will say, there were some hard years, Griff, at the start. We were.
Oh yeah, it wasn't always like this.
Oh, there were a lot of times where I was just like yelling.
Sure,
And just
he
like-
was yelling too. Yes.
I was just very upset with the way that things were being dealt with. But also, like, it's young guys. It's never, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's give and take, but
Yeah.
it was very, very hard. And I wasn't the best. Like, I learned a lot about what being a boss. Like,
you had never been.
I'd never been like
Yeah.
that. I'd never been
Yeah.
a quote unquote leader.
Yeah.
You know, you've got ideas of no one will work for you on your business as hard as you, whatever.
Mhm.
So there was like a very hard learning period. And I've got other friends that have businesses that look at what we have now and wish they had it. And I'm like, yeah, but you didn't want to do what I did. You didn't want to go through.
Always.
You didn't want to go through that for as long as it took.
Totally.
But I end up like, I fucking love these guys. You know what I mean? Like, we've been through so much over the years that it's like, and you would feel the same about your guys.
Yeah, we go to war all the time. Yeah.
So, but it's like, you have to be prepared to do the hard yards with leadership. you know, did you see Brian's General's Army community that he's?
I know he has it. I haven't looked into it. I saw his post about it. And,
Yeah, so I'm in that chat, and I'm like, I've been reading and seeing
Oh, okay.
yeah,
you joined.
it's cool. I got a link to.
Okay.
I was he's been talking about it for a long time.
Okay.
I was stoked that he finally did it.
Yeah.
But it's funny, like there's guys in there that are talking about this. Like a bunch of guys that are in it are like, I just got promoted to this new role. What book should I read on leadership? This is a very hard skill to learn. And it's like,
Oh yeah.
I was lucky that I was like all in and like wanted the guys to do well and liked them personally enough to fucking grind it out. I was also lucky that they didn't quit. You know what I
With
mean?
what you were asking them to do.
Well, and
Yeah.
the way that I was like, I was fucking losing it sometimes. You know what I mean? But it was just, we were trying to get to a place, you know?
Mhm.
But yeah, so it's like, it's such a hard thing to create that kind of culture. It's hard to stick it out. It's hard to find people that want to stick it out. I wasn't always the best boss.
Mhm.
They weren't always the best employees, but somehow we stuck together long enough. Like, dude, he just fucking went to Canada for, I don't even know how long he was there.
80%, man. Just
Bro,
give it 80%.
his-
It's fine. He
his
gave it
say-
80%.
Oh yeah, 80. You reckon you could get up to 80?
Oh shit.
But his whole thing, like the joke is like, I'm gonna go do this today, but I'm gonna take my laptop. And I'm like, sure, bro, take your fucking laptop, do whatever.
Yeah. Are you checking in? Like, do
Yeah,
you even?
like,
Yeah.
Take your laptop, bro, sure.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah. You're really hard on him.
Yeah.
It's tough though because, like, look, for the most part, you know, people like us, we're like artists or creatives or whatever. That doesn't mean that we have any skill as a business organization leader, boss, whatever. And it's like the biggest problem because, like, yeah, I was good at public speaking and writing. How does that qualify me for leading people and knowing how to motivate people? I always, unfortunately, go the other direction. Take a wild guess. My interpretation is they should do less. I should be able to handle it all. I am an adult. I should be able to do it all. I could probably push them a lot harder. I don't want to do that. That's probably just as bad. You know, the answer is
Yeah,
somewhere in the middle, right?
The same spec,
Yes.
yeah.
But I don't have that gear in me. Davey definitely did in those early days. I mean, let me tell you, when Steve Mathis first started writing his observation column, which was the first probably gnarly hot take thing that the sport had ever seen, those were some crazy friggin' days. Because Steve would write the most ridiculous stuff.
Crazier than Brotocross?
Motocross, I think, had an element of fun, cool. I love Motocross.
Dude, bring it back.
Dude, I've told him a million times. He was just about to crack the code, and I know he got hired at Red Bull. I saw him just recently, and I was like, "Are you back?" And he's like, "I'm thinking about it." And I'm like, "He's kind of."
Yeah.
But I mean,
have you
imagine
seen
what
his
that could
YouTube
be.
Stuff?
Yeah, but imagine what it would have been
Yeah.
if he had done it the whole time.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Motocross was shtick. It was always supposed to be fun. It was a fake name.
But it was gnarly.
It was gnarly. But it was like, you can't, if you are dumb enough to get offended by this, the joke's on you.
Yep.
I freaking loved it.
Me too, dude.
Yeah.
Peak moto journalism.
Y-
Peak
and,
writing.
Again, was it ever inaccurate?
Never.
Everything he said, as gnarly as it was, you're like, kind of true.
Big facts.
Yeah.
Big facts.
Yes. So Mathis had these gnarly takes. And then inevitably, whoever he was writing about,
Hey, is Brock and Chickle still together?
they're not. Yeah.
Big facts.
Big facts. So the person would get pissed off, whoever he wrote about. They would call Davey. Davey would then call Steve. And then Steve would say, I will bring me a jury and let's bring this into a court of law. And I will give you my facts as to why I wrote what I wrote. And they will all say, yeah, that's probably true. And I was like, oh my God, he didn't back down. He didn't back down. And they were gnarly battles because it was so jarring at the time. No one had this. Dude, I'll just pick up examples. One time he wrote, Stu comes from last to first and wins. Chad gets second, and he writes, I learned a lot tonight. And he writes, what did you learn? That you'll never beat James Stewart even if he starts in last? And I was like, oh my God. And then Davey's got to handle that. It goes on and on and on. Davey has since moved away from that. But yes, it wasn't he didn't immediately hand us the keys. We had to kind of see how it was supposed to work, what was too much, what was not enough, et cetera, et cetera. But people would be shocked to know. I almost never talked to Davey about Racer X stuff. Almost never. Magazine, yes. But I'll be honest, how many people are... feeling like they're in touch at RacerX through the magazine.
Yeah.
Not much. Their interpretation these days with RacerX is the digital side, and we don't ever talk about that part.
Yeah. Well, dude, this was awesome. I'm pretty sure we went over our full. Fuck, it's
That's
8 o'clock. What are we going to eat? What do you feel like eating?
That's 5 hours. Isn't it?
Hey, you know what?
Or 4.5. Okay, yeah.
We didn't talk about any racing.
That was the hope. I was not
Did you
here
think
to bench
we
race.
could do it?
I didn't. No, I didn't. Dude, Anaheim 1 is 3 days away, and we didn't talk about sexing on a cowie. Yeah,
Wait,
which is good for you guys because you don't have to get the show out before the race.
I'll
now.
show you watch these notes. I bet you we can find Sexton on a cowie in here. Let me fucking.
I mean, I made a joke about it that he said he didn't do anything for 5 months. And I was like, yeah, but Sexton switched teams. This is what we were supposed to talk about?
No, it was just some notes.
We didn't talk about the other thing either.
I didn't even know.
Injuries in Supercross. We didn't even get there.
Nah, I was like, you know what? We're not doing it. We're not bench racing.
I feel like the discussion of how media works has never been talked about. So that's why I was like, I want to come on. Oh, you asked me, are you going to be in Cali? And I'm like, yeah, and there's stuff I want to talk about. And I don't think this type of thing ever gets talked about.
No, I learned a lot.
Hey, I learned a great philosophy. That's, what is it? Not my problem.
Yeah, just that's not a problem myself.
It was worth 4.5 hours of my time to get that.
How was your $1,000 chair experience?
It actually got pretty good.
You like?
I hated it at first. It's pretty good, man.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Oh, that makes me. You don't know how happy that makes me.
I'm not saying I would purchase it myself, but it is very good. Yeah.
Dude, we were bro. I was in here literally sweating because the fucking thread was like cross-threaded. And I'm like, I didn't
Oh,
just
you're trying to put it
cross-thread
together.
$1,000 fucking chair right now.
Shit.
5 minutes before Weege walked in here.
Shit.
And I ended up fixing it with my mechanical talents. But
Problem you can solve.
that is a problem I can solve.
I got my kid a mountain bike for Christmas. I only had one job, put the pedals on. I cross-threaded those mofos.
Oh.
So I had to call my buddy Yulo, mechanic to the stars, works with Justin Brayton. And I'm like, what do I do with this? He's like, bring it to my house. I'm like, bro, it's Christmas. And he's like, I'm going mountain bike riding today anyway. I'm in the garage right now. And I'm like, this is horrible. Adults know how to put pedals on mountain bikes, and they know how to not cross-thread these chairs.
There's so much stuff I can't do. There's so much stuff I'm great at. There's so much stuff I'm not great at. Live in the circle of fifths. If you're a G, stay with the C's, D's, A minus, E's, and E minus and B minus. All right? And we're gonna all be fine.
I'm gonna let you know by next Friday. Can I get through a week? We're gonna see. I'll let you know.
All right. This
Okay.
was awesome.
Yeah.
You're
let's
one
do
of
it.
my favorite people, and I genuinely mean that. I love every time we do this. I wish we did it more than once every 2 years, but I feel like when we do it, it's definitely worth it.
I appreciate it. And I will say this. I've been waiting years to find the bad side of Jace. And it hasn't really happened.
Sweet.
So I'm beginning to think that you might actually be a good dude.
Just a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so far.
I love
Maybe I need more time.
I love the comments. I just can't believe he's got to where he's got to. It's like, maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there.
Haters, dude.
Nah, I'm not going to talk
No,
about it.
we're not going to talk about haters. Great
No.
job. Always a pleasure. See you in 2 years.
You're the man.
If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And to listen to the full 3-hour podcast, search Gypsy Tales in your favorite podcast platform or click the link in the description below. Gypsy Gang.